I will begin here. So this is about how foresters in particular and landowners can do things with their woods, their forest land, to enhance the habitat for a particular a set of birds. And this set of birds are birds that aren't rare or threatened or endangered, but let's classify them as common birds in steep decline. So these are birds we still see a lot, but the numbers are disappearing rapidly. And it seems to us that this is the place where we can really get a great return on our investment because they're not that rare yet. We can still do things with them. And so among them will be birds that you see here. So to state the problem clearly, we have lost about 3 billion birds in North America since 1970. Half of those, or let's say 46, not half, but 46 species have lost half of their population. So some of these declines have been very dramatic. But the declines are not equal. They divide up on the type of habitat that's being used. So if you look at this chart here, we see that almost all birds associated with almost any habitat other than wetlands have diminished. Well, this is a credit to those who are doing wetland conservation and to those who buy duck stamps, because we're seeing a difference here. Waterfowl are up and wading birds are up. But if you look at these others, it's pretty grim when you look at grassland birds, just how many of them have disappeared since 1970. We're going to take a look today in particular on that green bar there, which is the eastern forest. And just to explain this a little bit, these are divided up by biome. And so you see eastern forest, and then further down you see western forest and boreal forest. What I want to clarify here is that forest generalists are birds that use 2 or more of those biomes. So that's how they're classified here. But let's look at a few of these that I think are of importance to us. One of these would be the red-headed woodpecker. 56%, 54% of red-headed woodpeckers have disappeared since 1970. Yellow-billed cuckoo, down 34% in that same period of time. And this bird, I think, who could not love that song? And yet, wood thrush are down 50% since 1970. And even birds like this. Eastern towhee, not a neotropical migrant. It's a short-distance migrant, and birds that we even see here in the wintertime. Even these birds have diminished somewhat. I want to focus here for a minute on eastern towhee, just to give you some understanding of this. So the question might be, you might ask the question, how do you know? How do you know how much these birds have declined? So the numbers I just showed you are numbers from the North American Breeding Bird Survey. So there are designated routes that are surveyed every year to see how many songs are heard or how many calls are heard, how many birds are seen. We're getting better at this, though, and that is the resolution of information is getting better all the time. So Cornell Laboratory of Ornithology has this eBird, which a lot of you may be familiar with. And eBird is able to show us with much more resolution where the declines are happening. So Indiana, if you can't see this, Indiana is just about smack square in the middle of this map. And what you'll see is that the bigger the circle would represent the relative abundance of that bird. And that is, where do you see more of those birds during the period of time that this was taken? So this was between 2007 and 2021. And relatively speaking, most of the birds were centered on that core range of the Appalachians. And yet we still see them over in Indiana, and you'll see there that even southern Indiana is pretty important. The darker the red is the steeper the decline. If it's white, it means there's no significant difference. And blue is there's actually an increase. So almost across the entire range of this bird, it has declined, and somewhat steeply, especially in the Appalachians. And interestingly enough, we're seeing blue to the northwest. I'm not sure exactly how to explain this. It may be range expansion happening here for some different reasons. Could be climate change, could be something else. But I want you to see here that this is not because of lack of forest. Okay? We have not lost forest proportionate to these declines. And so what is happening here? This is what we have to ask ourselves. And what I think we need to focus on here are two things that foresters think about when they think about how to manage a forest. And a lot of forestry boils down to these two concepts. One is composition. So think of habitat this way too. Habitat consists of composition. In other words, what is the habitat made up of? What are the plants that are there? And so here you have white oak on the far left, to the upper right, northern red oak, and to the bottom, a more obscure oak species, that's blackjack oak, which grows on very, very dry sites, usually in far southern Indiana is where you would see it. Animals act differently with these species. So an oak forest is an oak forest, but not all oak forests are the same. And that animals interact and need different composition in their habitat. Here's an example of a study that I think is really displays this well. This was done in Pennsylvania, and what they looked at here was how are birds distributed between oak and maple stands throughout the season. So they looked at 25 resident species between fall, winter, and spring, which you're seeing there on the left. During the fall, there were many more species seen in oak stands than in maple stands, and that held true in winter and in spring. It was true also with spring migrants. So this wasn't just resident birds, but spring migrants seemed to be attracted to these oak forests as well. And of the 25 bird species that they looked at that were resident, 24 were more common in oak stands than they were in maple stands across the entire, in all seasons, across all 4 seasons. Part of this is due to insects. There are about 700 species of forest caterpillars that use oak, but only about 300 use maple. Now these caterpillars often emerge at the same time that bud breaks in the spring. So if you can picture an oak twig, it has what's known as a terminal cluster bud. And that is, it has a primary bud, but surrounding that are a handful of smaller buds that would take over if the main bud broke. That cluster right there is attractive to many of these moths. And these moths will lay their eggs on that cluster bud. And when those leaves emerge in the spring is at the time that these caterpillars begin to hatch and begin to feed. And that corresponds very, very well to the time that the spring migrants are coming through. So it's true that spring migrants are following the weather, but the weather is dictating the food source. And so they're really following the food as they move north. Part of this phenomenon you can even see this time of year. On warm winter nights, if you flip on a porch light, sometimes you'll see these dark triangular moths will be attracted to your floodlight or your porch light. Those are the winter moths. And they are out, even on nights in January and February, they are out mating and laying eggs on these oak buds. So this is already being put into place, and it's happening even as we speak, that this system is being set up. The density of these is much higher on oak as well compared to maple. So this oak provides a really important food source for these migrant birds as they're moving through. So even if they're just stopping in Indiana on their way to the boreal forest or the northern hardwoods, they're feeding on these oaks. So oaks are really important. The problem with oaks are that we know that while oaks are abundant now, they will not be so in the future. We can project out the future of how many oak trees we're going to have on the landscape. And what we're seeing is we don't see oak recruitment. In other words, we see oak regenerating, and that is we see oak seedlings in the forest, but we don't see oak teenagers. So imagine our population and that we had a bunch of babies and we had a bunch of adults, but the babies weren't making it through to adulthood. That's a real issue. And that's the issue that's happening right now with oak trees. And that is, we walk into a forest, and I encourage you to do this. Walk into any oak woodland, and you'll see the oaks in the canopy, and you'll see oaks in seedlings, but you won't see oaks that are 3, 4, 5 inches in size. They're not making it. And so all we have to do is project over time what's going to happen. And what that tells us is that someday we won't have those. And if we don't have those, that's going to have a ripple effect on these birds as they move through and as they nest here. The other concept here that I want to think about is structure. So we have composition on the one hand, and the other hand we have structure. And that is, what is the distribution of these plants? So here you see a mature, mostly closed canopy forest, lots of big trees, kind of a moderate amount of mid-story, and then probably shrubs, which we can't see here very well. But we look at this distribution. So this is very different, say, than a clear cut, where you wouldn't have these big trees. So foresters think about distribution of these, and they think about structure, and what is the structure like? And a lot of the management the foresters do is about how do we influence two things, composition, and how do we influence structure. Let's look at structure here for a minute. This was a recent study that just came out. And what they looked at was, how are birds influenced by structure? So here on the far left, you have closed forest, no disturbance. In that setting, the habitat would attract wood thrushes, ovenbirds, red-eyed vireos, Acadian flycatchers. If that forest were to be thinned, maybe through a single tree selection harvest, it would change the composition. You would start to get more wood peewees. You would still have red-eyed vireos, but you would get summer tanagers and you would get worm-eating warblers. But if that forest were thinned and burned, which is pretty uncommon, but if you did that, you would still get peewees, you would still get summer tanagers, but you would start to pick up yellow-breasted chats, prairie warblers, and eastern towhees. And this is because that structure is changing in that habitat, and these birds are keying in on that structure. Another way to look at this is by silvicultural technique. So if you look here at the bottom, on the far left we have clear cut, and then we have shelter wood. And I'm going to come back to shelter wood because this is a technique I want to discuss. Group selection. And group selection would be harvesting, it's not a clear cut, but it's harvesting trees, all of the trees in an area anywhere between half an acre up to 4 acres in size. So just imagine a very small clear cut in the forest. Then you have single tree harvesting, and then finally closed canopy where no trees are being removed or dying at all. As you get further to the right then, you would get more worm-eating warblers, more red-eyed vireos, Acadian flycatchers, and ovenbirds. And that makes sense. That's where you would see these things. Flipping that then would be the birds that like the other side of this. They like very open habitats. They like an extremely open structure. And there you get prairie warblers, towhees, chats, indigo buntings. So the point here is that there are trade-offs. And we have to make decisions about these things. And that is, if we decide we only want closed forest, that's okay. There's a place for that. But the trade-off is we may lose these other groups, or at least these other groups would be diminished. If we decide we only want to manage through clear cutting, we're going to lose those birds that like that mature forest and don't like that type of disturbance. So here's our friend, the yellow-breasted chat. You remember yellow-breasted chat doesn't like closed forest. Yellow-breasted chat likes that very significant disturbance. It likes that structure that is almost shrub-like in nature, or thicket-like. This is the habitat, a drawing of the habitat that yellow-breasted chats would be found in. So you have this very thick understory, shrub layer, not quite mid-story yet, and then you would have these scattered trees that are out there that make really nice perching spots for these birds to perch. And there would be the nest down low in the shrub layer. So it's one thing to see a drawing, but I want you to see what this looks like at a picture as well. And this is essentially what this looks like if I showed you a picture of it. So you may look at that and think, who would do that to their woods? And why would somebody do that? And you wouldn't want to walk through this, right? That is almost impenetrable to walk through, but chats love this. Indigo buntings love this. This is the habitat that they're looking for right here. So we have to look at things through the eyes of a bird. We can't look at things through our eyes as to whether we like it or not. Let's look at things how they like it. And so chats would look at this and like it. If chats looked at your house, okay, your house looks pretty bad. Okay, that's not habitat to them, and it looks terrible. Okay, but we wouldn't expect them to look at our house through our eyes. So let's look at things through their eyes instead. Here's a worm-eating warbler. You have to really be listening for this one when you're in the woods. And what's curious about worm-eating warbler is that worm-eating warblers are known, as I already showed you, they're known to nest in these closed forests. They like that kind of deep, dark woodland, and they especially like slopes where they nest at. But studies have shown, and more recent studies, that when these birds fledge, they move to things like I just showed you. They move to things like clear cuts. They move to these group selection cuts. They move to these really, really thick habitats. And there's probably a couple of reasons for this. One is that there's abundant food there, caterpillars and insects. But the other is just simple safety. The concealment is a whole lot better in those. And what recent studies are finding is that even though we classify birds by habitat on where they nest, that may not be an accurate way to classify birds, because they may be shifting completely to a different habitat when they fledge and before they migrate. That habitat that I mostly just showed you was very abundant at one time. We live in the central hardwoods region. The amount of young forest or early successional habitat has declined to about 5.5% of what it was in 1950. And this study is 10 years old at this point. We are still losing it. At that time, we were losing it at a rate of 3.3% per year. So about every 20 years, the amount that we have is being halved. So this habitat is diminishing very quickly. The poster child for this is the ruffed grouse. Ruffed grouse like that, those thick habitats. And the population in Indiana has plummeted greatly. This was a study that was done for many years, you can see between 1975 and about 2008. And you can follow here the population of the ruffed grouse. And you can see here that in the, let's say, late 1970s, this population dropped dramatically. And that could have been really the harsh winters we had in the late 1970s. We had really tremendously cold weather at that time. And that could have resulted in that huge drop initially. But what we continue to see is that population continues to go down and down and down. And it's probably habitat related. There may be some other factors we don't know. But, and we also need to keep in mind that during the 1920s and the 1930s, Indiana was at its low point for the amount of forest we had out there. And a lot of land was abandoned. And when that land was abandoned, it succeeded back into old field or really thick habitats. And so as that forest matured, it became ideal ruffed grouse habitat. So there actually may have been an artificially high number of ruffed grouse between, say, 1950 and 1975 or thereabouts. Nevertheless, we are losing the grouse that we have even today. All right. I assume most of you have seen Bambi. Sometimes I speak to college classes, and they have not seen Bambi. It astounds me, but they have not seen Bambi. Imagine in your mind what is happening in this scene. Okay. Does anyone want to volunteer what is happening in this scene? Fire. Okay. It's not fire. What is happening in this scene? Good guess, though. What's that? The hunter. Okay? Bambi's mother hears the hunter. Okay? She's perked up. She hears the hunter. Bambi, like all fawns, completely oblivious to what's going on. And what does she tell him? She says, Bambi, quick, the thicket. Okay? Because the thicket represented safety. Okay? We often think about places like clear cuts as being bad places, but they're not bad places to every animal. In fact, I think it's unfortunate that clear-cut, to some degree, has become such a pejorative term, and that is, we probably ought to really be thinking about them as thickets, okay? Because they represent safety to a whole lot of birds and to a whole lot of other animals. Let's talk a minute about cerulean warbler. Ceruleans are down about 63 to 70%. And so this bird, among all birds, while not listed as threatened or endangered, we have lost huge numbers of these birds. It is a neotropical migrant, so it nests in kind of the central United States here. You see central eastern, lots of it in the Appalachians. And then it migrates all the way down to the northern tropical Andes Mountains. So that little tiny bird makes this huge trek each and every year, and some of them will make it multiple times. Okay, not just one time, but they will do it multiple times during their lifetimes. This is similar to the towhee map that I showed you earlier, and you can immediately see that cerulean warblers are not nearly as common as towhees. It doesn't take much to see that. But you can see this core population in the central Appalachians, also declining. There's a lot more red than blue. But what I want to point out here is also that there's a pretty important spot south of Indianapolis. The Brown County Hills area is really making a contribution to cerulean warbler habitat. And it's significant. And so we, I think in Indiana, have a responsibility to think about what is our contribution to managing for cerulean warblers, and what can we do to make a difference? Curiously, there's an increase down in the Boston Mountains area of Arkansas. So look at this for a moment, and let's go back to composition again, right? So this is about composition. Here was a study that looked at 3 different forest types. Allegheny hardwoods on the far left. Now, Allegheny hardwoods are black cherry and maple. So think about a forest that just has black cherry and maple in it, okay? Of the points that they went to, half of the points were Allegheny hardwoods. They found 0 cerulean warblers. As they moved to mixed hardwoods, which included some oaks, they increased. So even though there were about 30% mixed hardwood stands, they only found about 10% cerulean warblers on those points. But by the time they got to oak stands, it was almost equal. So cerulean warblers are keying in on composition. They're keying in on this oak habitat that they like. All right, so here's what's thought to be good cerulean warbler habitat. So big trees, big trees, big oak trees, oftentimes, but not a whole lot in the mid-story. You see, there's not a lot there in the mid-story, but there is a shrub layer in this, and you'll see where they nest. Unlike the towhee, they're nesting at the opposite side of the forest. They're way, way at the top. This looks something like what they might like looking from the top. So you see there that there's lots of openings in this woods, but no group selection opening. There's no 1 acre or 4 acre clear cut patch, nor is there a huge clear cut, but there's just lots and lots of openings here. So in this harvest right here, I know I've seen this harvest and I've been here, about 1/3 of the trees were harvested. And this is what it turned out to look like. And by 1/3, I really mean 1/3 of the basal area, which is a different forestry measure. And so this is what it turned out to be. This study, though, I think really illustrates something. That was a shelterwood harvest that I just showed you. This was a shelterwood in the Appalachians, and the study was about cerulean warblers. And so the image that you're seeing here is the image after the harvest. So what's in the red is after the harvest. So you can see some of the trails there from the skidders. You can see it's open somewhat compared to the forest around it. So for 2 years prior to the harvest, they went out and listened for cerulean warblers to see how many territories were there. In the first year, they found this many. So 2 years before the harvest, those were the cerulean warbler territories. This was the year directly before the harvest. Then they did the shelterwood harvest. Came in a year later, surveyed again, and saw this. Second year after the harvest, saw this. And by the third year, these were the cerulean warbler territories. So this is a bird that seems to key in not just on composition, but it keys in on structure. So it needs this combination of two things, and if we're going to manage for it, we've got to keep those two things in mind, how to manage for it. This is what a shelter wood looks like on the ground. Okay? So you can see that there's still quite a few big trees in here. Mid-story is basically gone, but there is a shrub layer in this as well. I have stood in this shelter wood before and heard a cerulean warbler myself. Okay? They do use this kind of habitat. This was in Brown County, and I did hear a cerulean warbler here. Now, the question becomes, well, all right, shelter woods are fine, but what disturbance happened prior to Europeans coming? And so we need to think about what are we trying to mimic? Because the best management will mimic natural disturbance. Some of this was fire. Okay, so Francois Michaud, who was an early explorer and botanist, there's actually a plant named after him called Michaud sumac, recorded in his journal in Kentucky, as he crossed Kentucky, he said, Indians fired their hunting grounds annually as their forebears had done. By 1805, farmers demanded that the Indians cease torching the grass and cane as it was igniting their farmlands. Indians, in turn, protested this intrusion on their way of life. One Algonquin argued that if they could not fire the grass to make pastures for the deer, elk, and buffalo, they could not live. So this in particular came from a record from the Barrens of central Kentucky, but there are other records also about Indians using fire, Native Americans using fire to manage the forest. So I want to show you, and I think about for a minute, good fire and bad fire. What we see in California and what we often see out west, let's agree that's bad fire. But there is such a thing as good fire. And good fire is a controlled fire that is not too harsh. And here's an example of this here. That fire had just been started. Okay? Flame lengths are no more than 4 feet-ish or thereabouts. And it's going to go through that oak woods. This was actually done on Sam Shine Foundation lands this past spring. And we continue to burn and are beginning to burn more and more of our oak woodlands. But I wanted you to see what that looks like. If you were there, that's what a prescribed fire would look like. Later, it looks like this. Okay, that looks terrible. Everything is black, but it will take almost no time before this becomes green again. This will green up very, very quickly and will look different. And it will look different in this way, and that is those big trees won't be harmed in general. They have thick bark, they're older, they won't be harmed. It's the small trees that have thin bark that the fire damages. So think about sugar maple, American beech, these things that have very thin bark. And when they're 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 inches in diameter, these fires will top kill or kill them completely. So fire is shifting the forest by doing this away from beech and maple, more toward oak. Now, not every place burned, but we think a lot of our landscape burned historically, which is why we see a lot of oak today, but also why the early land surveyors, when they surveyed the land, recorded many, many oak trees, and early explorers described the oak forests. The other thing that I want to talk about for a moment is passenger pigeons. We seem to have somehow forgotten about passenger pigeons as a society and as a culture, and it's left our corporate memory. But there were things that happened prior to European settlement and even afterward that we have forgotten about. And passenger pigeons made an impact on the landscape. I mean, imagine seeing something like this. It's something we'll never see again. We will never see this phenomenon again. We don't have photographs of it, but I want to read you some of the records. Okay, James Audubon said, in the autumn of 1813, I left my house at Henderson and on the banks of the Ohio on my way to Louisville. In passing over the Barrens, a few miles beyond Hardinsburg, I observed the pigeons flying from northeast to southwest in greater numbers than I thought I had ever seen before. I traveled on and still met more the farther I proceeded. The air was literally filled with pigeons. The light of noonday was obscured as by an eclipse. We'll never see that again. But imagine the impact this many birds could have. Okay. Chief Simon Pokagan recorded, "I was startled by hearing a gurgling, rumbling sound as though an army of horses laden with sleigh bells was advancing through the deep forest toward me. I beheld moving toward me in an unbroken front millions of pigeons, the first I had seen that season. They passed like a cloud through the branches of the high trees, through the underbrush, and over the ground. And they fluttered all about me, alighting on my head and shoulders gently." 1850 in Michigan. Oh, and by the way, that was the last living passenger pigeon. That was a picture of Martha from the Cincinnati Zoo. I like this one the best, though. Caleb Towns, and this is from an Indiana quote. He's on the Buffalo Trace. "The first and second day's travel, about 60 miles, was through Beechwood, and the number and quantity of pigeons were beyond all credibility. A place called emphatically the Pigeon Roost, where these birds retire from the severity of the northern winters, cannot be described, nor obtain belief were it described. At least 50 acres of woods in one area totally stripped of their limbs, many of the trees a foot diameter actually broken down to the ground by the numbers and weight of the pigeons. The destruction of timber is inconceivable. It is very extraordinary that they every winter retire here, making a havoc in the timber that cannot be credited and covering the ground with their droppings from 12 to 18 inches deep." Okay, I hope he didn't walk through here. But imagine this. So it's not just the sheer destruction of the weight of these animals, but the amount of ammonia and nitrate that they're putting out there would kill almost anything else that was at this site. So these were stand replacing events. Okay, they were replacing whole stands of timber just by their presence here. Early records indicate that a lot of our forests may have looked more like this. So they may have been more open. They may have been woodlands. And this accounts for early pioneers and settlers describing being able to drive their wagons through the woods. They could just go through the woods because it was open. It was not like a lot what we see today. It is thought that in the early 19th century, open forests covered about this pretty big range, though, 32 to 81 million acres in the central U.S., but were reduced to less than 1% by the late 20th century. So very rarely will you see something like this now. However, you can see something like it. This was a forest in Washington County that I saw before it began to be managed, and it's been burned twice. And you can see that this woods is starting to be opened up. Okay, nothing has actually been cut here in this woods. This is just fire that's doing this to this woods. And I remember for years seeing this woods, and after they began to burn it, seeing and hearing red-headed woodpeckers in this woods. This is the thing about birds. Birds will find the habitat if you create the habitat that they need. And I think if we went out there this spring, we would see red-headed woodpeckers here again. So to encourage people to start thinking about not just managing their woods for timber, but to manage it for wildlife, we created this publication back when I worked for the Nature Conservancy, and this belongs to the Nature Conservancy, a program called Forestry for the Birds. And it was to encourage landowners and foresters and wildlife managers to start managing differently for this series of 12 birds. If you open it up, it will have information about each one of these birds individually. And then a companion book that we produced more recently was the Silviculture Guide to Forestry for the Birds. So if you really want to know about the silviculture and how to manage for them, you would read this book. You would also see the practices and the NRCS cost share programs that would support these practices are listed in this book as well. And there are references to support these from the scientific literature what is being proposed here and that these birds really do benefit from it. So this is what it looks like on the inside. Again, more information though about a bird like worm-eating warbler. And then these sections about, in this case, prescribed fire. And you'll see there that prescribed fire is listed as benefiting eastern whippoorwills, screech owls, towhees, red-headed woodpecker, as I just described, and chats. I want to end here with a brief story, and that is I gave this presentation a year and a half ago to an Audubon society, and showed them most of what I just showed you. A few months later, a member of that organization saw me, and he said, I want to tell you something. He said, I saw what you had talked about and about managing your forest and how important fire was. He said, I went home and I lit my woods on fire. I said, well, I bet that was scary. And he said, it was. But he said, you know what happened? He said, not long afterward, a whippoorwill showed up in our woods. And it began to call at night, and it was only the third whippoorwill reported in Vigo County that year. And he said, my wife was so moved by what she heard that night that her eyes filled with tears. And so we have hope. And while we might like to think that doing nothing is oftentimes the best course, what we're trying to do is correct, I think, a lot of past abuses in the woods, but also bring back some things that will at least mimic natural disturbance that a lot of these birds will benefit from. And in this case, whippoorwills have been shown to like woods that have been burned because it eliminates or reduces that mid-story. And if you're a whippoorwill, you've got a wingspan on you about like this. You need maneuver space to feed on moths and beetles at night. And so they will find this area. I had another landowner who told me, this was more recently, I was talking about whippoorwills, and he said, I'll tell you when I lost whippoorwills. He said, I used to hear them all the time. I lost whippoorwills when I quit grazing my woods because the cows were keeping the forest open. And so they like that, and I'm not encouraging people to graze their woods, but what I'm saying is they need that open space. If you would like to get copies of these, you can. You can download the PDF, and if you want to get your phone ready, if you want to get the QR code, I'll come back to this in a second. So I do want to thank these organizations for supporting this work. And the idea of Forestry for the Birds actually originated in Vermont. It was Audubon, Vermont, and the Vermont Forest Parks and Recreation that conceptualized this idea that if they were going to save birds, they had to get foresters on board because foresters are having so much impact, and they had to get landowners on board. And so we just borrowed the idea from them and built on it. So there it is again. You can get both of these as PDFs. And if you go here, you can hear the songs of the birds as well, as we've got them there, and you can listen to it. So I don't know how much time I have left, but I'm willing to take questions. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. Yep. Yeah. Yep. I think it factors into every management, all the management that we do in the woods. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, the question was about invasive species, and that is, they're so abundant. How do invasive species factor into these kinds of decisions and this kind of management? And so it factors into all of it, in my view, and that is you always need to address it. And I often will suggest to people that before you do anything, before you do fire or before you do any kind of harvesting or thinning, address the invasive species first. Because you don't want to do these practices and then turn them loose to be even more aggressive than they were before.
How do you do that? What are your practices on the invasives? What are the best practices for tackling the invasives? Let's say you have 100 acres, 80 acres, something like that.
Yeah, sure. So first you got to be able to identify these things, right? And that is you got to know what you have that you're after or going up against. And so there are organizations that can help with this. SICM is a great organization. Is that you all? All right. So they are a great organization and can help and provide technical assistance for doing this. They're not going to come out and do this for you, but they can provide advice on how to do this. There are cost share programs available. So if you have a woodland, you can get cost share through the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service. And the key, in my view, having fought these things for years, the key is persistence. And that is, do not expect to go through the woods once and treat these things and walk away. You must persist and to keep these things suppressed. I was hoping to get a bird question.
What is the reason for the oaks not regenerating?
Good question. So oaks fit into this light tolerance spectrum. So if you have very bright light and you have no light, they're kind of in the middle when they're young. They're in this kind of mid-tolerant. And that is, they don't like a lot of sun. And they don't like places that have lots of sun because they can't outcompete yellow poplar. See, there are other trees that will come in and outcompete them. They don't like too much shade because if they have too much shade, they can't persist. They just don't get enough energy to persist. And so they need this kind of moderate level of light when they're young, which is why a lot of foresters are now starting to think about this shelterwood harvesting, and that is create light in lots of small gaps coming down into the forest floor where there's lots of light, but not too much that you would trigger yellow poplar. Now that combined with fire favors oak even when it's a seedling, because oaks have buds below the soil line. So even if a fire goes through and it top kills them, they will resprout. Not every tree can do that. So if you have the ability to resprout, you have a competitive advantage when there's fire. So fire actually encourages oak over time. Now, the real devil here could be white-tailed deer. And that is, we have way more white-tailed deer in this state than probably we have ever had, and they love the taste of oak. And so with the level of deer we have right now, it is very difficult to have oak. So if you want to promote oak, I encourage you to do those things. Get more light. Fire's tough, but if you can get fire, great. But by all means, suppress white-tailed deer in your woods.
Yeah, I have a bird question.
Excellent.
In looking at the birds that you would have on your property, what would be your recommendation on how many bird surveys? What time of year would you be looking to do a survey to know which birds are nesting, traveling through, and all those kinds of, timing-wise? Do you do a nocturnal survey to see the nighttime birds? Do you have a whippoorwill? If you don't live on your property, I have property that I'm not living on.
Yep.
So you're not there to hear the birds. So what's your recommendation?
Yeah, I'm like you. I have forest land I own that I don't live on. And so I'm only there occasionally, right? But generally speaking, if you're wanting to see breeding birds, you would want to be there in May and June, because you're going to get a peak of bird songs at that point in time. But if you wanted to know if you had the nightjars, if you had whippoorwills or you had Chuck-Will's widow, perhaps, then you'd want to be there at night to hear those. There is a cost share program that Indiana has through NRCS, which is not unique, but it's almost unique. Only Indiana and Vermont have this, and it's called Forest Enhancement for Songbirds. And that actually has money in it to do any of the treatments that are listed in the Forestry for the Birds Guide. So if it's listed in the Silviculture Guide, the NRCS program will pay you, in part, the cost of doing these practices, but it stipulates that you have a bird survey done on your property. And supposedly it has money available then to help pay for the cost of bringing somebody in to do the survey for you. I like bird questions, but mind you, I'm not a bird biologist. I'm a forester.
I think I've told you this before, Alan, but you're speaking my love language with this. I think it's so cool. And I just want to kind of raise up one of the things you said is this is a complex problem, right? And these multi-use habitats, or these different habitats are so important. So this idea of just leaving the land alone doesn't work anymore for a variety of reasons. One, that's never been the case here, right? It's a dynamic thing. Things are changing, and humans, for better or worse, are part of this equation now. So I think it is so incredible to hear somebody talk the way you have about the good impact humans can have on this, and how we are, for better or worse, now a huge part of making these environments better for birds, for all wildlife. But it's really cool, and thank you for doing this.
Thank you, Dan. Those are kind words. And I want to thank all of you. I want to thank your organization for supporting the prescribed fire bill that was heard in committee this past week, because I think that will really help us to get more fire out on the land. I want to point out something here that I think is not often grasped, and that is the oak forest, or the forest that we have here in Indiana, never existed without people. There was no time that people were not in these woods. When the glaciers came down and they pushed across Indiana, and they changed what they didn't crush, the forest that they changed in advance of them, as it receded, humans followed that. And so Native Americans, indigenous peoples, were there as this forest was being rebuilt into what it is now. And so we don't have fire as how they have fire out west and have fire in Florida, where those are natural lightning strikes. I mean, it probably happened occasionally, but it'd be rare. These fires were from indigenous sources, but this woods never existed probably without that. So if you're lighting a fire, and let's imagine you're a Native American and you're using it for whatever purpose. One is you're trying to get an area to green up quickly in the spring because it will attract deer and buffalo and elk, and you know that you can go there because they are concentrated and you can kill them. Well, that's a good reason to burn. We know they used it for warfare, to light fire, push your enemies. They used it for many, many reasons. My point here is that when they lit a fire, they did not have fire breaks, and they did not go back and put it out. It went where it went. And so it may have gone a long way. It may have burned particularly hot. It may have gone nowhere. But they didn't go back and control it. So fire was free, once they ignited it, to do whatever it wished to do.
Another question. Have there been studies about whether chestnuts were ever a major part of our forests in Indiana, and if so, the effect of the blight on the composition and structure of our forests?
Yeah, it's a good question. They were here. If they were abundant mostly in the area, which is that band that comes up through south central Indiana, particularly that which is sandstone bedrock. So you've got this Crawford upland that comes up through Indiana. So think of it as the Hoosier National Forest, Du Bois County, Crawford County, counties like that. There would have been there are reports of a lot of chestnut at that time. But it was not widespread in Indiana. Did it have an impact? Yeah, one would think it had to have a huge impact, because when it disappeared, where it was abundant, something had to replace it. And so, what replaced it? Oaks, maybe. But something else had to fill that niche. Just as an aside here, something that we think maybe really got impacted by this was the rarest mammal in Indiana. And the rarest mammal in Indiana is the Allegheny wood rat. And the Allegheny wood rat is a true pack rat that lives on cliff faces mostly now, but it lived in caves as well in southern Indiana. And it's thought that chestnut may have been the primary food source for that animal. And that animal has disappeared across its range, across the whole eastern United States where it's found. And that may be almost solely originally put into motion by the loss of the chestnut. There are other peripheral issues, but chestnut may have impacted that animal more than any other one. Hard to know.
And if you guys want Allegheny wood rats, we have 4 lots of American chestnut pure seeds in our auction.
Let's see if you can attract them, right?
How does the decline of the ash trees with the emerald ash borer affect all of this?
Yeah, I think it's not quite known yet. I mean, we're watching this live, and we're seeing it in motion. So I think we don't really know. Something, again, like the chestnut, something has to fill that ecological niche, if possible. So we're going to see what happens over time. It appears that there's some resistance out there. I was even talking to a logger not long ago, and he was saying that he'd get hired by people to go cut down the ash that had died, but he would find living ash. And so I give this guy credit. He's a logger. He said, I don't cut those. And he leaves them out there in case they really do have resistance. And so perhaps we'll see some resistance emerge from this, but we're not going to know for a long time what the loss of ash is until we see it play out. I mean, fortunately, it's not like oak or beech or something like that, which is more dominant, say, in southern Indiana particularly, and we know that it doesn't have as many caterpillars on it as oak does, for sure. Dead ash? I don't know. Well, if it's not dangerous, I leave them. I mean, I've left them in my woods. Just let them stand. Yeah.
Do you have
Because dead ash attract red-headed woodpeckers. Okay? Yeah.
do you have any comments on the growth of solar farms or solar panels and the new energy sources, how it affects and influences our forest?
No. I mean, I know what I know, but I don't know anything about that. Sorry. Thank you. It was a delight speaking with you today.
Well, despite the outcome of the game last night, and Alan being a Boilermaker, I really like everything he has to say. He's great to listen to. And this is just a piece of what he knows. Next up is Cliff Chapman. He's the president and CEO of the Central Indiana Land Trust. Grew up in Indianapolis, and he sought every patch of green he could find in the city, which, is growing a little bit, I suppose, through the help of people like Dan and others that worked in the parks. As the president and CEO, Cliff grew up to make his passion for the nature his life's work. He previously worked as an ecologist in the Indiana Department of Natural Resources in the Division of Nature Preserves and the Nature Conservancy in Olympia, Washington. He's a former president of the Indiana Land Protection Alliance with prior board service on several other land trusts. He currently serves on the boards of the Indiana Conservation Voters and the Natural Areas Association. With his deep educational and professional history in the conservation field, Cliff keeps the land trust focus on good science and stewardship. Please welcome Cliff to the stand.
All right, good morning, everybody. Hope we're ready to talk more about birds and woods and fire and all that good stuff. So yeah, I have an unusual title, so I hope it was intriguing for everybody and what warblers, turtles, and pigeons have to do with everything. And Alan surprised me this morning. He was like, hey, we're going to talk about passenger pigeons. I'm like, oh, not too many people talk about passenger pigeons anymore. So yeah, we're going to talk about the ecologist's approach to, and basically the Central Indiana Land Trust approach to forest conservation in Indiana. So first, just a little bit about Central Indiana Land Trust. We're all here in Central Indiana, and just kind of a very quick overview of what a land trust is, in case you don't know. We're not associated with the government. We're a private not-for-profit. We're among 24 land trusts working across the state of Indiana, And together with national land trusts and local, about 100,000 acres have been protected across the state of Indiana. And this is their mission statement, but basically we protect natural areas across the state of Indiana so we can experience the wonder of our natural heritage. And we focus on the central third of Indiana, but we now work with partners across the state. We work statewide, and right now we have a property that we help the Hoosier National Forest with down in Orange County on an in-holding of the Hoosier National Forest, and we have a property up by the Michigan state line in LaGrange County. So we are, they're about 6 hours apart. And so as soon as we possibly can, and with the DNR gets funding and the Hoosier gets funding, we will be flipping those to those partners. So we purchase land, we accept donations, and we work with conservation easements, and for the most part now the main thrust that we've been going is assisting partners. And we own about 2,500 acres, and all in all about 8,200 acres we protected, and that represents about $30 million of land that's been protected thus far. And the one nice thing, and for all of our staff and our board and our donors, I think, that I really like, and every morning I get up and go to work, once it's protected forever. That's perpetuity is a long time, but that's what we really like about our work. And one of the things that we're going to talk about this morning is not just the how it's protected or the concepts of the planning of the protection, but what we do after it's protected, the stewardship and the management. Because once you draw lines around it, and once you buy it, or once you put a conservation easement on it or whatever, it's like how it's managed. Because we actually do work with some of our, as we'll look at a little bit later, we do work with some of our conservation easement owners. And we try to, as much as we can, we try to get lands open to the public. Some sites, like wetland fens, are not open to the public. And some sites, we even put dots in the wrong place on maps because they're just too sensitive. So I want to take a little step back here before we get into some other stuff, because I think sometimes in presentations, and particularly in the morning and whatever, and maybe the caffeine is starting to wear off a little bit, and somebody gets up and starts talking, and it's all about the what, and it's like, this is what we've done, and this is what we've done, but it's the why. Why does this matter? And why does Indiana matter? And why do forests in Indiana matter? And the thing is, our forests are just unbelievably diverse. We have incredible biodiversity in our Indiana forests. And so we did a plant inventory at Bentley Woods at Glacier's End, and in 300 acres, the state botanist, we worked with the Heritage Program in the Division of Nature Reserves. The state botanist found over 500 vascular plants in 300 acres. And you say, well, what's that mean? 500 plants. He found a little over 500 plants. We're still finding more in 300 acres. Those are numbers. So Rocky Mountain National Park has a little over 2 times that, but it's 886 times the size. Now, if we were in college, this would be more of a biology class, not a math class. But statistically, that's a lot. And it's not an IT class either, so what? We did something there. So what that means is we have just diversity packed into this preserve, right? And that's the thing. The plants are the backbone of where the diversity starts. And if you talk to some people smarter than I am, if you have a lot of plant diversity, then you're going to get a lot of beetle diversity. Typically, you have about the same number of beetles as you have plants. So if we have about 500 plants, you're probably going to have about 500 beetles. Now, when we did a BioBlitz there, it just rained like hell. I mean, it rained and it rained and it rained, so we didn't really get a good picture of the diversity there. But basically, once you have that structure or that baseline, you're going to get more birds per acre. So when we do our breeding bird survey, the territory sizes go down. You know, if you think about worm-eating warblers, for instance, and you think about those little circles that Alan had up of the cerulean warblers, well, oftentimes a circle of a cerulean warbler territory that they're defending might be X number of acres. And one of the sayings we have is birds don't read. Well, if they have enough insects, if they have enough shelter, the territory size shrinks. And so where instead of a 9-acre territory, it might defend a 3-acre territory. And so that's what we've found. And it's because they have enough bugs that they'll defend a smaller territory. And that really starts with the plant diversity, because so many bugs are specific to the plants they eat. Have I lost anybody yet? Is the caffeine kicking back in? We going? Is this good? Okay. So, I'm staying on this train. We're on the tracks. If anybody has one of these stickers out in the parking lot, I am not going to smash your window. But I'm so tired of these stickers. I'm so tired of the M22 stickers, because you drive down the road and you see the Michigan 22 stickers with an Indiana license plate. I think we need to take pride in our state. We need to take pride in Indiana. Be a little Indiana proud. We have so much biodiversity in Indiana. We have so much going on for us in Indiana. But yet you always see these damn Michigan 22 stickers. I'm so tired of it. Get rid of the damn Michigan stickers. So here's the thing. Florida's got it going on. Florida has the biodiversity. It's the most diverse state in the country. It has the tropics, and we can't beat it. Let's see if I'm not going to try to, oh, he's gone. Oh, shit. Okay, here we go. So we got the tropics down here, we have the Caribbean down here, and you go down to Florida and you go on a nature hike down there in the Everglades, and all you hear about is the subtropics, and we have the subtropics. And they do. And the other thing is it's linear. See how it's linear? When you have that north-south configuration, that's going to add to the biodiversity in a state. California kind of has that too. California is going to have that. But if you look at diversity by square mile, if it's like a per capita kind of thing, if it was economics, the second most diverse state in the country is Arkansas. Arkansas just rocks it. Arkansas has just incredible biodiversity. But then when you really, California is rocking and rolling, but we're really there in that third grouping, Indiana. Believe it or not. It's like Ripley's, believe it or not. Indiana's right there. So again, take those Michigan stickers off your car if you got one. We really need to take more pride in what we have, and we need to save more. And so now you're asking yourself, okay, this guy had something else in his coffee. This is the reason why. We really are the crossroads of America, biologically. We really are set up in North America where we have, from the west, the tallgrass prairies, from the north, the bogs, the marshes, the wetlands, the wetland fens. From the east, we have the beech maple forests. They completely peter out. If you think about Illinois, Illinois is the prairie state. You go to Illinois, there's really no beech maple forest. And then from the south, the bald cypress swamps. We're the northern extent. So we have the eastern extent, the northern extent, the southern extent, the southern extent of all these things. And then we have some of the best oak hickory forests in the world, right here. Some of the best hardwood forests in the world is right here in the state of Indiana. And then I threw in the mountain laurel because I like it. And we have this like little bit of Appalachia that comes up in south central Indiana in our oak hickory forests. There's really nowhere else in the United States where all these different kind of plant communities all kind of mishmash in one state. And it's not, and it's not just our location, it's also our climate, it's our deep soils, and there's a negative to that. Somebody figured out that, well, that makes it great for farming, you know? And it got cleared. And we lost these forests really quickly. And so we don't have a lot left. So that makes it that much more important that we save what we have and we restore what we can. Because this happened pretty quickly, right? Our forests went from this to this. And when you fly out of the Indianapolis International Airport, which we kind of are right by, this is what you see when you take off pretty quickly. So we have a very targeted conservation plan to save what we have left, because there's some really fantastic stuff out there right here in central Indiana. And these targets actually work statewide pretty well as we work with partners. But we're going to focus on forests today and think about forest interior birds and how, what their threats are, and then the opposite of that, how we can work to protect them. And so basically, edge effect. When the brown-headed cowbirds we'll just kind of think about brown-headed cowbirds, that first 100 meters, brown-headed cowbirds go in. I'm sure if you've been, there's probably been dozens of other speakers, if you've heard in the past, have talked about how brown-headed cowbirds come in, they lay eggs and the nests of these birds in the first 100 meters, and it's bad. Particularly for things like birds like worm-eating warblers that nest on the ground, they're particularly susceptible. And hooded warblers nest in shrubs, or I've even seen a hooded warbler nest in a mayapple. Eastern box turtles, that first 100 meters, I read a study where the same size, where a lot of people say size matters in preserve design, it's not just size, it's shape. So eastern box turtles, let's say 700, 800 acres as a minimum patch size. I read a study where they were looking at 800 acre preserve designs. And I think it was in Massachusetts, were 800 acre sites that were along river corridors. So corridors have been in vogue of late, and this was actually a pretty old study. 800 acre preserves where eastern box turtles were, 100% mortality. 100% mortality of their nests. So raccoons basically can go in because along the river it was all edge. Everything was in that 100-meter edge. Raccoons can go in and find the nest really easily. But if you have basically the fewest corners, the better. If you have that, say, if you have a 1,000-acre site with 4 corners, which in Indiana is pretty hard, but if you did, you're going to have a nice interior. If you have 10,000 acres with 4 corners, which is pretty impossible, but if you did, you're going to have a nice forest interior. And then once you get inside that 100 meters, the raccoons, if you take a hike, you get inside that 100 meters, how many raccoons do you see once you get away from that edge? You think about it, you don't really see raccoons once you get into the forest interior. The raccoons are at the edge. And that's where the box turtles are going to do well, is inside that edge, as well as those forest interior birds up high. So site design matters. Now you're saying to yourself, well, Indiana, that is tough, right? The largest forest interior habitat in the eastern U.S. is Smoky Mountain National Park. And studies have shown that even at Smoky Mountain National Park in the big roadless area, you go in, you do the breeding bird counts. What do you look for in those? Sometimes what you're listening for is brown-headed cowbirds. And when we do our breeding bird counts, sometimes it's not just you get excited for how many Acadian flycatchers you're hearing and how many Kentucky warblers you're hearing, but how few brown-headed cowbirds you're hearing, right? So at Smoky Mountain National Park, that's one of the things you get excited about is how few brown-headed cowbirds you hear, if at all. Or even things like blue jays, because blue jays can go in and parasitize eggs. So what we look for in site design are soft edges, because if we need large blocks of forest, well, sometimes we're not going to find thousands and thousands and thousands of acres of forest to go out and save. What we need to find are opportunities. So sites where we have big blocks of forest, but then ag fields that we can then plant the trees. And then those ag fields where we plant the trees then gives the opportunity to then create that early successional forest as well. So soft edges. So the case study we'll talk about today is our Hills of Gold, and it straddles two counties, Johnson and Brown County. And this map's a little deceiving because we're not showing some private property that's conserved, but there's 800 acres protected here. That's a conservation easement through the Forest Legacy Program. And then there's actually land that's protected under this little doohickey here that's also in a program that's owned by the Nature Conservancy. So all in all, when you add this area here, which is a conservation easement, and then this area here, all the way up to the white, there's 1,650 acres protected. And then if you look at this field right here, that has been planted to trees, and we'll talk about that. And then these dots we're going to talk about as well. And so this is the county line between Johnson and Brown County. So, and if you look at, if you can, in the back, can you see where this is a field here and not forest? I see some nods. So again, there's opportunity there between, this is all forested here. And then if you can also see between this is a nature preserve, this is a nature preserve, this is private property, but we are working with that landowner, and that probably, hopefully, someday will be protected, but is still in private property between these two. But this is about 850 acres all protected right here, and just this little area here to make it all contiguous. And we are working on another 100 and some acres down here that would be next to this Nature Conservancy property to make this about 200 and some acres, and eventually to connect up to this 800. Can never figure out where to point this. Okay, so that field up there, here's that field there from above. I think I covered all that. So that 19-acre area was planted with 11,400 trees in 2020. And when we planted that, we kind of looked at the surrounding high-quality forest, planted it with kind of an oak hickory mix. We didn't plant anything that was wind-blown, because the wind-blown seed, anything wind-blown is going to find its way in. So there's no use to do that. This was our first planting in our million tree effort, so that was ambitious. But we're chugging right along. This year we're going to plant, we're probably going to double everything we planted to date since 2020. And it was a double planting, and so what that means is as we planted the trees, we also did a pollinator habitat, because if you think about it, it takes about 20 years for this to get to a canopy. So we went ahead and did a monarch-heavy pollinator habitat, and so we get spring and fall monarch, and as bees as well. We did penstemon for bees, and so yeah, it's nice with the New England aster. We get really nice fall monarch migration in there. So yeah, it's kind of nice. And somehow or another, our USDA person, he said he took a square peg and just jammed it in a round hole, and we got 2 CRP contracts. It was really fun. Somehow the computer didn't spit it back. So yeah. And if you do the math, that is, when we plant 600 trees per acre. And the reason why we do that, that's more trees than we need. But even though we do deer hunt, and when we first planted this, we put more hunters on than we normally would do because we wanted to put a lot of pressure on for deer hunting. We still planted more trees, and we always plant more than we think we really need because of the deer pressure. When you plant young oaks, it's just like ice cream. The oaks are just deer ice cream. And again, I'm just taking another really quick step back. And again, I know the caffeine's starting to go down. Caffeine's going down. If anybody's out there, if you're in college, if anybody's in pre-law or whatever, you gotta learn cursive. Learn your cursive. You need it. We don't plant oaks because we just like oaks. I don't have a little oak tree that I cuddle. I don't have an oak stuffy at home. We plant oaks because it's science-based. And oaks were on the landscape like hundreds of years ago, and we know it. So here's some notes from 1804 by E. Buckingham, who was here in Indiana. And it's the General Land Office surveyors. And so a little history lesson. Y'all heard of the surveyors in the General Land Office? Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson created the General Land Office. He wanted to send surveyors out. Indiana was the first state with the township and range, the sections that were all done. First principal meridian, Ohio and Indiana. Second principal meridian goes through Orange County. Go to the courthouse in Paoli. You can see the monument there. George Washington owned land in Indiana. Blank stares. Okay. George Washington owned land in Indiana. It's a fact. You can Google it. And Google, probably break Google. But you go to Paoli Courthouse, check it out. It's really cool. Where the second principal meridian meets the baseline right there, is where basically the United States surveys are all kind of figured out. It's right here in Indiana. It should be a national park. So these trees that they were using as corner markers, a lot of those trees are gone, right? Because they were like using them as markers, and there's living things and they fall over and everything. But this particular set of notes from 1804 is pretty cool because they came a remarkable cave mouth about 30 feet diameter, 40 feet. And you can go there and find it because it was right there along that line. And guess what? You can measure it, and it's just like E. Buckingham described in 1804. So they were really there. It's not a Chinese hoax. It's really there. It's really there. And so we know that they were here. They described these notes, and we can go by what they said was here, and we know what every section of the state of Indiana was described, and we can go by those notes, and we know what was here then, and that gives us a clue to the past of how we can restore. Pretty cool. So pre-European fire, Vale, 2002, deciduous forest. We know there was, basically North America burned. It was just fire all over the place. And so they argue all the time, they even felt that there was even infrequent crown fires in the Midwest. Then again, for that means where there would have been pines here and there. We have a little bit of Virginia pine in southern Indiana, but not much. So we've been doing a controlled burn study for this area. It's a 5-year study because in order for us to really keep, again, it's like to keep this area going, to have a high quality oak woodland, it's not just protecting it, it's not just buying it, we need to manage it. So we've been planning the field to get the right mix, but then we're just not getting the oak regeneration. But as you'll see, the study has turned out a little differently than we thought. So we did a controlled burn in November of 2020, and as Alan showed, the flame lengths in these are not huge flame lengths. You can see there, they never really got knee high, but it was very thorough. It turned out, our controlled burn study turned out to be a sedge study because our plots went off the charts with sedges and sedge recruitment. And I don't want to go too crazy with the graphs, but this was unexpected. This was just absolutely unexpected, to the point where now we've been accepted to a peer-reviewed journal for the results of this study. And so these are the crowns that came, these different sedges post-burn. And Kevin Tungesvik, who's doing the study for us, thinks that the fire removed 3 inches of duff.
What is duff?
From the leaf litter. Basically 3 inches of leaf litter. So the plants were just being so suppressed. It was so desperate for fire. The control, where we didn't burn, had a moderate increase over time and then down, and he believes that's just from we got a little bit more rain in the following years. But wasn't really significant. And then this is what's really interesting, and I don't want to bore anybody with what C values are, but basically the higher the coefficient of conservation, it's called, from 0 to 10. A 10 is like a state endangered species that is extremely rare. Like in lawn grass is a 0, and if we find something out in the parking lot, it's probably a 0, or maybe something growing along the fence row out there would be a 0 or a 1. This timid sedge is a state endangered plant that was not known from the preserve before the fire. So we had a controlled burn, and these were 1 meter plots in the study, 1 square meter plots, and a state endangered plant showed up in the plot. 1 square meter, it shows up. That is just unheard of. So, fire good. The mean C value is 7 in these plots. Again, that is just unheard of. And that's just in this genus Carex, which is sedges. So again, this was supposed to be an oak recruitment study, but we've kind of turned it into a sedge recruitment study because of the unexpected results we got. But what we are finding from the fire, which you saw the flame lengths, it wasn't a very impressive fire, but here's the damage that was done to a sugar maple. The tree was still alive when the picture was taken, but because of the bark being damaged, we hope over time it will get some disease in it and will top kill. Here's the American beech. And again, we're hoping that over time, slowly, we'll get more light in. And just like what Alan was saying, that will bring more light in, so get more oak recruitment over time. That's what we want, is that mottled light, more light in for the oak forest. And then again, for maybe some of these more, for some of the sedges in the understory. And if you look very closely, there are some little oaks that are released, like this little guy here, little one here. And whether they're not gonna make it or not, we don't know. That's where they were continuing the study. So the 5-year study is now becoming a 10-year study, and it might be a 15-year study. We're just gonna have to keep monitoring to see what happens. And it was supposed to be burned again in 2024. But that's one of the things that we want to emphasize. We call them controlled burns. Another word for them are prescribed fire. But there is a prescription. And in the spring last year, we never had the right conditions, so we didn't burn. In the fall last year, we never got the right conditions, so we didn't burn. So it's not one of those things where we're just trying to say, oh, what the hell, we're just gonna go do it. We have to have the right conditions or we don't do it, because if it's too warm and we miss it, the turtles come out, the snakes come out, we don't burn. And if it's too wet, well, it's not gonna burn right anyway. If it's too dry, we might lose it, so we don't burn. So we're really hopeful we'll get the right conditions this spring and we can get the fire in. And if we don't, then we'll wait till the fall. So, and I didn't really talk about invasive species control because, again, I feel like that's sort of a given. I didn't really talk about deer management, but these sites are all managed for deer. We have deer hunters there every season. And again, invasive species control. We have 4 full-time land stewards on our properties, and through the seasons, we control all the different invasive species. So I kind of didn't have any slides for that, but is that enough? And it's a loaded question because there's more to my show. There's more to this PowerPoint. And maybe not. And so that's where I want to talk about passenger pigeons. You've already had a little bit of a precursor here about them, but the thing about passenger pigeons to think about, they were at one time, passenger pigeons outnumbered people on the planet. Passenger pigeons, as a species, outnumbered all other bird species combined on the planet. So just pause and think about that. It was the most common bird in the world, and we wiped it out in basically one generation. So it migrated north and south through eastern North America, and so it came through Indiana twice a year. It came through our forests here twice a year. And so in migration, or I'll back up, its nesting colonies would have been in the millions of birds per nesting colony. When it migrated, the migratory flocks would have been in the billions of birds. So like what the Audubon quote, that would have been billions of birds. So if you think about the fall, if you've been driving around in Indiana and you've seen those fall migratory flocks of blackbirds, the mixed flocks of blackbirds and starlings, that ain't a billion birds. That's not a million birds. Think about it. We can't even come up with the concept of what a billion birds would look like or sound like. And when you read, I think I own every book there is now on passenger pigeons. It's really hard for people to describe. It goes into hyperbole of what that was like. But basically, when that first migratory flock came, it was like a tornado. It sounded like a thunderstorm coming. And it just scared the bejesus out of people. So one interesting thing about Indiana is there were written descriptions about the nesting colonies and the roosts, but southern Indiana has the only surveyed pigeon roost. And we found it in the early 2000s, about 22 years ago, and the General Land Office surveyed it, and it was about 9.5 square miles. And we'll show you a little bit more about that here in a second. And so, and think about during migration, it was somebody who studied under Linnaeus had a quote of when, during the migration, that when so many birds would light on a tree, and it would even, sometimes the birds would stack on top of each other, 2 and 3 on top of another. It would take a whole tree down and crash. And I mean, it would, and just the sheer numbers, there were so many of them that would, and not necessarily a dead tree, a living tree. It was just incredible to think about. So here's some notes from southern Indiana. When they were looking for a witness tree or a bearing tree, one could not be marked for want of timber. And it was just, they called the area Knobby Barrens. And the poor land, timber destroyed by pigeons. So about 20 some years ago when we actually found the Barrens plants still there in this area. And so the Barren species had actually lasted for 200 years along some of the roads and maybe with a little bit of light trespassing in some of the woods. Some pretty conservative plants were still hanging on, and we called the area Pigeon Roost Barrens. And so barrens is a Scotch-Irish term for prairie, basically, or southern grassland. And so if you think about it, with all the trees were dead, what would have come in pre-settlement would have been big blue stem, Indian grass, rattlesnake master, purple coneflower. We found all those species still there. But just during migration, and studies have kind of theorized, there's a paper in conservation biology that they would have covered the same area, because again, the sheer number of birds, we're talking about billions and billions of birds, they would have covered the same area the return interval would have been about every 12 years during migration, and taking down, say, a single tree in a wooded area to like crash that tree down. So the other thing I want to kind of emphasize here is they were selective in what they ate. Pigeons produce crop milk, and so their young were called squabs. And the crop milk was made from eating of nuts. And the pigeons preferred beech nuts over acorns. And so you had billions and billions and billions of birds eating billions of beech nuts a day, billions of acorns a day. And that would have happened over thousands of years. And then, in a generation, gone. What effect would that have on our landscape? And what effect did that have once they were gone on the composition of our forests? And if you go to our old growth forest, what do you see? You see really big oak trees. You see really big white oak trees. What effect would those passenger pigeons would have had on those forests, that those trees would have actually seen passenger pigeons in their migrations? So we played around with this. If the passenger pigeons would have been migrating through, they would have just taken down maybe one tree in the forest and creating a light gap. So we have in Bentley Woods at Glacier's End a forest with absolutely no oak whatsoever. It's very, it kind of grew up since the 1950s, and I'm gonna have to speed up here. It kind of grew up since the 1950s and had a lot of sassafras, tulip, things like that. And so we decided to punch some holes in it. Now, we were told that oaks would not survive. We were told by a forester that oaks would not survive without a 20-acre clear cut, that if we planted it, they would not survive. So these are only 0.02 acres or 871 square feet. And we decided to make these circles instead of squares, but to make them more organic. So they were randomly placed, and we made them random, so that way we're tempted to not take out large trees if we had to. So some of the trees that we girdled were pretty big, and our board of directors weren't very happy about that. But we did take out some pretty big tulip trees, and we did put deer cages on the trees. And there were 3-gallon white oaks that we planted. So you can see the holes that we punched. From the trees' perspective, this is what they got. This is all the light they got. And then this is what they look like. Coming up out of the deer cages. Each one was numbered and GPSed, and each year it was just a yes or no. Did they survive or did they not? So it was not super sciencey. But we did present the results after 5 years at a national conference. And 42 of them made it. So we had 84%. My eyesight's so bad I can't hardly read this. We had 84% survival. And one of them that didn't make it was because one of the dead trees we girdled crashed on it. So it was just, life in the fast lane. So, it's not a perfect method, but it did kind of prove that for that time period they made it, and we are still kind of watching it, and we'll check them again because they are all GPS, but we have taken all the deer cages off because some of them are now about 20, 25 feet tall.
Since when?
We planted them in 2018. So, I guess to wrap all this up, I think Indiana rocks. I think it is worth saving, and I think our forests are unbelievably special. And we need to save really big blocks, but we need to think. We can't just look at where it's all forested. We need to look at those soft edges, because those ag fields are opportunities for us to plant more trees, and we need to plant more trees. And then we need to manage, we need to manage for deer, we need to manage for invasive species, and we need to get fire back on the landscape. And I know when we see the western fires, and it's devastating, but our fires are not. Fire can do amazing things for our forests. It's a really good thing. I think even with all that, still sometimes it's not quite enough. If there's not any oak at all, and again, there are places where east-facing slopes, north-facing slopes, I'm not saying to go in there and take out all your beech and maple and just force oak where it shouldn't be. But where there should be oak, and there's been past land management where it's been all taken out, and there should be some. Let's think like a passenger pigeon a little bit, and get some back on the landscape. So if there's any time for questions, I'll welcome some. Tom?
Yeah, I've got a passenger pigeon question. And I struggle how to phrase this correctly, but when I see something, well, obviously I haven't seen passenger pigeons, but when I see something that many of one species, I think of a non-native invasive plant or something like that, because it just does not seem like a natural situation. I can't even comprehend how they could find enough food to eat that many birds or reproduce, when they can't move. But what am I missing? How was that a natural situation? Why didn't predators evolve, hawks and things, to cut those numbers down and thin them out some? It just doesn't seem natural.
Yeah, it's really interesting when you read the literature on them. Passenger pigeons nested twice a year, and they left before their young could take flight. So the squabs, as they were called, were left flightless, and it was just sheer numbers. And so the predators would just waltz right into the nesting area and just have a heyday and just eat what they could. And if one of the young squabs fell off, they couldn't take off. And so if a wolf or a coyote or anything else came in, they got a free lunch. And so they were completely unprepared for humans. And if there were Native Americans, they probably knew where the nesting colonies were, and they would have come in and probably only taken enough so that way it would have sustained the population. But when Americans came in, they just overtook. And the idea was there were billions and billions of them, and they probably thought there's no way there would be an end to it. But the Industrial Revolution just wiped them out, because once we had trains to transport, it was over.
I mean, that explains, obviously why we wiped them out, but I don't understand why natural predators wouldn't have evolved to take more of them.
What I've read is it was just the sheer numbers of them. I mean, each nesting colony could have had like 15 to 20 million birds. So there just weren't enough predators.
Think about insects. It's that same strategy. You just overwhelm the entire system, and you have enough to survive. Everyone eats off of you, but that's so many.
Squirrels were heavy like that in Indiana one time also, weren't they?
I don't know.
Yeah. They migrated south. No, they don't migrate. They would blacken the forest. Check that one out.
That'd be pretty cool if they were flying squirrels, like gliding over.
I think I can speak loudly enough. The question has to do with good trees versus bad trees. So we think of good trees as being oak, hickory, and I haven't heard the word hickory this morning, versus beech maple. Where does hickory fit into this desirable forest?
I love hickory. Yeah, I love hickory trees, and we plant hickory trees right there with all the oaks. I don't know if maybe it's just got too many syllables and haven't said it as many times, yeah, I think oaks are maybe talked about a lot more just because of the relationship with fire, but we plant a lot of hickories, particularly shagbark hickories, because of the relationship with Indiana bats. But the other hickories that are with the smoother barks or whatnot, they're also really important wildlife food with the pig nuts, bitter nuts. Now we plant them all we can get, and particularly with in the forest makeup too. I think they're really important. Well.
Cliff, on your prescribed burning practices, two questions. How large of areas do you typically burn? And the second part is, is it your practice to intentionally avoid times when it gets warmer and the snakes and other reptiles and amphibians have emerged?
Yeah, so the burn that was described there was about a 36-acre burn. And so that one is scheduled to be burned again, and then we have a second fire scheduled that we're trying to do that it's about the same size, maybe 30, 40 acres in size. If we can get one larger, I'd like to, just because it costs about the same to do. So if we can get a larger burn, I'd like to. And secondly, we do time it to not to avoid all the herps, because the fire is meant to, and just like invasive species control, all those things are it's meant to help the natural area. And if we're hurting the snakes and turtles, if they come out, then that would be actually hurting the natural area. And so the story I tell, I've told this to many, many people. When I worked for DNR in southern Indiana, I was driving to a prescribed fire, driving to a controlled burn, and there was like, I don't know, 20, 25 of us getting together. And I was driving with a trailer and a pumper unit on the back. And I was the number 2 person on the fire. And I was driving along, and I saw a red-tailed hawk swoop down, grab a snake, fly up with the snake in his talons. I had to drive about another 30 minutes, and I got there. I walked up to the burn boss, told him what I saw, and he said, "We're done." Everybody went home. Because if that hawk grabbed a snake, that means there's probably snakes out in the burn block. And we all went home. And so 20-some people all went home. That's how we do it. And if there's any conception of if it's different, then that's a misconception. Yep.
Cliff, since you're here for Silty, obviously, but represent Land Trust, just talk a little bit about how you guys determine which properties meet your criteria to be protected, because lots of people are going to reach out to you and be like, "Hey, what about this? What about this?" You can't protect every piece of land people come to you with. So I think it's really fascinating and interesting how you guys whittle that down.
Well, I think every land trust is a little different. And so different land, I mean, there's land trusts that are agriculturally based, and so I can't speak for all land trusts, but for us, we have a conservation plan, and we have targets in our conservation plan. So the targets kind of determine what is important to us. And so I just got an email from one of our donors this week. Said, "Hey, I got a friend, knows somebody who their family has an old growth forest along a river, and they don't want to sell it, they want to donate it." Well, there's several loaded things there. If it's a 100-acre old growth forest that I've never heard of, it's probably not an old growth forest. But that's something that we want to probably take a look at, because if it's a donated 100 acres that has really great big old trees, then that's something that we want to take a look at. And if it's something that we could then work with a partner, that maybe it's not something that we are going to hold forever, maybe we can find a partner that would hold it forever, or maybe it could be a county park, maybe it could be, it sounds definitely very interesting, that even if it's something that's not something for us to hold forever, it could be something we could work with. But there are no unprotected old growth forests left in the state of Indiana. There were 12 classic old growth forests in the state of Indiana. They're all protected. So that's one of those things, when you get an email about this old growth forest that so-and-so has that they want to donate, we know that's probably not quite right. But it's still exciting to get an email like that. But we have targets of forest interior habitat, and when we say old growth forest, that's now buffering old growth forest. So if we can try to purchase a farm next to Schrader Weaver Nature Preserve in Fayette County, that's something we desperately want to do. We've reached out to every single landowner that owns land next to every old growth forest in the central third of the state. Every one of them's heard from us. None of them want to sell. So we're very targeted, but so I don't know if that answers your question quite or not, but like wetland fins, groundwater wetlands, and the forest interior thing is the tough one, because those are really big blocks that we're trying to, in a very targeted way, we're reaching out to landowners, trying to build those puzzle pieces. And then the ag land is the tough one, because farmers typically don't want to sell.
So you're treating the old growth forest as a term of art, and saying there aren't any others out there. So what is that definition?
The question was, if the old growth forest, my definition of old growth forest, because there's been different folks have used that term old growth forest liberally in the past, And I've had conversations with folks in the past that have used the term old growth forest, and privately they've said, well, I'll say whatever it takes to get something protected, I don't care. And I feel that's not quite right. But, you know, old growth forest should have, you know, no tree, you know, it should be trees are, you know, 200, you know, 150, 200, 250 years old. And basically there's about a dozen of them that were identified like 60, 70 years ago. And they were sought after for generations of conservationists. And Meltzer Woods was the last one that was sought after to be protected. And we got it in 2014.
Cliff, this is David Van Gilder from the Hoosier Environmental Council. Can you talk about the tension between the resources available to land trusts as well as DNR nature preserves in trying to protect new lands versus what's available out there or could be available to be acquired? And then embedded in your answer, I hope, would be something about whether it would be worthwhile to acquire lands that you can't yet manage because you don't have the resources.
So I think one way to answer that is like going to national conferences and talking to folks from across the country. I think it's really interesting that we in Indiana probably have the best system in the United States of collaboration between the DNR and the land trust community of working together, but the least amount of money to do anything. And it's really sad that, like in the Division of Nature Preserves and many different land trusts in the state, we work together so incredibly well, and between our communications and the way we're out in the field together of how we can find the way to work together and partner, and not just in protecting the land, but then how we share resources, how we work together to steward it, how we have shared work days. But then when it comes time, when there's opportunities that come up to purchase land, oftentimes there's not enough money to buy it. And this past budget, when Governor Holcomb, he originally put $25 million in the budget, and then the Senate put it down to zero. I testified, and I hope that wasn't me, that got it from 25 million to zero. And then the House got it back up to 10 million, and I think that $10 million is now all spent. And so it's going to be a real struggle to see where we get to this next budget cycle, because all indications are pretty sad to where we're going to go next time in the 2025 budget. But in the past, before this, when we had $25 million in Next Level Conservation Trust and this $10 million here recently, and again, it's highly unusual that the state puts out 25 million, 10 million, and the DNR shares it with the land trust community. We go as equal partners to meetings, and it's an equal scoring system that private land trusts and the Division of Nature Reserves, the Division of State Parks, the Division of Forestry are on an equal playing field and go for that money. Like the state of Missouri, they get like $55 million a year, but they don't share it with the land trust community. The state of Tennessee gets tens of millions of dollars a year, but it all stays with their Department of Conservation or whatever it's called. They don't share it with the land trust community. We are very unusual in how we share it amongst the land trusts and the Nature Conservancy and the DNR. But before all that money was there, the line item for that money was $90,000. That's $45,000 a year. And so when we would go and bring a project, there'd basically be the money that's produced from environmental license plates. So if you don't, Even if you have a Michigan sticker on your car, I hope you have an environmental license plate, because that does produce about $1 million a year. So we might, like the Central Indiana Land Trust or Sycamore Land Trust or whatever land trust you might belong to, we might go there and have a $200,000 piece of land we were buying and ask the state for $30,000. And that's the match. We bring the rest and ask the state for $30,000 to try to get it over the hump. And so I don't know if that answers your question quite, but as far as then, the second part was how we manage it. It varies from land trust to land trust, and then the division of the Division of Nature Preserves. They have a line item in the budget for their management, and then each land trust across the state kind of varies in how much they have to manage. But if you're not a member of your local land trust, wherever you are from across the state, I strongly encourage you to support your local land trust, because those unrestricted dollars directly help in the land management. Because once the land is purchased, it's sort of like a hospital. People want to give money to a hospital, and they want to support the doctors, but they got to keep the lights on. You can't perform surgery in the dark. So it's the same thing with the land trust. Once the land's protected, we have to manage it. Thank you.
Landscape level implications of animal behavior. After completing his PhD, he worked as a research scientist for the Landscape Ecology Unit of the North Central Research Station of the U.S. Forest Service for 6 years. And for the past 17 and a half years, he's been a faculty member in the Department of Forestry and Natural Resources at Purdue. I want to welcome Dr. Pat Zollner.
Well, to begin with, thank all of you for, especially the organizing committee and folks for inviting me here to come and talk with you. And I hope I don't scare you too much with my talk. When I was asked to give this talk, it was told the focus is on forests, on forested habitats or habitats, and try to keep an emphasis on Indiana. So I've tried to lean into Indiana examples from my work. As he said, I did my PhD research at Indiana State, so I'm going to kind of open from that. And maybe this is a little bit of a meandering pathway story of my own history. But my current position is I'm a professor of quantitative ecology. So I teach the scary class for the wildlife majors. They have to do math in public to pass as a senior before they get their bachelor's degree in wildlife at Purdue. And they fear it for 4 years, and I hope before they come out the backside of it, they learn to understand that math and quantitative tools and skills like computer programming are a critical part of being a successful wildlife biologist. Everybody wants to have the warm and cuddly moment where you take the bear cub out of the den and you keep it warm underneath your jacket while they're working up mom. Those are the moments that everybody can gravitate towards intuitively. But to be a successful wildlife biologist, to solve the kinds of challenges we're talking about today, requires more than just the love of animals. It requires that we think about how do we use things like big data? How do we use tools like AI tools? How do we use computer programming? How do we use statistics to take the knowledge we have and turn it into inference that can help inform management, like the stuff that Jerry Ann will be talking about after lunch. So that's the emphasis of my talk. Don't worry, you can all leave your shoes and socks on. I'm not going to make anybody do any higher math after my talk is done. But I will maybe scare you a little bit about some of the kinds of tools that wildlife biologists use. And that's really the central theme of my talk is when we want to think about habitat and we want to learn about habitat, how do we do that in ways that are pulling back the curtain and showing the Wizard of Oz a little bit on some of the tools that are being used in some of these quantitative things. So I'm going to start talking about my dissertation research at Indiana State University. So we're going back in time 30 years. So you're going to see some photos of me with a lot less gray in my hair as we go through this sequence. But I want to use this to illustrate how it's not just a computer model and an abstraction. We still rely on boots on the ground field biology to gain knowledge, and then we use these quantitative tools to extrapolate that knowledge. And my dissertation research really focused on this idea of behavioral landscape ecology. What are the implications of a decision that an individual animal makes, and in this case, let's make our individual animal Bugs Bunny, about how it's weighing its choices, this definition of habitat that Alan talked about, like where's food, where's cover, where's Albuquerque, because Bugs Bunny always makes the wrong turn at Albuquerque, right? But what are the consequences of those decisions, and how can we think about measuring the rules animals use and then looking at those implications of those rules at broader spatial scales? And this was the theme of my dissertation research. And if we wanted to do that, the ideal solution would be to have a Starship Enterprise with great sensors that would just give us perfect answers. That doesn't really exist in the real world. We don't have that kind of inference. And I went from that extreme in my approach to answering these questions to the exact opposite extreme of a soup can hanging off a stick with a string hung to it. And I could use a tool like this with clever use of statistics and experimental design to gain a lot of inference. So that's the underlying premise here. When I say science, it can be scary, right? We might picture things like, hot radio lab equipment. But science, we do empirical experiments, but we also use tools like computer simulation models. And that's what I want to illustrate my way through here. So, the context. We're thinking about northern Indiana now. We're thinking not about birds that can get anywhere quickly and they're so vagile that everything's equally accessible, but if we want to talk about the absence of a small mammal species from one woodlot and the ability of that species to find its way back to that woodlot and repopulate it again, to have a complete community of the organisms in that woodlot, that animal is kind of like, an epic Homerian journey out across the ag fields to get to a different woodlot. What are the rules that they can use to successfully make those movements? That's the crux of what I started out my research career thinking about. And this means at that landscape level, big, vast areas, we want to understand what do animals know and how are they making decisions? So how can we go about doing this? Well, at the time, computer modelers were just thinking, that looks like a plausible rule. Let's roll with that one. Maybe animals will move up a resource gradient, some sort of information they can detect. Even if they don't know where a woodlot is, they can hear the sound of calling katydids far away and know that that's giving them information to move towards that sound. But often, mathematically, they rely on techniques called random walks, where essentially you're assuming animals are just little Brownian particles bouncing around until some of them successfully stumble into the place they want to go to. The random walks dominated the literature, and this approach underlying it, and this is one of the things I challenge my students to think about all the time, is when we're going to use a model, what are the assumptions underlying that model? We're assuming those animals have no information, no knowledge, and they're just little particles that bounce into stuff. That's not very realistic, so I wanted to move beyond that. I wanted to move to a more plausible perspective on what animals know about their environment, about the landscape they're trying to move across. So this concept of perceptual range. If this little light blue dot is our animal and the white is a typical Indiana row crop field in the fallow time of the year, the green is forest, as it moves around the landscape, as it's on this epic Homerian journey across, trying to find a new place to settle, this dashed line is its movements. If it has a very small window of information, a very small perceptual range, it may pass this woodlot and never even know it was there. But if it has a bigger window of information, then it can have knowledge and make a decision. That was the premise of where I started my dissertation research. First species I focused on was the white-footed mouse, Paramyscus leucopus. And this is an intentional picture of a white-footed mouse hanging in front of a map with a compass, because there's a lot of interesting literature about the ability of animals to dead reckon or their cognitive maps and their definitions, but nobody had really defined what their perceptual ranges were. So to do that, here's me 30 plus years ago, and here's me with a little mouse. You can see that mouse is bright yellow. This is a ultraviolet fluorescing powder that I would cover the mice in. I'd put them in the soup can, and then I'd walk away and lift the string up, and then I'd come back the next night with an ultraviolet light crawling around in the field, and I'd put little flags everywhere it made a turn, and then I'd map those flags out, and I could see the movement pathway of where it moved. Why this became important is because these mice are woodland mice. Deer mice, Paramyscus maniculatus, would want to be out in this soybean stubble, but in the woods, that's where you're going to find white-footed mice. They want to be in those woods. And what I would do is I'd let them go at different distances from the edge of the woods. And I'd see, if I let them go really close, boom, they run straight to the woods every time. Let them go a little bit further, let them go a little bit further. Let them go out here at this distance, and all of a sudden they wander around randomly. They no longer, that wasn't within their perceptual range. They couldn't understand, they couldn't see where something was. So this is the kind of data I would collect. I would let mice go here, and their movement pathways would go straight to the woods. I'd go further out, I'd let them go, and they just wander around randomly. The key assumption here is that perception equals orientation. These are woodland resident animals. I do this with chipmunks and gray squirrels and fox squirrels in subsequent experiments. If they can see the woods, they want to move towards the woods. That's the premise of what I'm doing here. And I tried to control for everything I possibly could. You know, one of the joys of working in the agricultural northern parts of Indiana is there's not necessarily a lot of variation associated with topography. I'd let them go on pitch dark nights with a very low wind, and then I would collect this data. And what did I find? This is the, after 10 meters of movement, where was the pathway? For mice, I let go at 10 meters from the edge of the woods, and when I let them go at 30 meters to the edge of the woods. This vector is indicating statistically significant orientation towards the woods. This is saying that when I let these mice go at 10 meters, they went straight into the woods. When I let them go at 30 meters, there was a random distribution. Not quite random because I was standing over here, so they kind of move away from me a little bit, but there was no significant orientation towards the woods. This means that these mice, at the scale of an Indiana landscape, they're proverbial blind mice. Their ability to be able to see some place to move towards is incredibly restricted. I came back and repeated the experiment on nights with a bright full moon. All of a sudden, at 30 meters, boom, they go straight towards the woods. Clearly, they're very visual. I'm letting these mice go when the katydids are there screaming, the woods are here, the woods are here, the woods are here. But they don't have the natural selection. They haven't had generations and generations of experience telling them that that's a cue that they can use. But they can look and see a profile. And they will move towards that high landscape. But at 90 meters, they were still lost. Still telling us that for white-footed mice, it's a very, very small window of information they have. I would let them go. I'd give them information during the daytime, give them a view during the daytime, let them go in the dark. They're good about out to 60 meters. Then I extrapolated this perspective to look at eastern chipmunks, gray squirrels, and fox squirrels. And I came into this with this idea that there'd be some spectrum that would how sensitive they are to isolation. There was lots of literature sort of saying that, you know, chipmunks are found in many, many woodlots. Gray squirrels are found. There's this gradient of how sensitive chipmunks, gray squirrels, and fox squirrels are to the isolation of woodlot, and that would relate to how big their window of information, this perceptual range, was. And what did I find? A chipmunk's perceptual range is maybe about 150, 160 meters. That's how far a chipmunk can see. Gray squirrels can see out about, and I didn't use powder on them. I used a cotton bobbin from quilting, which is very funny when you're tracking this chipmunk thread through the ground, and all of a sudden 40 meters out from the woods, it goes straight up to the canopy of the tree, and it's like, ooh, I guess a hawk got one of my chipmunks. But these, and then gray squirrels, I mean, fox squirrels could 450 meters. They have a really big window of information, part of why they're probably less sensitive to forest fragmentation. And they are much more of a prairie species than our gray squirrels. Gray squirrels are more of a forest interior species. We would have had expected in the time of those GLO notes to find fox squirrels much more present in sort of savanna-ish forest in, say, northwestern Indiana. All right, so statistically then, if I look at the body size of these 4 small mammal species and their perceptual range, there's this incredibly, unbelievable statistical fit. It's a great model from a significance perspective, but its body sizes explain 99% of the variation. This was shocking, and some scientists, Hans Andreasen and Rolf Amsmiker in Norway, had followed up on my experiments, and they did similar experiments with root voles. If we look at the body size of root voles, their results fall right on this same line. So, really cool perspective on. We start with empirical experiments. This is the only one that I'm going to unpack deeply because I want to go through lots of results from different stuff. But this was an Indiana example, and I wanted to start by saying, when I talk about these computer models, I'm not just pulling stuff out of thin air. We're doing a lot of boots on the ground field work to give us information to put into these tools that we use to answer questions that may be of interest to all of you. And what does this say? That I did move beyond this in the virtual world. If a mouse is leaving, or a chipmunk or a squirrel is leaving one woodlot, these green dots are all woodlots, they might just have a move perfectly straight and damn the torpedoes kind of strategy. Just go straight until you fall off the edge of the world. Maybe they would wander around in terms of some sort of correlated random walk as they bump into something. Maybe they follow some sort of Archimedean spiral or like these blue lines. There are these plausible rules these animals can use. So I created a virtual disperser. I created a computer model. Think of it like a video game where I create virtual versions of all of these animals. And I say, from my experiments, I know what their perceptual ranges are. From other people's work, I know that they can go about, how far they can go before they run out of food, they get too hungry. I know from my empirical work, because enough of them got killed, moving in an ag field, what their per meter moved risk of predation is. And then I gave them these different rules of movement, and I compared those. I compared them in a landscape that was just a uniform landscape. What if we had a perfectly gridded set of habitat patches? What if patches were randomly distributed? What if they were clumped? And what did I find when I did that? Well, I also compared how straight they moved. 1.0 using a Rapkowski distribution is perfectly straight. I'm just illustrating, this is 0.99, this is 0.9. I had to make the line size lighter on this red so it just didn't look like a big red blob. So I'm just showing you that for the statistical distribution I'm using for how straight my animals move, by the time I get to 0.9, there's a lot of redundancy in their movements. What does all of this lead to? This leads to the one big scary result slide every good scientist has to have. If you focus on the middle panel and let your eyes go in and out of focus, none of those things never work for me. I can't get the little 3D image to pop out either. My main message here is when we do things in silico, when we create a virtual representation of reality, there's only one real planet Earth, but when I do experiments and I get rules, I can all of a sudden say, what if animals are really, really lean and hungry? What if they have typical energetic reserves? What if they have really high energetic reserves? What if the habitat's uniform? What if it's random? What if it's clumped? What if they're going very, very convoluted or very, very straight? I can do a fully factorial design, meaning all possible combinations of everything. And a big picture message appears. When we want to use a correlated random walk, in most cases, something very near to perfectly straight. See, these are all up above 0.9 for where these optimum are, but not at 1.0 is best. Because if you go too straight, you're going to fall off the edge of the world very quickly. So depending on where you are in all this parameter space, how straight you want to be, you don't want to be perfectly straight, but you want to be close to perfectly straight to be a successful small mammal looking for a place to land. And then there was a researcher in England who was working with butterflies, and I had actually already coded this rule into my model and I hadn't used it, but she described her butterflies as using this foray search strategy where they'd go out in a loop and they'd come back, and they'd go out in a loop and come back, and they'd go out in a loop and come back. So we explored that in my virtual world as well too. And we found some really interesting things. This sort of looping foray strategy is going to have much higher dispersal success if the patches are uniformly spaced or if they're clumped. But if it's randomly distributed habitat, actually random search is a little bit better than uniform in terms of successfully getting somewhere before you get gobbled up by a predator or starving. But if you're following random search, you spend a lot more time walking around. So interesting ways of thinking about how do we use field work and how do we compare it. At the end of the day, foray search is more efficient than random search generally. It's definitely the best rule when we account for the risk of animals starving to death when they set out across the Aegean. And this has some implications for metapopulation biology, which is a way that biologists think about spatially distributed populations. And some of the assumptions inherent in a lot of the literature on that probably were problematic. So what does this mean? I took my best estimates for all of my species. I created my best models. I did these virtual experiments where I had 0.8 hectare woodlots in hypothetical northern Indiana. I said 2.5% of the landscape is forested and the rest is, row crop agriculture, 100 patches. And I said for real animals, which of these parameters is their success most sensitive to? If we get it wrong, what has the biggest effect? Energetic reserves, other than for the white-footed mouse, if we really get our energetic reserves, it might have some impact on our success, but energetic reserves didn't matter so much. Per steps, per survival, and perceptual range are the two factors that the results of the model were most sensitive to. So we can learn, when we use these sorts of models, what do we need to do our next experiments on? This can help inform that as well. Finally, to sort of validate the model, I'd been doing all my work in Indiana when I was at Indiana State, but Dan Rosenblatt was a PhD student in Ed Heskey's lab at the University of Champaign. He was interested in similar questions but using different approaches. He had taken a bunch of fox squirrels and a bunch of gray squirrels where he had VHF telemetry collars on them and let them go where this X is in this east central Illinois landscape. and he tracked their movements for some time. And this is zooming in on right where he let them go. And what he found was that the gray squirrels didn't do very well. The fox squirrels inevitably made their first movements from his release point right down this green dotted line to that woodlot right there, and there was a telephone wire going there. So it's an interesting, I compared his observations to my model, and it was an interesting validation of my model, and it's an example of how when we're building these models, there's things we don't think about. Neither of us had thought about putting in telephone lines into our model, but to make my model fit his empirical data for the fox squirrels, I had to represent that telephone line as a movement corridor, and when I did, all of a sudden, my virtual world matched reality greatly, and if I didn't, it wouldn't. So, all of this is to say now, and I got ahead of myself, I started giving this spiel on an earlier slide before I'd forgotten how much more than my PhD stuff I had, dissertation research I had in this. Working in my lab, and I don't just work on small mammals in Indiana, I've worked on lots of different species and lots of different systems. Working in northern Wisconsin with the Great Lakes Indian Fish and Wildlife Commission on marten or fisher, working in Indiana on bats, working in Indiana on black vultures, working on otters here in Indiana, working on small mammals in lots of places. Here we are mist netting bats out at Martell Forest that Purdue owns in Tippecanoe County. This all starts with empirical data, but we do more than just collect empirical data. And I want to unpack that by stepping back now to say, what is a model? When I say the word model, some of you might picture, a toy that you assembled as a small child and glued together little bits and pieces. Some of you might picture somebody wearing a piece of clothing, their model representing what you should look like in that clothing, maybe. What does the word model mean? Model is part of the brilliance of the human mind and why we are what we are in the ways that we are so successful and so scary. A model is our ability to create an abstraction of reality, to simplify things down and make functional inference from it, to represent some phenomenon. A model should not fully, it's not a digital mirror of all of reality, because then you have all the complexity of reality. It's thinking about what are the important parts and thinking about what rules they use and how they work together. But in silico, in a computer, it could be a controllable environment. We can investigate these complex processes, and maybe in some ways we can get useful predictions out of them. So I'll argue a model is a simplified representation. That's the crux of what we say when we say what is a model. There's this great Albert Einstein quote, and I'm sort of paraphrasing here, about why do we simplify? We want a model to be as simple as possible, but not too simple, for whatever our question is. And that's the goal of using a model as a wildlife biologist or anything. We all use models all the time. You might think, I'm not a modeler, but if I asked you how many ping pong balls are in this room, you start thinking about, what's the square footage of this room? What's the size of a ping pong ball? How does that extrapolate? You're building a model in your mind. When you're queuing up at the grocery store, or at least back in the day before it was all the self-checkout stuff, you are building a model when you decide which line you want to get into. You're thinking in your head, that line's shorter, that line's longer. My objective is to get out of here as fast as possible. But then you may build some more covariates into your model. You might think to yourself, oh, wait a minute, I know that checkout clerk, and that person talks a whole lot. I'm better off getting in the longer line because I'm going to get out of here faster. And the objective of my model is to get me moving as quickly as possible. So we all build models. We all use models all of the time. There's this cool concept of the meta-war zone when we think about complexity. We want our model, and these are unitless axes, the simplest model, the most complex model, and the payoff. There's some intermediate area, this meta-war zone, where we want to build a model, if we're going to use a model, to be in that zone. And ecologists, wildlife biologists use all kinds of models. We use conceptual models. We use verbal models. I just created some verbal models with y'all. We use mathematical models. We use statistical models. I want to focus right now on what I'm going to refer to as spatially explicit, individual-based models, because they're a great way to embrace the complexity, to take all of the real world, break it down, and then think about the parts that we care about. So what are these individual-based models? They're also often called agent-based models. They're like a video game environment. They're a way to reflect complexity and capture the simple rules that you want to care about. We're representing animals in real numbers. We're not just assuming all the individuals are identical like you would in a classic population kind of prediction model. And we're representing lots of variability of animals. That's the value of these kinds of models. So this is a way of distilling the complexity. And they're real world phenomenon that You've all seen big murmurs of starlings flying around, right? And how they have that really interesting, unique geometry or schools of fish. We can in silico create virtual little dots that are representations of animals and give them 2 or 3 simple rules, and they will move in 3D space in ways that statistically greatly match the ways those flocks of birds move or schools of fish move. That gives us insight into what are the rules that each individual bird is using or each individual fish is using. So these are great approaches from a wildlife biologist's perspective to sort of think about how do we distill all the complexity of reality into the bits that we care about. And I'm going to now dive into one of these individual agent-based models that we've built in my lab and give you some Indiana examples from that. So this deals with the idea of the impacts of human recreation. When we set aside land and we let people recreate there are implications. There are a lot of positive implications that can increase revenue for a place. It can increase public awareness and appreciation of the natural world. It can increase support for wildlife preservation. So there are really good reasons to give people access to preserves that we would think about creating. The flip side of it is there can be negative implications. Having too many people being too loud or doing the wrong kind of behaviors can impact breeding success of animals. It can impact the survival of wildlife. It can impact their local abundance, and these changes can have cascading ecosystem effects. So we've built one of these agent-based models in my lab to start getting at one of these questions. We called it SODA, which is Simulation of Disturbance Activity. It's designed to be something that we can use on lots of different species. We input lots of GIS maps of the places that we're modeling. We put a lot of emphasis on how the individual species responds to different human activities, and we use it to compare scenarios. And I want to emphasize, this is not, and broadly with this kind of tool, it's not giving you an exact prediction. If you do A, then 10 years later you will have precisely B. I don't want to create any kind of that expectation. You already know not to trust your weather app for exactly what's going to go on with the weather. But what this can be useful for is relativistic comparisons. If A is done, or B is done, or C is done, and we make the same set of assumptions for A, B, and C, what's the likelihood of something being 3 times more likely with C than it is with A? And that's the way we typically use these models. So in this simulation of disturbance activities, first thing we have is if we have a park, and we have people recreating in that park, the first question is for the wildlife animal, in this case it's a bat, at what distance do they first notice the people? We call that detection distance. How close do they let the people get to them before they run away and change where they were or what they were doing? And then when they run away, how long do they spend running away? How far away do they run? And then how much time do they spend elsewhere before they revert to their normal activities? So these are 4 critical parameters we would be doing field work to understand how they interact. And we have the scenario inputs, we have the human inputs, and we have the wildlife inputs, and we run the model and we get the outputs. Here's a first example. This is a Hegwish Marsh in northeast Illinois, the east side of Chicago. There's a small group of yellow-headed blackbirds there, and they wanted to understand how to build trail systems around this marsh that would give people access to see the blackbirds but not disturb the birds too much. And we did this in a paper that we published. Similarly, this is Indian Ridge Marsh North. There's a black crowned night heron colony in this marsh, and there was a debate about putting up some sort of observation deck facility, putting up some trail, and there were different scenarios for how they managed the hydrology of that marsh that would change the distribution of Phragmites. This is a real Rube Goldberg system. I mean, black crowned night herons are kind of pest birds in other places, but they were of concern in the state of Illinois, and these are black crowned night herons that are living in old remediation sites from really bad industrial activity on the east side of Chicago. They're nesting in Phragmites, an invasive plant. They're making their living eating alewives, an invasive fish, on the shore of Lake Michigan. But it's still an opportunity to create an opportunity for species of interest. Another example here in Indiana where we use this tool to simulate the fragmenting effects of highways. Where we did field work to understand how bats respond to different kinds of traffic, and do the bats move across, or do they turn around? And then we looked at scenarios for what if it's a country road? What if it's a state highway with faster traffic and more traffic? What if we make it a wider road? What if we make it an even wider road with different speeds and volumes of traffic? How does that turn that road into more and more of a barrier for a colony of bats that would have a maternity colony in the summer that would have a roost near that potential road expansion. So in a broad sense, we can use this virtual modeling tool to ask questions about human activity, types of human activity, frequency of human activity, how we might want to change regulations in different places, seasonally regulate human activities to allow wildlife to persist and humans to get as much out of the use of a space as possible. And some example publications. My former postdoc, Tori Bennett, first used this on barbastol bats in the UK, where she was from. Then we had the yellow-headed blackbird example, the black-crowned night heron example that I've talked about. We've used this same tool to look at Indiana bats and maternity colonies in Indiana bats that I kind of alluded to. We used this tool up in Indiana dunes to look at disturbance of Carner blue butterflies in different trail levels activity. And then this is we've used this tool to look at trail closures and buffers around ATV activity out in Idaho, and that's the impact of that on golden eagles nesting success. And here in Indiana, this is the Lawrence Creek unit of Fort Benjamin Harrison. I guess you all used to hold your meetings out at Fort Ben, and there was a big controversy 10 or 15 years ago about trails that were being put into that unit and the relative implications of those trails for creating opportunities for mountain bike recreation and disturbance of birds. And we worked with the Indiana DNR on this, and we compared a bunch of scenarios. They said these are ways we might want to lay these trails out, and we represented those trails. We represented multiple bird species that broadly reflected classes of different kinds of habitat use and sensitivity of birds, and we ran the model, and then we helped give them inference to inform their decisions about where to build those trails. So these modeling tools like this can be useful to compare scenarios. They're really flexible. The virtual environment really can facilitate novel investigations. There's only one real Fort Benjamin Harrison, only one real Lawrence Creek unit, but in silico we can say what if, lots of times over. And then we can do that kind of sensitivity analysis in the backside and sort of say, among all these inputs we put into the model, which ones are we less confident in our inputs for, and how influential is each of them on the model's prediction? So there's a lot of opportunity to think about habitat management decisions for wildlife using these kinds of tools. And now I'm going to do a deeper dive into a little bit of bat work that was done by my PhD student, Ben Pauley. And we'll talk about the simulated effects of timber harvest on suitable habitat for Indiana bats and northern long-eared bats here in Indiana. So this is a very much forest habitat focused here in Indiana. Bats, I want to just broadly make the point that there are lots of critical periods in the life history of bats, and they serve very important ecological roles. They have a huge contribution for pest control, for the amount of agricultural pests they remove from the landscape. But we've been at, and we are at a real conservation crossroads with white-nose having really changed our bat community dramatically here in Indiana. And we need to have multifaceted approaches, right? So I worked with the Division of Forestry, the Indiana DNR. We looked at several state forests, representing about 150,000 acres, where we looked at different scenarios, but they have an emphasis on oak regeneration, a theme that's emerged throughout both of the previous two talks. And thinking about different spatial temporal patterns for timber harvest sales and how that might have an impact on understanding habitat for bats as wildlife conservation needs. And we wanted to ask, in silico, what are some of our best practices? Come on. So, first cast of our character, the Indiana bat, the very first species listed in the U.S. Federal Endangered Species Act. Historically, it faced threats from hibernacular disturbance, habitat loss, and fragmentation. We'd done a great job of recovering this species. It was on a great trajectory, and then white nose hit, and we lost more than half of our Indiana bats in the state of Indiana for sure. And it is federally listed species. The northern long-eared bat, in the same genus Myotis. You might sometimes hear me refer to Indiana bats as seps, or as Sodalis rather. That's their specific name, Myotis sodalis. You might hear me refer to northern long-eared bats as seps, as short for Myotis septernalis. That's just common vernacular that a lot of bat biologists use. But mysi was one of our most common bat species in Indiana before white nose hit. It faced even much more dramatic declines. We don't have a good handle even on how many northern long-eared bats we've lost, because they're a much harder species to count in hibernacula during the wintertime. But more than 90%, absolutely for sure, of our northern long-eared bats are gone when they were our most common species before, widely distributed. And they had different habitat needs. The sort of armchair bat biologist characterization would have been that these are members of the same genus, but the northern long-eared bat is the Myotis of the forest interior. The Indiana bat is the Myotis of the forest edge, and the little brown bat is the Myotis of out in the open. So that's how we would loosely characterize that. But they also use habitat differently at different times of the year, a point that emerged in context of the bird work as well. You need different habitat in the wintertime for their hibernacula. They need different habitat time in the fall for swarming for reproduction, for spring for migration, and then in the summer for rearing young. So I'm really going to focus in only on summer habitat. And then even in the summertime, they need very different habitat during the day when they're sleeping than at night when they're out foraging. So to say habitat is this simple concept is assuming away and masking a lot of complexity, and that'll emerge as we talk through this. You know, the classic feature would be something like a shagbark hickory or a shellbark hickory, a great roosting daytime habitat need. But then at nighttime, where do they need to be flying around to catch the prey that they're most likely to be consuming? The different species will have presumably different requirements because they have different niches and they are different species at different times of the day. And we're looking at this now at the landscape level. This is not microhabitat work. I've done microhabitat work on swamp rabbits and other species. I'm not focusing on, what kind of sloughing bark they need, but at a broad landscape, what do each of these species need? And then I'm going to take fieldwork experiments, investing those things, and feed them into this simulation model called Landis, which is a huge tool. I was involved with the development of the forest harvest part of it when I worked for the Forest Service. It's got more than 200 publications. But it's broadly a simulation where we can say, what if? So this is the Great Divide Ranger District and the Washburn Ranger District of the Chequamegon-Nicolet National Forest. And these were different forest management plans. National forests, every 5 years, come up with different management plans. And you can see they had different, these are alternatives they had, where they would have a 1A harvest, which was a more intensive harvest managing for aspen primarily. And then you would see that they would have places that would be 2A or 2B that were managing for northern hardwoods. And as part of their forest planning process, they'd created all of these plans, and we took those plans and fed them into a computer model and said, if you were to do Plan E for the next 50 or 100 years versus Plan H for the next 50 or 100 years, what happens in terms of habitat for species of concern? So the American martin, Wabaseshi, is the Ojibwe name for it. It's a culturally sensitive species. It's one of the more endangered mammals in the state of Wisconsin, even though there are harvested populations in the UP of Michigan and in Minnesota. Actually, we simulated for 250 years. And we compared 8 alternative plans, and you can see, just from a map perspective, if they do a hardwood emphasis forest plan, we get a lot more martin habitat versus if they do an aspen emphasis plan. And that's an intuitive thing that anybody who has a baseline knowledge of the habitat requirements of the species would come up with. But in silico, we get very particular maps of where this habitat is most likely to be and how that relates to the distribution of those management choices. So that's an illustration. Broadly, Landis is using a grid system where we're simulating tree competition, tree growth, shading, seed dispersal, and mortality. We're simulating timber harvest where we can program in single tree selection or patch cuts or shelter woods or clear cuts. And we used Landis to simulate harvest on these Indiana state forests and buffer areas of private land around them. And then we took the outputs of that Landis prediction relative to field work we did to sort of say, where will we find these different bat species in Indiana? So here are the properties, the black are the properties that we focused on. You can see we put wide buffers around them in our Landis simulations. And then this is how we got the field data. We used a lot of historic data from lots of collaborators with acoustic monitoring data for bats to understand where bats were foraging of different species at different times. And bats, for these bat species, they're typically going to forage within 1 kilometer of where they're roosting. They're insectivorous bats. They have different foraging strategies, but we use all that acoustic monitoring data in GIS with lots of predictive variables, and we came up with predictive surfaces and equations that would sort of say, this is how we expect these bats to be relative to the distance to permanent streams. There's places that are better or worse for where they are the distance to the nearest known hibernacula. For all these variables, we can take these equations and paint the map and sort of say, where do we expect each bat species to be successfully roosting at night or foraging during the day? And for foraging habitat, Forests locally and regionally patchy, fragmented habitat, mature second growth habitat. These are all things that we considered: proximity to hibernacula, proximity to major roads. And we can, for each one of those properties, end up with a predictive map that sort of says, at night, when they're out foraging, here's the National Land Cover Database. This is the predictive surface for where we would expect that species of bat to be most successfully foraging based on all the statistical analysis stuff we did. And sorry, it's a black box, but I don't have enough time to unpack all of this for you. We did the same thing with with where they rested during the day from lots of telemetry locations, whether that was them resting in bat boxes or in trees. We have the same kind of sets of predictor variables. We get the same kind of relationships. And we feed that in, and now we have these relationships for what each species needs at night and what each species needs during the day, during the summer, and hope that this can help inform timber management in a way that will be good for these bat species. We created a bunch of scenarios for timber harvest, ranging from absolutely no timber harvest, just set aside the state forests completely, don't touch a thing, through what's been happening historically, what the current harvest levels were, strong levels of selection, moderate levels of selections, all the way up to sort of maximal harvest. If we were to, to Lorax this forest as much as we possibly could, what would we do to it? And we simulated all of them inside Landis, and we took the outputs and we painted those maps with our bat predictive surfaces. And what did we find? So we have MISO, the Indiana bat, on the left, and MIC, the northern long-eared bat, on the right. And this is nocturnal habitat. This is where they're going to be when they're out foraging. If we totally shut down all timber harvest, which is scenario 1, it's great foraging habitat for the Indiana bat, but it's actually terrible foraging habitat for the northern long-eared bat. Exact opposites of each other. And you can see there's a lot of variation associated with each one of these strategies, and this is just nocturnal habitat. Keep in mind, this was their nocturnal foraging habitat for Indiana bats, and this was their nocturnal foraging habitat in scenario 1 for northern long-eared bats. Let's look at, I guess I had little bars to get you to focus on parts of this, but I'm speeding up a little bit. Let's look at what happens for their daytime habitat where they want to rest. If we totally shut down all foresting habitat, it's terrible roosting for Indiana bats. They need to have that solar exposure for their pups to be able to grow. But it's great roosting habitat for northern long-eared bats. So it's not a simple thing to say, this is good habitat for a bat species, this is bad habitat for a bat species. We have multiple species with multiple different habitat needs. And we can walk through and compare these different plans in different ways, but the overall big picture here from this work is the extreme plans might be good for some kinds of activities, for some kinds of species, whether it's an extreme leave it all alone or whether it's an extreme, harvest timber as aggressively as we ever possibly would. But it's really more these intermediate plans that provide a mixture of different approaches that give us the best outcome for the collection of these two bat species. End of the day, nocturnal habitat, these patchy forests were with openings, secondary growth, close to permanent streams. Those were the kinds of features. And actually, it was fine for those to be closer to major roads. But for diurnal habitat, we needed locally forested and patches landscapes close to permanent streams, but far from intermittent streams, which would be poor foraging commuting habitat. So there's a lot of contradictions about what to do. But at the end of the day, in silico, we can say we made common sets of assumptions. We looked at forest management type 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What's the relative impact on both of these bat species of doing each of those kinds of things? And that kind of inference, when we unpack it in much greater detail, can really help the Division of Forestry think about what are the implications of harvesting timber in this way or that way for these bat species that are of great conservation concern. So the outlook, we hope that our work is helping to inform conservation of important habitat. We're aiding in thinking about the implications of different timber patterns. This is always very relevant to the ongoing process the Indiana DNR is pursuing to develop a habitat conservation plan for these bat species in Indiana. And now they've added in other bat species because more and more white-nose implications have added other species to being of listing concern. This can be integrated into the other needs of state forest management and coupling these insights into harvest of timber to think about bat management. I lost my screen. I know I'm running low on time, but I'm going to get done in time. All right. Lots of key people, co-authors who shared their data, collaborated with us in writing these papers that were part of Ben's dissertation. This kind of work I do in my lab I'm working on it in lots of different systems. I've been working for the last 4 or 5 years now with USDA Fish Wildlife Services on black vulture conflict with livestock producers. We're simulating, I have a PhD student who just defended using these kinds of models to think about the spread of chronic wasting disease into Indiana. Sadly, we set up Jonathan's whole dissertation because the nearest place chronic wasting disease had been detected to Indiana was Kankakee, Illinois, 10 miles west of the border. His whole dissertation focused on strategies for mitigating the spread into Indiana from Illinois, and then our first case came from Michigan instead. So best laid plans. You know, I have a PhD student from Ghana looking at poaching of primates. We use these tools in lots of different parts of the world. I'm actually working with people in animal sciences and using these modeling tools to design better cage-free systems for laying hens. There are lots and lots of projects where these tools are critical to being a successful wildlife biologist beyond just habitat questions. But I'm hoping that I've illustrated some of the implications for why we need to be training our next generation of wildlife biologists to think more cleverly about statistics, to have skills as computer programmers. It's not just all the warm and fuzzy moments. There's a lot of heavy lifting, deep thinking math that underlies successful informing of the management decisions we need to make. So ultimately, this kind of approach works best when the modeling is part of a cycle. Their experiments inform the building of the model, and then the model is constructed, experiments investigate, what do we get out of the model? That ties back to applications, people who are making real world decisions. And by integrating these kinds of modeling tools into an adaptive management context where researchers are collaborating with boots on the ground wildlife managers, we really have great opportunities to, and this is data from Wisconsin that I didn't unpack this example at all, but it's a map from illustrating that kind of story. That's one broad picture conclusion. It can also help us identify things. We can get insights from combinations of different factors to identify priorities. By understanding the relative influence of when does the wildlife first detect the human and when do they flee from the human, it might shift our priorities. And there's been some really good examples of that in some of this work that unpacking the distinction between those parameters or the interaction between those parameters is really valuable. And then the example from me using my model on Dan Rosenblatt's system, the insights about the telephone wire and the fact that fox squirrels were like all using the telephone wire to run to that one woodlot, and the gray squirrels were just sitting there going, I just got dumped out by the Starship Enterprise in the middle of nowhere. I don't know what I'm going to do. Neither of us walked into that with that thought, but by using models and using field work, together we gain really great insights, and that's a real power of this kind of thinking about the way we do science. We get novel predictions. This is from a more theoretical paper that came out of my dissertation research about how quickly a mammal should move when it's dispersing across a matrix of really ugly habitat for it. And you know, those insights from those combinations can provide novel predictions that we'd never come up with before. We can inform conservation and management. You know, by looking at the Washburn Ranger District up in Wisconsin, we can help them identify for grouse species of concern up there. If they did alternative A, they're not going to have any habitat for that grouse at all. But if they did E or they did H, here's where they're most likely to have that kind of habitat. There we go. At the end of the day, did I skip a slide? Nope, I didn't. All right. This is a lot of specific detail about particular case studies, and I tried to really lean into the Indiana ones. And it might feel like I'm getting way down into the weeds on things, but this great James Joyce quote, like, if I can get to the heart of Dublin, I can get to the heart of every city. It's in the particular that you find the universal. And by better understanding the implications of forest management for Indiana bats and northern long-eared bats in Indiana, or by looking at the relative impacts of different configurations of trails for mountain bike recreation at Fort Harrison State Park, by doing this in lots of places, by doing these studies over and over again, what will emerge is broader trends that have more general applications beyond just specific case studies. And that's the underlying theme that I wanted to end on that point, that it's not just about putting out one fire at a time, but by using these tools and modifying them and thinking critically about them over and over again, we can learn a lot more about how to be effective wildlife biologists. So that's the end of my talk. Couple questions, yeah.
debate is all well and good, and everybody here is interested in this. How do the politicians take this with the changes today?
Oh. Even in that Fort Harrison example, I was very, very happy because it was a very contentious room with a public hearing. There was the birder side of the room and there was the mountain biker side of the room, and I was like, I'm not here to make decisions. I'm here to say if you do A, B, C, or D, and you make a common set of assumptions, this is the implication. So I'm happy to turn to my colleagues from the Indiana DNR and say, that's not my. I greatly enjoy geeking out about how best to gain inference, but the questions of policy that politicians wrestle with and that larger society wrestles with are much more complex than understanding the biological implications of individual actions. Because, the whole nature of multiple use. When I worked for the Forest Service, if there was a big blowdown up in the boundary waters, and the forest manager on the Superior National Forest told all of us when we were there doing a show and tell to get us to do research on that blowdown, he said, the Superior National Forest is the single entity that has been in U.S. federal court for the longest period of time, because for 45 straight years, no matter what decision they made about how to manage that forest, there was somebody who had a different agenda that was lining up to sue them to say, no, you need to do more of what I want. No, you need to do more of what I want. So your question about broader decisions is a venue that's well beyond my bailiwick. And I'm happy to try to inform implications of decisions to the best of my ability, but there's a lot of considerations that go into those choices that are more complex than just outcome A, B, C, or D is 3 or 4 times more or less likely to happen.
Yeah, I have a question that's concerning Franklin County.
Okay.
I had been following with the DNR, and they have been doing some studying starting this month, I believe, with deer carrying diseases. And I was wondering if your quantitative programs are being used or could be a benefit to their process of counting the deer and how the disease is spreading, or how far it's going to go from that particular hot spot as of now.
I'm collaborating with them actively on that project. So I have a grad student, and I didn't focus on it in this talk because I can only talk about so many things, but I'm really more focused on things that are already done rather than things that are just starting up. But I have a PhD student who's going to be flying drones, not just in Franklin County, but Franklin County is a focal spot because we want to be developing better techniques to understand how many and where we have of deer, turkey, and coyote across all of Indiana. But on the deer piece of it, we really want to zoom in on, we had some really bad EHD outbreaks this past late summer, early fall, up in Wabash, Indiana, and up towards Portage, Indiana, and places like that. And that happened to Franklin County a couple years previously. So I'm actively collaborating with them on not just using drones. Our Michigan State's putting out camera traps, and another grad student in my lab is flying in crewed aircraft with infrared aircraft. So yeah, we're working on that. And it's an important question to be able to ask, to know for a species like deer, when there's a big disease outbreak and the population declines dramatically, how quickly does that population recover? What does the demographics of that population look like in the future? That has implications for people who care about hunting deer, but it also has implications for forest management and habitat quality as well. Yeah.
I had a question about the implication of like AI models in your simulations, and if like the animals had like personality or anything like that to better mimic the real world. And then I had just another one thing is, do you think the energy use for these models is worth the results that you get in the betterment of animals and the environment?
All right, question number 1, AI use. I think a lot of people use the term AI and mean different things. In my mind, we use some machine learning algorithms that I would classify as AI tools as ways to take the outputs from these simulation models and synthesize it. Because when you start thinking, with 5 different variables with 6 dimensions each that exceeds the capacity of my human brain, at least, to conceptualize all of that parameter space. So we use what I would consider explicitly to be AI tools as a way of post-processing outputs from these simulations and discerning trends that we would not otherwise see. I have not explicitly in any of these tools built an AI algorithm into any of them to adaptively change animal behavior in the way you were talking about. I have actually looked at personality when we use some of these models to simulate invasive python populations spreading in southern Florida and gain some really powerful insights, but not using an AI tool in an adaptive context, just doing an exhaustive parameter sweep, sort of saying how plastic is invasive python personality, because there's a lot of good literature on sort of, for invasive species on the leading edge of the population, there's a strong selective force that changes them. You know, cane toads in Australia, they anatomically are different, and personalities differ too, and there are strong implications of that for invasives, for those invasive python populations. So I've approached those questions, but not using AI tools per se. Again, AI can mean a lot of different things to different people. It's powerful, and it's something that needs to receive more consideration, but we need to be careful about it, is an easy out to say. All right, I can talk to you more about your second question later. No, I couldn't even remember it because I spent too long answering the first one. What was the second part of it? Energy use. Well, yeah. If I didn't think it was worth the energy, I wouldn't be doing it, right? So yeah, I think the insights that we're gaining are very much worth the time and the energy that we're putting into, you know, the human capacity we're putting into getting grant proposals, writing scientific papers, and the peer review process. You know, I've been doing it for 18 years at Purdue now, and I did it for 6 years at the Forest Service before. There's people out there who agree with me on it at least, but we all have our own perspectives. Thank you. I don't know.
You mentioned about how students need to have these different skills to go into this job. I was wondering if you know of any changes in the university's systems to help students, because I'm thinking like the average high school student, they may think, oh, I'd like to work with wildlife, but they have no idea what the pathway is to get to a job like yours. Zero, especially if they're from like a rural or a blue collar background, and they just have no idea what that pathway is. And can you talk about what maybe
that's a deeper societal problem that extends beyond wildlife biology. We are relying more and more and more on a smaller and smaller subset of our society to build tools that we all use without thinking about them. And yeah, I can't fix my own car, and I use a mechanic to fix my car, but to be a successful wildlife biologist, and it's not, I mean, I don't have a lot of interaction. My daughter graduated from high school 2 years ago, but I don't have a lot of interaction with high school age students. But even our undergrads come in, and they're 2 or 3 years into our program before they even really can connect the dots, because I'm just the old guy up there talking at them. And all of a sudden, hopefully across our curriculum, and we have made changes in our curriculum. We're actually putting less emphasis on calculus. I'm not saying calculus isn't important. There are aspects of calculus that are critical, but more emphasis on statistics. And I think we need to put more emphasis on computer programming. I try to do that in my classes, but it is a big problem that extends beyond wildlife biology, that we need to become more sophisticated consumers. Even for wildlife biologists, publishing these kinds of papers can be challenged because there's not enough reviewers who have the background in computer programming to think critically about what the results are that I'm presenting. So it's something that's being addressed in a haphazard way, and I'm not a person to, you know, make big picture changes, but I think they will inevitably happen over the coming decades. More and more high school kids come out with better computer programming skills because they like to think about playing video games. And that gives a gateway to put this in a language that resonates with them. Thank you very much, everybody. I think I've kept you from lunch for too long.
People are going to keep there's no slides for this, or are there slides?
There is a slide for each of them, yeah.
Okay.
Full battery. There's a slide for each of them.
Hey.
No problem.
All right, guys, I'm sorry to interrupt what looks like really lively and great conversation. Please continue to eat, and I will try not to be so loud that I hurt your ears. I am fortunate to be the executive director of the Indiana Wildlife Federation. My name is Dan Bort. I guess this is my third one of these now. It seems like yesterday. But I have the privilege of announcing several award winners that IWF relies on. We could not do what we do without all of you guys, right? We are a membership organization. It's one reason we need you all to be members. Without you, we can't accomplish our work. And I wish we could acknowledge each of you individually. That's just not the reality of where we are, because I don't want to spend all day doing this. But we've got a few people who have been long-term champions of IWF and the issues that we all care so passionately about. So the slides are ahead of me. That's my fault. But I want to give just a brief bio of two long-term supporters, not just of IWF, but of conservation in this state overall. They're champions of it. They're true believers of it, and generous supporters, both in time and financially, of multiple organizations throughout this state. So I apologize. I don't usually do this. I'm usually an off-the-cuff sort of guy, but I'm gonna read so I can acknowledge them appropriately. George and Christine have long been active in environmental preservation. As a brand new lawyer, George represented the Audubon Society in a successful fight to save the Eagle Creek wildfowl migratory nesting grounds from gravel mining. The late Bud Starlin was George's expert witness. Over the last 30 years, George and his environmental law firm have recovered more than $1 billion in environmental cleanup costs, making Indiana the best state in the nation to bring such claims and enabling hundreds of cleanups. The Plues have been consistent supporters of environmental organizations, including IWF, the Nature Conservancy, Central Indiana Land Trust, the Indiana Native Plant Society, and the Indiana Forest Alliance, among others. They have shaped their home life around nature. Their yard, front and back, is certified as a sanctuary by the National Wildlife Federation. You guys should all do that. It has also been an Indiana Native Plant Society certification and is a certified monarch butterfly way station. Like many of us, they want us to let the monarchs know that so that they show up. I think that's an experience, unfortunately, many of us are dealing with right now. All four of their boys grew up as Ranger Rick subscribers. George, Christine, and their law firm, Plues, Shadley, Racher, Braun, have been enthusiastic supporters of the Indiana Wildlife Federation. We can't thank you guys enough. Your generosity and, again, time and financial support is wonderful. So I'd like to ask you guys to come up here so we can present you with a small token of our gratitude. Okay. Our next award is 3 years in the making. So for those of you who have been to this before, when appropriate, not every year, but when appropriate, we award a legislator for showing leadership in conservation. This year's recipient, I guess I won't skip it yet because most of you know, but I don't want to give it away before I tell you. What happened in 2022 that transformed everybody's life? Well, we didn't have this conference because COVID was full blown. So the legislator who we will be awarding today received this award for work done years ago. But I think that is almost symbolic of her kind of lifetime passion and support for conservation in this state. So Carrie Hamilton has been, I think it's safe to say, if not the strongest, certainly one of the strongest supporters of conservation in the state of Indiana. And it's not always a linear or immediate reward. I think that's one thing I chatted with her about earlier is this is a long fight. These are big, tough issues that don't have easy answers, right? You've heard our previous speakers talk about this. You can't just say, if you do this, this will happen. There's a lot of variables that go in to that. And the reality that not everybody values conservation the way I argue they should, the way I hope all you guys do, and I think you do. There are varied interests, and it can be a really hard fight. Carrie is incredible at balancing this. In her pre-legislative life, she ran the recycling coalition in this state, and it's a tough one, right? Because you have to take the environmental benefit, the economic impacts, the business entities' interests in this, and you have to come up with a workable solution. And that is what I would argue she is so incredible at, is figuring out how to wiggle through these groups that don't always agree on everything and find a solution that works and is practical and we can actually bring to fruition. I think you and I sometimes wish we had a more rigorous recycling program here. I think there's a lot of people who think it's nonsense and crazy and don't want anything to do with it. We should just throw it all on the road or burn it. But we have achieved a good middle ground. There's room for improvement, no doubt. But again, long term, right? Let's just keep chipping away at these blocks that are difficult to get to where we need to be. So, as I said, Representative Hamilton should have received this award for her work back in the 2021 legislative session. She would have been awarded, I believe, at the 22 conference. It was for her leadership in establishing a bipartisan Trails Caucus, which still exists today, and I was just told our new governor has agreed to come and meet with them and talk to them at their upcoming gathering, right? That's huge. We, as an organization, have benefited immensely from this. Central Indiana Land Trust has been our partner in one of our most ambitious, not one of our most ambitious trail project to date, down at Bentley Woods. I know I say this every time I see you guys, but we're almost completed. It's really, really, really close now. But her leadership, getting bipartisan support for trails, showing the value, and there's a lot of value, right? There is health benefits, there is wildlife benefits, there is economic benefits. Everybody should care about this, regardless of what your views are on certain topics. These things are good for us. Her leadership allowed groups from both sides of the aisle to come together and support this legislation, which resulted in the next level trail grants that so many of us have benefited from. She was telling me earlier that she added an amendment to a bill that is now, well, not official policy, how the DNR operates with their trails. They have 100-foot set-asides for no timbering along trails with trees. And that's great for a variety of reasons, right? That makes our view shed better. As we're walking on it, you feel like you're immersed in this forest. As we heard from Dr. Zollner earlier, that helps to mitigate those wildlife issues where all of a sudden there's these weird biped creatures walking around in their habitat. They have more ability to escape, to be separated from human interaction. All of these things are great. And again, this is not instantaneous, right? The bill she put it into didn't become law, but it was good enough policy that our agency adopted it and uses it. So these fights are long. They are not linear. But I want to continue to urge you, and when I talk later, you'll hear me harp on this even more. We need to stay in this fight, because if you guys aren't doing it, nobody's doing it, and we need your support, and we need leadership like our next award winner, Representative Carrie Hamilton.
Thank you. It's okay if I say.
Yeah, can we get one picture?
Yeah. Thanks so much, Dan. Tina told me I had about 3 minutes, and I do want to share a few words. First of all, as I was walking into the hotel earlier, every person I saw was a friend. So there are many friends in the room. It's so great to be here with all of you. And lots of new faces. I hope to meet you. I do have a couple of house guests right now. There's this little event going on at Lucas Oil Stadium tonight. And so we have some family in town. I've got to get back to be with them before they head to the event, the big event. Goodness, I want to share, I think it's really interesting. I love hearing people's stories of how they come to be passionate about things, and in this case, the natural environment. When I was about, my family wasn't a big outdoors family. My grandpa was a fisherman. He taught me how to fish. But beyond that, not a lot of outdoor exposure until I was about 12. I was at a day camp, and we took a field trip to McCormick's Creek State Park. And the woman that ran this little camp just let us kind of run free. So I was with 2 other friends for about 3 hours one afternoon, tromping up and down the creek, climbing up the little waterfall that at the time felt like a mountain, flipping over rocks with snakes under them. My first exposure to what felt very scary wildlife at the time. And then started my passion for the outdoors. I then in college in Bloomington, just little hikes, Lake Griffey and around Lake Monroe, finding whatever time I could to be outdoors. And then jump ahead to, I was 25, and right before I met Rick Cockrum. You guys have great board members, Rick and Chip in particular as representatives at the State House, incredible. But my first job out of college was at the Indiana Department of Environmental Management, and I decided to quit after 2 years to go hike the Appalachian Trail. So I was 25. My dad drove me down to Georgia and dropped me off at the top of Springer Mountain. And I hiked for the next 5.5 months up to Maine. Met incredible people along the way. Does anybody in the room, did anybody know Jean Deeds? All right, Tina did. I don't know if we talked about that, Tina. She wrote a book about hiking the trail when she was 50 years old, newly divorced, Carmel mom, kids just off to college. She quit her job at the Children's Museum and hiked the trail, wrote a book. It was a gift to me from someone who only gave me one gift in my life. It was that book. And 6 months later, I was hiking on the trail. And then I was just beyond passionate about trails and outdoor recreation, and throughout my career was in the environmental field before I was in the legislature, but working on circular economy issues, as you heard, and air quality, energy policy, pollution prevention. But now at the State House, for the first time, I have an ability to some extent to help improve outdoor recreation and conservation and work on issues that are passions of all of us in the room today. And it's been incredibly rewarding. So even as a member of the super minority for the last 8 years, starting my 9th session this month, or last month, I guess now, finding that common ground, as Dan mentioned, and working across the aisle to move the needle forward, to protect natural areas in our state, to carve out trails that expose more Hoosiers to the value of the outdoors and builds more respect for the value of the outdoors, is incredibly rewarding. So to receive this award is, hopefully you can tell, it's very, very, very special to me, and helps me get through some of the tough times. It's no secret that right now the State House is not always a pleasant place to be, but it's incredibly important work, fighting the good fight even when we lose, but also working to find the wins where we can. And this is an area where we can continue to have some wins. So I look forward to continuing to be an ally of yours for as long as I'm at the State House and beyond. Thank you so much for this.
I just do what I'm told. I don't need that anymore. Okay. It's been a few years since IWF has awarded our next award, and we don't have a physical award for our next recipient. She has already received it, and I think, I don't know, we could probably argue it's hopefully a little more significant than the plaques, which we hope are enjoyed, but hopefully this has helped advance our next award winners' future in conservation, and standing up for everything that we are pushing for. So we have an open application process for folks that are going to college to study issues related to wildlife, natural resources, and conservation. It is a relatively small award. It's $1,000, but significant nonetheless. And we have recently started to receive more and more applications. And this previous year, so for we awarded in 2024, announcing it now, but we had a significant number, and it was more difficult than it has been to choose a winner. And quite honestly, I hope that continues to be the case, because that means that more people care and more people are interested in pursuing these fields. And even though it's a small part of any college tuition now, hopefully it is helpful. So we would like to recognize the 2025 Holt Scholarship awardee. Alexandra and her parents are from Fishers, Indiana. She is currently a freshman at Purdue, and I promise not to be nice to everybody and not talk about what happened last night. She is currently a freshman at Purdue in the wildlife program. She chose this field because she is passionate about working at a national park near the Rocky Mountains region with the goal of educating guests about the different animals found there and why they are important. She's currently working at Connor Prairie, taking care of rare heritage breed farm animals found there. I think as Cliff so eloquently put earlier, we need to convince her to stay in Indiana, because it is a whole lot more special than I think we often acknowledge, myself included, right? It's a really awesome state. So maybe all of you guys should take a turn and talk to her and be like, stay in Indiana, because we need more people here to continue to fight for this stuff. You can't just leave and go somewhere where it might be easier. We need you here. So if you guys could all join me in a big round of applause for our 2025 Holt Scholarship awardee, Alexandra. All right, this is the dangerous part where we go off script. We have one more. I thought Tina was telling me to shut up and stop. We have one more awardee, and this is relatively new, but I hope we will continue to do this as the need arises. I have been here for 2.5 years now, not quite 2.5 years. The person who's about to get this award is one of the first people I ever met from Indiana. I am not a native Hoosier. I was born in Massachusetts, lived in Tennessee, and grew up in Pennsylvania. I came here because of my wonderful wife, who is a Hoosier. And her family knows this gentleman quite well. And when I realized I had to move here, and at the time it was, I have to move there. He was somebody who I talked to about, or it might have been I think it was actually my wife, or my soon-to-be wife, who talked to him about, what can this guy do to get a job? I was working at the Smithsonian. There's no Smithsonian here. And I think he kind of laughed at the time. He's like, good luck. Fast forward I don't know, almost 20 years. And he was, for better or worse for this organization, on the executive team that hired me into this role. He is our immediate past president, somebody I imagine all of you know or know of, a huge advocate for conservation, not only through Indiana, but throughout this entire country. He spends a lot of time in Florida, more so now that he's retired. Champion conservation, public access. His passion is fly fishing. He does things that I could never dream of doing with a fly rod. And I personally am indebted to him. This organization is indebted to him. Put your hands together for our immediate past president, Rick Cockrum.
I promise, Tina, I'll be fast. That was actually a pretty funny story. Thank you, first of all. But I met him on his wife on Capitol Hill. She said, "Oh my gosh, I met this guy. He's amazing. I'm going to marry him. I'm going to bring him into Indiana." And I said, "What's he do?" "Oh, he works at the Smithsonian." And I kind of scoffed and went, "Good luck with that." And then fast forward 20 years later, he comes in for an interview. So we found him a job in Indiana. It just took a while. So anyway, thank you very much. It was a challenge, because I think right after I was elected, then we had a COVID hit, and then we had an executive director resign, and so we've been through a lot. But we have a great board of directors. We've got a great membership. We're on a trajectory to get things done. We've got a great reputation at the State House. Dan does a great job down there. Other board members that are active and that are here today, introduce yourselves to people. It's a great organization. I'm proud to be part of it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Last thing I'm going to do now, and I will, unfortunately for all of you, duplicate this during my presentation, but as Rick mentioned, we have a pretty kick-ass board. They help all of us, but me in particular, try to figure out how to do what we do in this state. So I would like all of you guys, everyone who is a board member, and I'm going to ask our past board members to also stand up. Please stand up so that I can acknowledge you. I know all our board members who are here, but if you're a past board member, please stand up. And these folks help guide this organization. We are a staff of 4 people that we could probably have 400 and still not do everything we need to do. This board, all volunteer, has superpowers and makes IWF so much more impactful than we would be elsewise. So if you guys could all please stand up so we can give you a round of applause, and then I will acknowledge you all individually later. Okay. I think I am now taking over for Craig to introduce our next speaker. Craig, is that right? Am I introducing speakers now? Okay. So, thanks, boss. One thing, and I shared this with our new DNR director yesterday, one thing that IWF is and strives to continue to be is almost an extension of the Department of Natural Resources for this state. We do what we do so they can do what they do. And I think a lot of groups in this state feel the same way. They are the ones we need to empower to do the good work that they do. So we have the benefit of not being state employees, so can say things sometimes that they wish they could say and they can't say because they have jobs and they want to keep said jobs. if we cannot empower our DNR to do their job, then we cannot have sound conservation in this state. They are the experts. They are as passionate as anybody I've ever met at doing good for our natural spaces in this state. Not everyone's always going to agree with what they do, but I can assure you they approach their decisions very, very meticulously, thoughtfully, and they provide the best outcomes that we can hope for. I'm fully confident in that. They are doing everything they can within the constraints they are given. We want them to be better funded. We want there to be more of them. We want them to have more autonomy, right? We want them to be able to do everything they can and should do. So that's one reason we continue to fight for increased resources for them. They need more money. They need more staff. But where we are now, they are incredible. We work as closely as we can with them. So getting into our, oh, it's already up there. Whoever moved the slides, thank you. Okay, our next speaker, Jerry Ann Albers, is the fur bearer and turkey program leader for the Indiana Department of Natural Resources. She received her undergraduate degree from the University of Illinois and her master's degree from West Virginia University. In her free time, she enjoys crocheting, reading fiction, basket weaving, and watching British murder mysteries. She also serves on the TIP board, which I am a relatively new and inefficient member of the board. But this is something that's pretty important. We have a turn-in a poacher program in this state. Our conservation officers are out there, again, not enough of them, underfunded, but doing great work all over this state. And people are going to take advantage of our resources. This is a mechanism that gives small financial incentives to people to help turn in poacher. So if you're not familiar with it, reach out to myself, reach out to Jerry Ann afterwards. It's a great program. So that wasn't in her biography. I just want to put a pitch for TIP. So without any more of me babbling on, please welcome Jerry Ann to give a really interesting talk.
Okay. Hello. I'm aggressive with microphones, so. My name, as Dan said, I'm Jerry Ann Albers, Fur Bear and Turkey Program Leader for the Indiana DNR, and today I'm going to talk about a tale of three species. And yes, I know I could have made a tail pun here, and I chose not to. So I used the OG Tale of Two Cities tale instead. But we're going to highlight three species that I work with in the state and that rely on our forests. But first, I always like to start with some context. Who we are, what do we do, why are we doing this from our perspective of the Division of Fish and Wildlife. If you've seen me talk before, I often start most of my presentations like this, so you may have seen the spiel already, but buckle up, we're going through it again. So the mission of our agency, and the Division of Fish and Wildlife is just one division within the bigger Department of Natural Resources, but Fish and Wildlife specifically, our mission statement is about enriching the lives of present and future generations by balancing the benefits of fish, wildlife, and their habitats. So that's our overarching mission, kind of our big goal. That's what we think about in our day-to-day, the work we're doing and why we're doing it. It's finding that balance of the benefits, ecological, biological, recreational, all of that, economic, thinking about all those different things and trying to find that balance. And when I talk to people about what do I actually do, I usually break it down into three key pillars. One of them is sustaining fur bearers and turkeys for future generations. We want our grandkids to have healthy and robust fur bearer and turkey populations. And then what a lot of people imagine I do every day, and that's filling information gaps, doing surveys, doing research, thinking about what do we need to know more to inform sound science in our decision-making processes. And then it's incorporating public values into our decision making. If we're trying to balance the benefits of our wildlife for the people of Indiana, we need to know what they value. We need to know what their opinions are. We need to know what their perceptions are. And we need to have that information as a decision making point when we're thinking about making recommendations. Now, how many of you have heard of the public trust model? Anyone? A couple of you? A few. Do you teach the public trust model, Pat? No? Okay, that's somebody else at Purdue. So this is kind of our foundational concept behind our state management. So basically, pre-European settlement, obviously indigenous populations were here. Wildlife was a really important part of their culture, their subsistence, their spirituality customs. They were managing wildlife as well. Europeans started coming over and colonizing, and where most of these Europeans were coming from, the system in place was the king-owned wildlife. Wildlife were not available to the general public. The king owned the resources. The King of England still owns every swan on the Thames River, technically, right? And those were the systems they were coming from. And they came to North America and what seemed like an endless supply of resources and this huge bounty that they were not used to in Europe at that point. But that led to things that we've already talked about, like with passenger pigeons and stuff like that, conversion of a lot of land, no regulations, things like that. And so when we started thinking about, oh, we need to start managing these resources if we want to keep them long term, but they're like, we don't want a system where the king owns the wildlife. We want something else, right? We don't even have a king. The president's not going to own the wildlife, so how are we going to set this up? And what they developed was this public trust model for how states manage wildlife in the public trust. And there's a couple key groups as part of this model. There's the beneficiaries. That's the general public. That's all of you, the people who are benefiting from these great resources. As beneficiaries, you're supposed to be benefiting from what we do, but you also have some obligations, right? There's a certain degree of being engaged and informed about the natural resources management that are happening in the state. And it's also up to the beneficiaries to make sure that we're not foreclosing options for future generations. Again, thinking about our grandkids having healthy wildlife. If everyone in Indiana decided tomorrow, we hate golden-winged warblers, let them go extinct, that would be foreclosing options for the future who might really care about and value golden-winged warblers, right? So that goes against this idea of foreclosing options. We want to keep golden-winged warblers even if we don't value them right now because people might value them in the future. Then there's the trustees over here. So the trustees are the elected officials that make the decisions. So these are the people like our legislature, the Natural Resources Commission, which is our governing body for the DNR, who are appointed typically by the executive office to the governor. They are held accountable by the beneficiaries because if the beneficiaries don't like the decisions they're making, they can elect someone else into those roles, right? But they are the ultimate decision makers. And then there's the trust managers, and that's people like me. That's the staff of the DNR. We're collecting the data. We will make recommendations and pass that data along to the trustees, the decision makers, so they can make informed decision. And that can include things both biological data, economic data, social data, all of those data points that they want to reference when they're thinking about what is the best decision for the people of Indiana on these different topics. So that's my role down here as the trust manager. I'm held accountable by the trustees. If I'm doing a bad job, they can fire me. The trustees are held accountable by the beneficiaries. And we do some holding accountable beneficiaries just to help make sure we're not foreclosing those future options. So this is the system that we operate under throughout the United States. States hold the wildlife in this public trust. And we've been doing this a long time in Indiana. The Department of Conservation, which was our precursor, started in 1919. So we have over 100 years in, at this point, of using this public trust model and kind of managing for all of the people of Indiana. And today I'm going to highlight 3 of our wonderful wildlife species here. And I'm going to start with the closest any of us are ever going to get to a dinosaur, the wild turkey. I used to always tell people that I had all of the cute animals in Indiana because fur bearers are adorable. And now I tell people I have all of the cute animals and turkeys. Turkeys are one of those species that, due to lack of regulations, large-scale habitat changes, we lost them in Indiana. We didn't have them for a long time. This is the same story we have with beaver, white-tailed deer, river otters. There's several of our species, key species, that we lost during that period of time. But when we started actually actively managing, using that public trust model, they were a species we started to bring back. So we reintroduced turkeys in Indiana, and quiz time, hopefully. Does anybody know where the first 5 turkeys ever released in Indiana were released? What county? I heard Monroe. Nope. Not a bad guess. Nope. Nope. Not Switzerland, not Franklin. Martin? It's what? Park? Park. Nope, not Park. Nope. I gave it away, guys. Martin. Crane Naval Reserve released the first 5 turkeys ever in Martin County. Does anybody know what decade this happened? 50s, the 1950s, 1956 specifically. Those 5 birds came from Arkansas. and they were released there. And then since then, we have released almost 2,800 birds over 48 years in Indiana for wild turkeys across like 185 different release sites. So back in this slide, when I digitized it, did not have a date on it, but I'm assuming this is probably late 60s-ish. But you can see kind of the original release and kind of what we thought the range was at the time and a couple of the early release sites of our turkeys in Indiana. This was our range of turkeys in 1986. I was 3. Apologies if that makes you feel really old or really young. But when I was 3 years old, this is the range of that we had of turkeys in Indiana. This kind of green little bucket up here, mostly southern Indiana. And then this last year, we do an annual turkey brood survey where we get reports of hens and hens with poults. And this is everywhere that we had a turkey hen or turkey hen with poults reported in Indiana. We have turkeys in all 92 counties now, which is amazing. Obviously, you can see where we get broods often aligns pretty well with where we have forests, right? Our counties that have less forests have proportionally less birds, but we actually do have turkeys in all 92 counties. And so this was a really great success story. We spent a lot of time and effort bringing this bird back, and they're doing pretty well. This is our gobbling counts that we've been doing since the 80s. Now, it's a pretty typical phenomenon when you have a reintroduction. You will see a peak, and then it drops and it levels off. That's completely normal with reintroductions, and that is exactly what we see with wild turkeys. We kind of saw a peak in the mid-2000s, and now we've had stable turkey populations over the last 20 years. This little spike here was the brood X cicada emergence when those birds were 2 and gobbling their heads off in spring. That brood X cicada emergence was really great for our turkeys. We had a really good windfall off of that. And that year was actually our highest turkey harvest ever in Indiana. We harvested over 16,000 birds that spring from that brood X cicada emergence and our well-established blossoming turkey populations. And like I said, a lot of times where we see our turkeys is where we have forests. They roost in trees. They like big tall trees along our creeks to roost in, but they need a mosaic. They want to go into clearings and fields to look for high protein invertebrates, especially hens with poults, and that's where they breed in kind of those open areas. So they need this mix of landscapes where they're getting the food and water and where they like to sleep, as we were saying with habitat, right? But it's this mix of forest landscapes with being able to go into openings and clearings. They're usually in taller trees than this to roost. I think this was just a young one being silly. But I didn't have any good like turkeys up in a tall tree roosting. So that's our turkeys. Great success story that we reintroduced here in Indiana. And now we're going to transition to this fella. This is the gray fox. Now, gray fox, longtime native fox. They're actually Indiana's native fox. Red foxes were introduced to Indiana by European settlers. They've been in our communities now long enough we consider them naturalized red foxes. So we consider both foxes normal parts of our wildlife community, but gray foxes are our longtime native. We've had them a long time. They're pretty cool because they are one of the only canids that can climb trees. They have specially adapted claws that partially retract in their paw, and that lets them go up a tree. And I was super jealous because I saw a presentation from Illinois the other day, and they have a photo of a gray fox in a tree, and I want to ask them if I can steal it because I don't have any good gray fox in tree photos. But a lot of people don't think it's like, oh, I'm looking for foxes. I need to look up, but it's true. So gray foxes historically have been statewide. This is records from the 1930s. Every O or R is a record of a gray fox. You can see throughout the state there, pretty much most counties had some record of the gray fox at that point. But they have not been doing great from what we can tell by our surveys. Now this is our fur buyer record, so it is not harvest, but it is a metric of the trajectory of harvest. These are pelts that licensed fur buyers purchase from our licensed hunters and trappers. And we kind of peaked in the 1970s, and we've kind of seen this tumble ever since then. And this graph, if you think about it, kind of might give you a few echoes of the grouse graph that we saw earlier, right? Because we saw this big peak in the 70s, and it's kind of dropped off. So we were a little like, okay, what's going on with our gray foxes? Is this something we need to be worried about? So we started some research on them back in 2020. This collaboration was with Wildlife Ecology Institute and Luther College. And it was a huge project where we were looking at how they die, habitat use, home ranges, diseases, genetics, diet, a whole bunch of stuff. This one's still a little high because of the immobilization drugs, but you can see we pierced his ears. And just under his chin there, you can see his collar that was put on right before we let him wake up after the immobilization drugs before we released them, obviously. Okay, and here's my cute fox video that I'm not going to talk during because I know you won't listen to me while it's playing. She shows off her collar really well here in a little bit. There we go. So this was one of our collared foxes who denned up. And I don't know, what do you notice here? Habitat. But maybe not what we would think of as habitat. We learned some really interesting things about gray foxes on this project. And if you had asked me like 5 years ago, what's gray fox habitat, I would have been like deciduous forests. No, they do use deciduous forests, but actually our gray foxes turn out they're very much an edge species. They had an affinity for human structures. They had affinities for roads, but low trafficked roads, not like our interstates, but some of the lower traffic roads. They like grasslands. They like being near pastures. They're using our forests, but they're using these other places too. And when we looked at some of our denning data, we didn't have a ton of foxes we were able to find dens for, but shrubby structure about 3 meters above the den was important for gray fox den selection. Kind of that higher shrub cover, probably to protect the pups from like avian predators and things like that. But it was pretty interesting, some of these things that we've learned. Now, we had one aspect of the project was they modeled where we would expect to find gray foxes, and this was based on public observations that we've collected over the last decade or so. Public reports, our Archer's Index survey, some of these different resources, roadkills we've collected, things like that. And from this map, the kind of red dark color here, that's where all 3 models agreed we should have gray foxes. The orangey kind of mid-tone here is where 2 models say that we should have gray foxes, and the blue is where 1 model said that we could expect to find gray foxes. Now, if we just focus in on where all 3 models agree we should have gray foxes, this is what it looks like. It's not a lot. About 3.5% of Indiana came back as suitable for gray foxes. But behind this, because white's unsuitable, the color you can see popping through is the land cover data associated with that spot. And typically what we were seeing of where we were predicted to have gray foxes was strongly associated with forests, but forests interspersed with pastures and some of our grasslands. Our most generous model was about 18% of Indiana is suitable for gray foxes at this point. But interestingly, we had good genetic connectivity between our northern gray fox populations, of which there are some. Our most robust populations are actually right here in this area, right? And this is where most of our collared foxes were. But we got some carcasses and stuff from in here, up here, and there was still genetic connectivity, and there wasn't an inbreeding issue with our gray foxes. If you look at that map, you'd be like, these foxes are getting inbred, right? They're not connected to each other. But surprisingly, there is. And we think this might be this function of, because they were willing to use these edge habitats, they will use grassy corridors, brushy corridors to still be able to travel between these areas and stay connected. So gray foxes, not doing as great. Turkeys, great success story. Gray foxes, maybe a species on the cusp that we're looking more into, right? The number 1 cause of death that we found for the foxes that we could identify was distemper. So we kind of have this theory now, after doing all this research, that they like edge habitat, but edge habitat comes with risks for them, right? If you're in the edge habitat, then you're running into raccoons, and distemper is a really common disease in raccoons, right? If you're living in edge habitat, that's often where we see higher prevalences of invasive species. And one of the common co-infections we saw in our gray foxes was babesia, a tick-borne disease, right? And if you're up near structures, you're more likely to be interacting with other things that hang out near human buildings, like people's pets and raccoons and things like that. If you're hanging out near roads, you're a little more likely to get hit by a car, right? So they like this edge habitat, which seems like it should be a good thing, but we think maybe some of this edge habitat comes with risks, right? So now we're thinking about, what does this mean? What's the future of gray foxes? We want to keep these on the landscape. And from what we can tell, our populations are stable where we have them, but that stronghold is kind of those 3 southern counties, Perry, Crawford, Harrison. But we're thinking about moving into the future, like how do we make sure we keep these animals on the landscape? And what are the kind of management practices and things like that that might benefit them? That way we know they can stay out there, we make sure they're connected. There's a bunch of great organizations that are doing work with like buffer strips and corridors through row crop agriculture that are probably going to be important to gray foxes. Some of the young forest stuff, like I said, kind of that graph we see with the fur buyer records mirrored that graph we saw earlier with the grouse. And does that have to do with our declining young forests? Then we need to think more critically about trying to reverse that trend, because they like that scrubby habitat. It's good cover for them, and some of the things they like to eat, like mice, use that cover as well. And then our last species we're going to talk about today are these guys, the bobcat. Again, I have all the cute animals and turkeys. Look at these guys. The bobcat, was a species like the turkey. The late 1800s, early 1900s, we lost them in Indiana. We didn't have them. They were extirpated. But unlike the turkey, we did not reintroduce bobcats. Bobcats started doing well in some states to the south of us, like Kentucky, Tennessee, places like that. And they started naturally expanding back on their own. So this is our Archer's Index. So this is where volunteer bow hunters, when they're out in the fall, they're sitting in their tree stand for long periods of time hoping a deer comes by. They tell us what county they're in, how long they're hunting, and what animals that they see. There's a bunch of animals on the survey, from coyotes and possums and deer, obviously, and turkeys and squirrels and rabbits and all kinds of things. But in the 90s, we were seeing less, or hunters were seeing less than one bobcat per 1,000 hours hunted. And over time, that's increased. And for our cryptic species that's mostly active at night, right, we wouldn't expect super high observations of daytime hunters. But it's actually gone up to over 4 bobcats per 1,000 hours in the last 5 years. So we've seen this steady upward trajectory in our bobcats. And I always think of our bobcat boom, is what I call it, when I think we hit a nice tipping point where they were able to expand quickly, of kind of this like 2010s period right here. And this is obviously also our statewide data. It looks a little different if you look at some of the different regions. Southern Indiana obviously is where the bobcats moved into first. That's where we have our more established populations. What is happening? Okay, there we go. There was not a blank slide there. I don't know what that was. And we've been doing some research on bobcats. We collared bobcats in the 2000s, and actually Purdue University, a postdoc student with Pat Zollner's lab, helped us analyze some of the data from some of that work. We found our males had really big home ranges at 91 square miles. Males don't pair up with females, unlike with foxes where the pair stays together most of the time. Bobcats are mostly solitary. The males don't stick around and help. So they have really big home ranges that overlap multiple females typically. And then we found our female bobcats needed about 9 square miles to successfully raise kittens down where we were collaring in the southern part of the state. And we also found that bobcats have a great capacity to move. These are just our young bobcats and some of the places they disperse to. We had one go almost all the way to St. Louis. We had some go to Ohio, Kentucky, some of these long-distance movements. And we actually had one adult bobcat go all the way up to East Lansing, Michigan before it got hit by a car. So these long-term movements bobcats can make are actually what has helped them expand in the state. They seem to use our river and creek corridors especially, but they can make these long-term movements and expand up the state pretty nicely. We had an 82% survival rate for bobcats that were older than a year. That's pretty good. That means 8 out of 10 bobcats that were over a year lived from one year to the next. Honestly, it's a little higher. Our gray foxes was 67%, which seems consistent with the literature on gray foxes, but obviously was lower than what we saw with our bobcats. But that's a good survival rate. They're doing well. And this is what bobcats like. Now, you might be noticing a theme here of edge. My species like edge habitats. They like scrubby, nasty stuff for nesting if you're a turkey, for foraging in if you're a bobcat. But they also use our interior a little more forest. They don't like deep forest bobcats necessarily, but they use our forested landscapes. They look for rock outcroppings, falling down trees to have dens in, and things like that. They hunt for our gray squirrels, which like our forested areas. But they use, one of their main foods is rabbits. Squirrels, rabbits, mice, and voles. Those are the top bobcat foods. And think about where you would find those things. It's places that look like this. And so that's what we found. Purdue actually modeled suitable bobcat habitat based upon that collaring work for us. On this map, the green is more suitable, the most suitable habitat. And if you fade up to white, that means it's less suitable or pretty much unsuitable. So apologies if you're in Benton County, you don't have great bobcat habitat up there. But you can see when we look at our land cover data, so this is just pure land cover for Indiana, and the green is forests, the yellow is pasture, brown is row crop ag. So if you see where these green areas are here, that really well mirrors our great habitat for bobcats, right? These forest landscapes that Indiana has, our forested river corridors, things like that, are really quality habitat for bobcats. We have a bobcat population model. Again, this is an individual-based model, as Pat was talking about earlier, and his postdoc developed this for us. And this is, you can kind of see how this looks a bit like a video game interface, but not like Call of Duty video game interface, more like 90s computer video game interface. But basically, we mapped out the suitable habitat. We put blocks that were 9 square miles, because that's what a female needed to raise kittens. And the block, if it's grayed out, is occupied by a female. And then the red are the males, and they overlap multiple females. And this basically runs through 10 years of bobcats living their lives. They'll have kittens. The young ones are these yellow and blue squares and triangles up here, triangles and circles. And they'll bop around through unsuitable habitat because, you know, they'll just travel around being like, hey, is there anything open up here? And then we put in the different ways that bobcats die. So again, we know 8 out of 10 live, but that means 2 of our bobcats are dying, right? So they pull those out. They have mortality coming out of the system throughout this. And then once a territory opens up, one of the young animals can move into it. And it allows us to add in harvest levels on top of that. So this isn't the kind of population model that would tell us on Tuesday we had this many bobcats. It's not that kind of population model. What it allows us to do is know kind of what are some known things about our bobcats, how many of them survive, common causes of mortality, things like that, kitten rates, birth rates, and then put that into this model and understand what level of harvest could we add on top of that known mortality and still have sustainable, thriving bobcat populations. So this is our I don't have a video of this, but it is kind of fun to watch it because it's just like, whoa, they're just like running around all over the state. But you can see the trajectories of the population here over the 10-year period. We also have the public helps us understand as bobcats are expanding in the state because we have our report a mammal. This is an online report form where you can tell us when you see things like badgers and weasels, ground squirrels, armadillos. Yes, we have armadillos resident in Indiana, flying squirrels. And bobcats can be reported on this as well. And we get a lot of bobcat reports. They're probably our #1 report on this system. So we started that report a mammal in 2020. And this is every bobcat that we have had reported since then that's confirmed, which means we got a photo and we're like, yep, that's a bobcat. Or credible, meaning they gave us enough of a description that we felt confident that their ID was correct. So they might have said something like short tail, black on top, white underneath, which is what a bobcat tail looks like, right? And we're like, yeah, this is pretty likely. And this is every record we've gotten. Now, we don't do anything to estimate bobcat populations with this, but what it helps us understand when we start seeing bobcats in new areas. There's only 2 counties I think we haven't gotten a bobcat report from. Once again, if you're from Benton County, sorry, it's you. You're one of them. But someday we will get a report from Benton County. Right? And this will help us keep track of that. And it can also be a signal of when populations start to become a little more established in an area, because we'll get photos of a female with kittens, right? Because there can be young bobcats moving through, just bopping around. But if we see a female with kittens, that means they have set up shop in that spot. And you can see kind of some of our reports, like this is the Tippecanoe River, right? And I think this is the Salamone up here. And then there's this river by St. Joseph that I'm totally blanking on the name of. Is it the St. Joe River? That should have been obvious. I don't know why I blanked on that. But you can kind of see how we get clusters of reports kind of around some of our river and creek systems because that are important corridors for them as they're traveling and expanding and moving throughout the state. And then as we get, like, I think we've gotten photos from Potato Creek State Park of a female with kittens. So we know there are resident bobcats in that area. But obviously you can see where we get most of our bobcat reports is kind of south and this west central part of Indiana. So they're pretty well established down here. So that's our tale of our 3 species that all love forests in different ways, right? We have the turkey that we reintroduced, populations are stable, they're doing well. We have our gray fox, maybe not doing as good, but we're thinking about how we can keep them on the landscape, what actions do we need to take to make sure we're keeping them. And our bobcat, which expanded back on its own and is doing really well and thriving and expanding in Indiana. And all of them rely on forests in different ways, but there's definitely this theme of mosaics, right? Which again, we did not coordinate our talks, but you've probably heard this theme throughout a lot of them, right? You know, turkeys need a mix of big trees to roost in, but they want to nest in that shrubby cover as protection from predators, but then they need openings for foraging and for breeding, right? Our gray foxes like shrubby cover habitat to hide in and to escape from other predators in and to use as travel corridors. And our bobcats like to forage for rabbits in those shrubby, scrubby areas. And I think this is why our mission statement resonates to me, right? Because if we're thinking about balancing benefits, and again, we didn't coordinate our talks, but I think this has been kind of a theme throughout the day. Right? We want to have this beautiful mosaic of landscapes where we have close canopy for worm-eating warblers, but then we also have thickets that would help chats and gray foxes and turkey nesting success, right? having that mosaic of landscapes, and Indiana is really fortunate in the things that it has available, the resources it has available. People are doing great work on corridors and let the sun shine in, working on openings and helping educate landowners, and there's a lot of support programs, and we have great biodiversity. But these mosaic forest landscapes really help us keep these species thriving and healthy and on our wonderful landscape. And with that, I will take any questions. Yep.
So the bobcats, we have a newly adopted tagging program, correct? And you guys are going to incorporate that into your management system?
You mean harvest? Yeah, so the program's not in place yet. Yeah, so he asked about a newly created tagging program and how we were going to incorporate that into management. So there was a state law passed last year that said we needed to have rules in place for bobcat season by July of this year, and we proposed those rules last fall. They just got done going through public comment period, and our Natural Resources Commission will probably be voting on it in the next couple months and kind of finalizing what that season's going to look like. So it's not fully in place yet. We're still waiting for that final adoption. But the proposal that we have in place, because bobcats are what we call a CITES species, that's the Convention on the International Trade of Endangered Species. They themselves, not endangered, they're at least concerned, but they're a lookalike species for some endangered lynx internationally. So there is a federal program where we tag bobcats. That way when they go into the fur market, which is a pretty international market, you would probably be surprised what drives our fur prices in Indiana. It is very much a global economy. But they know that those animals going into that market are legally harvested Indiana bobcats. So we will be looking at that harvest. We're not going to have mandatory carcass turnover to collect samples because with the population model we have that's habitat-based, we don't need that like we need it with river otters, because we also have tagging for river otters and carcass turnover, but that's because we have a different type of population model for them that's age at harvest based. But we will closely track harvest. We'll know when we reach the quota. The season will close when we reach the quota. We'll have that tagging information of who's harvesting and things like that. And that will definitely all fit in to kind of our management and our future thinking about bobcats. Yeah. Yep.
What do you think about the nighttime coyote killing contest, and does that have any effect on centralized populations?
So the question was about coyote killing contests, coyote tournaments, and things like that. We have a little bit of data about our coyote contests in Indiana. It's a very small proportion of harvest. We're actually one of the few states that has some good data on coyote contests and things like that. And it's typically less than 10% of harvest. We're actually working on trying to figure out like a rough number of minimum events that are happening in the state, but it doesn't seem like it's a ton. So we don't feel that activity in and of itself is doing any influence on our populations. It is mostly focused on coyotes, but sometimes they also incorporate like red foxes and raccoons, but most of them are focused on coyotes. And our coyote population is robust and healthy, and they're doing great. So we don't think there's any impacts from things like contests.
What about the social impact? I know some people don't care for that. Is that good, bad, otherwise?
The social impact?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are opposed to this, nighttime, night vision, thermal optics, this sort of thing.
Yeah, so he was asking about the social impacts and how some people are opposed to things like night vision, and how does that play in. That, again, is a social data point that we try to collect. We actually, during some economics work, asked the general public how they felt about hunting contests for coyotes and raccoons and things like that, and the people of Indiana were actually neutral about it. So we actually don't, there's definitely people who don't like that particular activity. That's true of almost anything. There's people who don't like off-roading, There's people who don't like horses being on trails. There's always pros and cons. Again, I was trying to find balance and find that middle ground. But we know the people of Indiana generally are neutral on the topic of contests. I don't know that we have specific data on their views toward night vision. I don't think we've asked that at this point. But I actually don't hear a lot of negative feedback about those activities so far in my job.
Are bears within your jurisdiction, and if so, what are we doing about those? And
So-
they seem to be taking swimming vacations down near the Evansville area and stuff, but is that where bears are coming from?
Yeah, so I think now with the microphone, probably everybody heard that. It was about bears. So bears are technically with our mammologist, Brad Westridge. But I do know right now, I think we've had 5 bears confirmed in the state since 2015. They're a rare visitor. We don't have established populations. Typically what we see is young males who are here for like a week or two and then they move on. We have had one up in the northern part of the state around like St. Joe County, but most of the rest of them have been southern Indiana, honestly kind of near Louisville. They're probably Kentucky bears coming up for the most part, though the last one we had we think was a Missouri bear, because they tracked it coming around St. Louis, across Illinois. It came into Indiana, eight beehives. It was here 2 days, and then it went to Kentucky. So this is why I always tell people conflicts do not equal population size, because we had one bear for 2 days, and he knocked out a bunch of beehives. But that bear wound up going back to Kentucky. So it was that's pretty much what we see right now is short-term young males on a walkabout, and they're like, there are no ladies here, and then they move on. So.
Obviously, the bobcat discussion has been quite robust recently.
Yeah.
And you see different thoughts from different communities, I guess. What do you think the impact of trail cams, doorbell cameras, and all of that plays into people's kind of assumptions about bobcat populations?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a big part of it. Not actually just with bobcats, but with things like coyotes too. I feel like I have noticed anecdotally a phenomenon where there's a lot more people being like, there's a coyote in my yard, you need to do something about it. And it's because their Ring doorbell picked one up at 3 a.m. I'm like, I guarantee that coyote's been in your yard for 20 years. You just didn't know until you got the camera that told you it was there at 3 a.m. So there's definitely some more awareness there. I think it has helped, like our mammal report that I showed, like probably the reason we are able to get so many bobcat reports that we can confirm is because of this proliferation of trail cameras out in the landscape. So people have cameras out in their woods, they know some of the animals moving through, and when they get some of these species, they can report them to us, where normally people wouldn't be seeing them very often. Like bobcats can be active during the day, but mostly they're active at night. So there's not a lot of people who are just like wandering around the woods at 2 a.m. that are gonna just like come across the bobcat. But things like trail cameras help us understand those counties that they're moving into and things like that, and a lot of that is based on trail cameras. So, but I think it definitely makes some people perceive that there's a lot of bobcats, but like bobcats are stable and healthy, especially in southern Indiana, and they're thriving and growing in northern Indiana, but they're not the same density as coyotes at this point, right? But if you're getting the same bobcat on your camera like once a week, you're like, these bobcats are everywhere, like, because our human brain just fills in those kinds of gaps for us. So it can make some people think they're more common, but also if you have a trail camera out and you're not getting a bobcat, you can be like, there are no bobcats here. We have 0 bobcats because they don't see them. So our brains do a lot of filling in, but that's, again, my job is trying to find that middle ground. It's about balancing those benefits. So we like hearing both of those sides and trying to figure out how we can find compromise, like the representative was talking about earlier. Like, you're not gonna make everyone happy, but is there a middle ground that we can come to a compromise on that lets our populations be healthy and robust, but still allows outdoor opportunity?
Question? Coming.
Follow-up bear question. Given that a lot of the nearby states, I'm okay.
You okay?
Nearby states have fairly healthy populations, what are the odds of the black bear reintroducing themselves to Indiana?
So the question was, what is the likelihood of bears reintroducing themselves, kind of like bobcats did eventually, knowing that a lot of states around us are seeing robust populations? I think it'll probably happen eventually. We did write a paper where we kind of, we modeled out potential black bear habitat. And we do have some good black bear habitat in the state, especially the southern part of the state. Right now, established populations, for the most part, are southern Missouri, eastern Kentucky, southeastern Ohio. And the thing is, it's really easy to get young males in. The hard part is females, because they don't disperse as far. You know, a female cub is usually settling within, 50 to 100 miles of where they were born. So the limiting factor there is females kind of moving toward us slowly, and that's when we eventually would get an established population. I couldn't give you a timeline. Is it gonna be 20 years? Is it gonna be 40 years? I don't know, but bears are doing well. We do have some habitat that I think would probably support them. So it's a very real possibility that we will see them expand back at some point. Yeah. What, lions? Those are African, we don't have them. We don't have established populations of mountain lions, which I assume is what you're asking about. The closest breeding population of mountain lions is in Nebraska. They're flirting with whether they have some in Missouri, but they haven't been able to confirm kittens at this point yet. We have only actually confirmed one mountain lion in the state of Indiana, and that one, we have some suggestion that it might have been a captive escapee held illegally kind of situation, and that was in 2009 in like Greene County. So we are probably going to have a mountain lion moving through. Illinois had a couple of them. They've had some in like Tennessee. Again, young males will move really far, and then they realize there's no females around, and they go back to where they came from for the most part. But so far, we haven't confirmed really any except that one here in Indiana. With the proliferation of trail cameras and things like that, we think if one does move through, we will probably know about it. Iowa gets pretty regular reports of mountain lions, but they're a little far away from us yet, and we don't get them as often as we do black bears. The UP of Michigan. Well, actually, I don't know if they've confirmed breeding in the UP of Michigan. I think they get young. They've had a few young males move through the Lower Peninsula, but they have not confirmed reproduction in the Lower Peninsula. I'm not actually sure they've confirmed reproduction in the Northern Peninsula or the Upper Peninsula, but they do get regular reports there. Northern Wisconsin, Minnesota, those are mostly the populations coming over from the Dakotas where they're pretty well established. I'm trying to think if even Minnesota's confirmed reproductive female, and I can't remember off the top of my head. So, but we'll probably have a young male move through eventually. I think it'll be a lot longer for us to see kind of established populations. That is probably our second most commonly reported species, but they're always house cats. A lot of people see a house cat from like 300 yards away and they're like, mountain lion, and it's a house cat. So, yeah.
Okay, go. Okay, I have a question about wild turkeys. I manage a park in Marion County that's fairly isolated, but it's along a river and a wildlife corridor. We've seen a single wild turkey last summer, and we were under the assumption that it had moved into that area naturally. I've heard a lot of concerns about there only being one. Would you say that it's a concern, or is the assumption that it moved in there naturally probably correct?
Yeah, I would not say it's a concern. You'd hope they find friends eventually. It is also possible, though, that some of the heritage turkey breeds look exactly like wild turkeys. So it is not impossible if it was just one hanging out by itself that it was some sort of release or captive escapee. That's not impossible. It could just, again, be like a young male who's like, do I like it over here? Because there are some turkey populations in Marion County. So it could be that like it'll eventually go back to Eagle Creek Park or something like that where there's bigger groups of turkeys, or friends will join it and you'll get a turkey flock. But it is also a possibility, and you actually can't really tell there's certain heritage breeds, you can't really easily tell them apart. Even genetically, you can't easily tell them apart. So couldn't rule out that it was just someone's pet turkey that they're like, I am tired of this turkey, and let it go in a natural space, AKA your park. But if it's a wild turkey, then hopefully it eventually finds friends and maybe brings them to you, which would be fun.
Could you tell us about the state of the bald eagle?
So that's our ornithologist, Allison Gillett, is the eagle expert. My bird knowledge is very limited and mostly to turkeys. Honestly, my background's all fur bearers. I've only had turkeys about a year now. But the last I have heard, bald eagles are doing very well. We've seen increases. We get a lot more nesting reports. They're pretty common sightings, so they seem to be thriving in Indiana, from what I know. Can I give you deep details of like where and all that? No, but bald eagles seem to be doing great. We're getting a lot more reports, a lot more nesting, so they seem to be doing really well. One more over here. Do we have time?
Question? Who had a question? There you go, ma'am.
How's the beaver management going?
Yeah, so
Better?
beaver management's going, I think it's going pretty great. Beaver, definitely another one of those species that can elicit a lot of feelings, right? So they're an interesting one. There's been a big focus on beaver lately, especially. I think there's been like a couple books and things that have come out that have really popularized them. There's a lot happening out west with beavers, because beavers in some of those western mountain systems really can help in some of our desert systems out west. It can be really important for restoring wetlands and some of these drier landscapes, some of these fast-moving mountain rivers. That's not the case in the east, though. We've had long established beaver populations. Beavers were one of the first species we reintroduced in Indiana back in the 30s. We got beavers from Wisconsin and maybe a few from Michigan. And they've been long established. They provide a lot of great quality habitat, but they can also cause problems if they're flooding roads and things like that. So we try to find a balance there too of having beavers where they're providing good, but if they're causing infrastructure flooding problems, giving people options to try to remove those beaver and the dams that are causing those issues. So I think we're hitting a pretty good middle ground personally on beavers. So we give people options to have both depending on, you know, the landscape goals and potential issues, potential for conflicts and things like that. So, but I think it's doing pretty well. Beavers are doing well in Indiana. So. Okay, any other questions? All right, thanks.
Thank you, Jerry Ann, and I think that's a perfect example of how awesome our DNR staff are. She's so knowledgeable. She does such a great job, obviously very passionate, but you heard something which is real. She has to balance a lot of different views on these things, particularly when we're in the consumptive, non-consumptive sphere. That's a big part of what they do, and I've worked in and around a lot of DNRs in this country. They are as responsive as any DNR I've come across, so I think we're just incredibly, incredibly fortunate to have them. Okay, so you have a 15-minute break. Promptly come back. We have one more great speaker, but bid. This is your last break to bid. There's awesome stuff. Everything has a bid on it, so if you have bid, make sure you haven't been outbid, and if you haven't bid, what are you doing? So thank you guys, and enjoy 15 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to give a little bit of background as to one of the many reasons our next speaker is here. So the Indiana Wildlife Federation is the state affiliate of the Indiana state affiliate of the National Wildlife Federation. So you heard, I don't remember who it was now. Oh, it was the Plues. Their kids grew up on Ranger Rick. Ranger Rick is the symbol of National Wildlife Federation, right? So that is our overarching umbrella. We are the state affiliate. There are 52, so all 50 states, and then Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands have chapters, various things. We are kind of the historical model, a federation of sporting clubs is how this started. There are some that are single issue entities. The one, I believe it's out in Oregon, is focused entirely on steelheaders. New Jersey is the Cape May Audubon Center, so they are more singularly focused than a group like us. But it is this big, messy family that comes together and tries to do things both at the state and the federal level. So our next speaker, Edie Juneau, is coming to us by way of the National Wildlife Federation. Edie's work focuses on policy related to forest stewardship, natural climate solutions, and land use. Prior to joining NWF, she worked at the World Resources Institute, researching forest ecosystem services, and with the National Park Service. She holds a BS in biology and earned her master's degree in conservation ecology and environmental policy at the University of Michigan. So unlike Chip, go blue, or unlike Cliff, go blue, where her thesis focused on forest restoration. Edie is a wealth of knowledge. I call on her from time to time when there's a bill, even in our state house, that I want a really smart person on forest impacts insight. There's a bunch of them in this state, and she is an out-of-state resource that is great for us as well. So please give a warm welcome to Edie, and I'm looking forward to her talk.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here today. I'm so excited to join you, and as a bonus, got to hold one of the recording snakes, so that was a great, little perk today. I am coming to you from the DC area, so I'll talk a little bit about policy, see what we can cover, and try to leave some time for questions at the end. And the kind of overarching theme today will just be the threats and opportunities that are facing forests right now. And, of course, all of that relates to the forest organisms that we've talked about today as well. Dan already gave a great preview, of course, on the National Wildlife Federation and what we do. You've seen the Ranger Rick, magazine. A lot of you grew up on that. I know I did as well. We also do the wildlife habitat certification. But there are a lot of other things that we do, both direct on-the-ground work in some states and regions, and a lot of policy advocacy, supporting education actually in K through 12 schools, all sorts of things. And we kind of work across 3 pillars to try to work on wildlife, climate change, and making communities more resilient. So not just wildlife, even though that is in our name, but we do a little bit more than that. As Dan mentioned, we have affiliates across the United States, and our affiliates are really what make us strong, make us effective, and we are, so grateful to them and all of the insight they give us, the ideas, and the ways that we can work together to do things at both the state and federal level. So again, I'll start off by just going through some of the key issues right now in the world of forests, climate, all of that sort of thing, how that is kind of informing our work and what we prioritize, and then we'll move into policy opportunities and priorities, again, at the kind of 30,000-foot level. And I did try to tailor this to make it as Indiana relevant as possible, but if I have gotten over my skis and anyone wants to correct me on anything, please do so. And if there's anything that you think, well, that doesn't look like Indiana, it's probably not. I am going to talk a little bit about international forests across the United States, and our forests here in the Midwest as well. And I will just say, I did live off that road that we will not name that Cliff was calling out earlier. I am a Midwesterner myself, so yeah, coming to this, happy to be here for all that. All right, well, the title's a little bit messed up, but the role of forests, I won't dive into this or spend too much time because we've already talked a lot about how important forests are for wildlife, water regulation, nutrient cycling. There are so many things that forests do for people, timber provisioning, supporting local economies. It runs through all of these things. One thing we haven't talked as much about yet today is the role of forests in climate change, both in preventing further warming and in adapting to warming or changes that have already occurred. So if we're looking at this from a very kind of global perspective, at that very high level, we see a couple different opportunities that are out there to take advantage of what forests can do to sequester and store carbon. The kind of biggest one, and it's actually also often the easiest and most cost-effective one, is to conserve existing forests, especially tropical forests and boreal forests. Even in temperate regions, the majority of carbon is stored in the soil. And so sometimes, even though we can, have trees regrow, if we've disturbed the soil really significantly during harvest, that's carbon that we're not going to be able to recapture in, decades or even centuries in some cases. So where possible, conserving those existing high-value forests. There's also opportunities to plant trees or afforest, and afforestation, planting of trees in places where they historically haven't been, can be quite unhelpful, and we'll talk about that a little bit more later too. Improving forest management practices, just to make sure we're not doing things that are, again, needlessly exacerbating the problem, and then expanding and maintaining our urban forests and other green infrastructure. And, again, I think forests get a lot of focus for their mitigation opportunities and potential, but the resilience is really huge as well, and arguably, more important in many ways to make sure that both wildlife and human communities can continue to thrive in this changing world. So this is, we'll add this to the list of kind of intimidating looking slides for the day, but stick with me. So what we have here is a figure from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's most recent report, and I was able to be there in Switzerland when they finalized this in 2023. It was a really cool experience. And this figure is a little bit, there's a lot going on here, but I like to show it just because I think it illustrates really well. If we look here, we've got in blue, really, really cheap things. This is all ways that we can mitigate climate change in the next 5 years, in 10 years or so when it was written. And then red is pretty expensive, still technically classified as affordable in the grand scheme of things. That's less than $200 per ton. And so what we can see here is, total potential for sequestering carbon in terms of gigatons of carbon of CO2 equivalent over the next few years. Wind and solar energies are the big opportunities, right? But down here within the red, you can see, again, reduced conversion of ecosystems, reduced loss of ecosystem is the big potential. And with that error bar, it could potentially be the biggest opportunity that we have. You'll also see, sequestering more carbon in agricultural soils. And then we've got, reforestation, restoration, and improved forest management following close behind. And so what I'm really just trying to show you here is, this is a big opportunity. In the grand scheme of things, we think a lot about energy and changing our energy sources and consumption patterns, but this could be a really important way, a piece of the puzzle. And maybe a simpler way of saying that is just with these words here, which is to say that, halting the loss and degradation of these ecosystems could provide potentially up to a third of the, mitigation that we need to do in the next few years. And I put some emphasis on the word potentially there because there are some caveats here. There are real limits to what forests can do at the same time. Just like us, ecosystems are vulnerable to climate change impacts. They can be disturbed by these impacts. We've got a hurricane up here in parts of the country. Hurricanes are growing stronger or having impacts, further up the East Coast and could actually be negating some of the carbon sequestration that forests do on an annual basis. Again, that idea of replacing grassland with forest could be really unhelpful as well. Forests have a different albedo, different reflective level than grasslands do, and so there could be some actual unintended consequences where we're kind of warming up ecosystems or trapping more of that heat in the atmosphere. And of course, could be really harmful to wildlife. We know that grasslands are a very imperiled ecosystem and one to prioritize. So we don't want to be doing forests at the expense of grassland, surely. And I'll just kind of tick through a couple of the general climate change impacts, across the U.S. or globally that we can expect to see in the coming years, coming century even. So we've got, warmer temperatures on the horizon. The air may not be holding as much moisture as it could be holding. That's the vapor pressure deficit. More frequent and more intense droughts, longer duration droughts. Wildfire seasons that are maybe starting earlier, more intense wildfires. A lot of variation and erratic precipitation, which can also be really hard both for human communities and for ecosystems to handle when we've got these big fluctuations in rainfall, periods without it, and then a sudden intense storm. Phenological mismatches, when organisms are not lining up with each other based on certain cues, the way that they have in the past. We may have insects, but the birds aren't there yet, or blossoms, but the insects aren't there, those sorts of things. Shifting species ranges, and the possibility for pests and pathogens and invasive species to gain footholds or expand their ranges. And in the context of Indiana specifically, a few things that we can expect are a greater number of days where we're exceeding 95 degrees Fahrenheit in the summer, wetter springs with more rainfall in the spring on average and more intense storms. And again, lots of implications there for riparian ecosystems, communities when it comes to runoff, pests and pathogens. Some of them really thrive in those wet conditions as well. More severe droughts in summer and lower summer precipitation overall. And that back and forth, again, the kind of wetter spring and then drier summer, that can cause a lot of stress for organisms. Northward shifts in distributions for pests, as I mentioned, and this all could kind of lead to shifts in suitability of range for key forest species or acute water stress for some individuals. And one of the papers referenced down there that's kind of hard to see is actually, I think you're featured on it, Dr. Zollner, but talks a lot about that. So if you're interested, it's a great one on kind of what might be happening for forests in Indiana in the near future. But of course, as almost everybody's already said, it's not just climate change affecting our forests, and certainly that's not what I'm trying to say here. These forests look dramatically different than they did before European settlement. Up in the upper left, we've got some of those mature, old, original chestnut trees, which are now long gone. We've got English ivy, the bane of many of us, especially on the East Coast. It is so bad down in the Virginia area for sure. We have insects that are defoliators, and as many have already talked about, a very different landscape in some areas. This is kind of a very open oak savanna, which might be one of the other sorts of ecosystems that may have arisen from indigenous peoples' management practices and interventions in the landscape. And then, of course, we have our friend, the white-tailed deer, who, again, may be really altering forest composition and interfering with recruitment. And I swear we are not all being paid by Big Passenger Pigeon to talk about this today. That was there. But, the loss of wildlife also kind of plays an underappreciated role here. Beavers, as was pointed out by Jerry Ann just now, maybe not such a problem in the last century here, but had been extirpated from other parts of the country. We've got the loss of seed-eating species, both birds and mammals. And the 2022 study that is also hard to see down there that I reference estimates that as much as, that because of the loss of seed-eating plants and, seed-eating birds and mammals, plants are really losing a lot of their ability to track climate change and move, right? So these species are helping the trees, which are not mobile organisms, to get to new suitable habitats, find those climate refugia, et cetera. And then I won't rehash the passenger pigeon, but another huge piece of this puzzle could have been the loss of species that were, I guess, almost like an ecosystem engineer in this case, depending on how you want to look at it, but certainly potentially contributing to fuel loads and all sorts of things. Okay, invasive species, this is just one more that I wanted to really highlight. I think it's something the Federation has worked on a lot in the past, and we really continue to see as a major problem. These figures are all from the most recent report by the Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. And so around the world, across all of the various biomes, there are more than 37,000 invasive species, and about 200 new ones are popping up every year. I'm sure those are underestimates, and I'm not really sure how they could accurately be tracking that. But I think the economic impacts here are stunning. The costs have quadrupled every decade since 1970, and there's no sign of that slowing down. In fact, it's very likely to increase. And this body of experts from around the world really kind of came to the conclusion that our policies to address these issues and the implementation of those policies are really kind of falling short, and we're seeing these very dramatic changes. And again, with climate change and other types of global change, urbanization, all sorts of things, we can expect these impacts to continue to increase. And there are things we can do, but maybe we're not really taking full advantage of those options right now. And again, everybody teed me up really nicely, and I feel like I'm really just kind of beating the drum on a lot of this, but humans have been in these landscapes for millennia. They have been influencing them. Cultural burning, as was mentioned, shaped our forests, our savannas, our grasslands, not maybe every single inch of every state in this part of the country, but certainly huge areas of them. And at the same time, sorry that's kind of blocking that as well, land use change is also having some big impacts here and continues to. Other activities since European settlement have influenced the landscape, and that includes conversion of land to agricultural uses, logging and high grading, and selectively, removing some of certain species or, high quality individuals from any given species. Fragmentation, which was really demonstrated nicely in another of Jerry Ann's photos a second ago. Impacts of recreation and fire suppression have all altered forests across the whole continent. I think this figure is kind of interesting. This was from a Forest Service report. And you can see we did level off there. We've had kind of a stable area of forests since the beginning of the 20th century. But that doesn't mean it's the same forest that we had before, right? And I think this figure also kind of puts into scale the loss that we had. That same report remarked that was equivalent to, for the last half of the 19th century there, we were losing 13 square miles of forest every day for 50 years. So that was, just being harvested and or converted into agriculture. So again, a huge footprint of humanity since European settlement here. So where does this kind of leave us, the Federation? How do we sort of think about these things? I mean, it's clear that there is a need for a new paradigm and a different way of thinking about things. We're facing kind of an unprecedented level of threats, and a lot of them are interacting threats. Some of them, are synergistic and they intensify one another. We're facing novel climate conditions or novel assemblages in some systems. And so we've been working for a long time, led by our great team of scientists and experts in this space on kind of climate-informed conservation, restoration, et cetera. And so I'll just highlight a couple of principles from a recent report we did, which was called Toward a Shared Understanding of Climate-Smart Restoration in America's National Forests. We did this in coordination with TNC and American Forests, and it really focused on public lands, but I think a lot of these principles apply just as well to private lands. But look to the future while learning from the past, and this is kind of capturing, again, that idea that we can't really go back to where we were necessarily. Sometimes we've lost key species, but that can give us a good direction of where we want to go, and we need to keep in mind future climates, future conditions that we can anticipate. Restore and manage forests in the context of larger landscapes and longer time frames. And this ties back again to that mosaic theme that was just featured in our last session and has been really described all day. Creating that heterogeneity across the landscape can really be a helpful way to not only provide really important wildlife habitat, but kind of increase resilience or prevent a single disturbance event from wiping out such a large area. Maybe some different species or communities have a little bit more resilience to it, different age classes. All those things can make sure that we're not just seeing one event come through and knock out a ton of habitat and a ton of ecosystem services at once. Again, agile planning and management approaches, embracing uncertainty. I think we just need to have some humility in this moment that we really don't always know what's going to happen and what's coming our way, and that's a tough one, especially when we are looking to decision makers as experts, but recognizing that there is going to be uncertainty and trying to build uncertainty into our plans can be really important. Optimize rather than maximize carbon sequestration opportunities. So again, despite the fact that forests really are important to helping us mitigate climate change, and we can't get there without mitigation that does happen in the land sector, we also don't necessarily need to be maximizing every opportunity. Sometimes we're going to have to emit some carbon in the near term, perhaps in a prescribed burn or another situation, in order to have that longer term resilience. And then the last thing is just to enhance collaboration. This is hard work, it's ongoing work, and collaboration is a great way to make things go smoother. I guess I would like to posit that maybe one of the best things we can do to help forests right now is to mitigate climate change because of all of these impacts that I just listed, because of the ways that they will exacerbate other stressors, including invasive species, including fragmentation, and so forth. But I think in addition to that, there are lots of management strategies and actions that we can take to help forests thrive. This includes those adaptive management interventions where we're learning by doing. This includes the use of prescribed fire, beneficial fire, and cultural burning led by tribes, ways that we can emulate natural disturbance patterns. And another kind of key thing here is capacity at nurseries. There's been some great research that has really put a spotlight on how we have a pretty limited number of species that we cultivate and not a lot of genetic diversity of those species. And that's going to cause problems if we're trying to reforest in different areas. We've got a lot of the economically significant species, but not necessarily the ones that are going to, be thriving in every region in future decades. So that's another area where more work is needed, and then potentially assisted migration and plantings, which can be a little bit controversial, but is becoming, I think, a little bit more mainstream or interesting to a lot of folks. And so the pictures there, again, we've got the prescribed burn, and the possibility of transitioning from a beech and sugar maple system into an oak system. Again, not only because these systems provide a lot of great wildlife value, and not only because they were here before, but the oak, who can tolerate drought, who can tolerate fire a little better, might actually be the better species to have in place in future decades as well. So we've got to think, forward as we're making decisions in restoration projects and that sort of thing. And so I think this has also been a kind of through line in the previous presentations, but I'd just like to put it out there that, you know, in a world that is changing very rapidly, we have to realize that no action is also an action at this point. These systems are very disturbed. They're not, you know, pristine, untouched wilderness. We've really had a lot of interference in these systems already. And so if we're going to choose no action or hands-off approach, that may be the right thing to do in some systems, but there are plenty of other systems where we might need to do some invasive species removal, to do some prescribed burning, whatever it might be, to impart a bit more resilience on the system and make sure that we can continue to enjoy those ecosystem services for years to come. So here we'll transition into the kind of policy side of things, and I've kind of split this up into 6 buckets. So we've got incentives for private landowners, the Farm Bill, which is, you know, a fun, big, giant bill, and if any of you deal with that at all, you'll know what interesting few years it's been watching that unfold. Responsible supply chains and procurement policies, climate resilience and conservation on public lands, robust funding for urban forests, and then voluntary carbon markets as well, which are going to be increasingly, I think, a part of the conversation. And I guess before I dive into this, you know, policy piece, I'd also just like to, I guess, give a status update on where we're at the federal level. You know, there's been a lot of confusion and you know, just changes in the last few days. And I'm coming from, you know, within the Beltway to tell you that your guess is as good as mine on how a lot of this will unfold, right? There's just a lot of uncertainty right now. We can talk about that more in the questions if there's any interest, but suffice it to say that there have already been, you know, potentially some interruptions in funding flows to some programs, and we'll just have to continue to see how that plays out. But it may be a slightly more challenging landscape for conservation funding on the whole. Okay, so incentives for private landowners. About a third of the US is forested, and about 60% of that land is privately owned. So of course, this is a huge opportunity. I know that the Forest Legacy Program already received a shout out earlier today too, so that's a program that helps landowners to protect private working lands that yield a public benefit of some sort. So that's just one example of how the Forest Service helps private landowners to conserve their lands and the value there. The Inflation Reduction Act from a few years ago also resulted in a large historical infusion of funding in a lot of these programs and in opportunities for private landowners. So there was a lot of funding made available to help those who were trying to do some sort of management practices to increase carbon sequestration or improve resilience in their landscape. And then we'll talk a little bit more about the Farm Bill. And the Farm Bill, that umbrella does include some of the things like voluntary conservation easements, which can be a really important tool for forests, and have some tweaks around how people can participate in voluntary carbon markets. I'll just add that on the conservation easement front, we're very interested in finding ways, whether it's at the state level in a targeted way, or tweaks at the federal level that might help to remove or reduce some of the barriers to conservation easements, maybe covering transaction costs, all those sorts of things. So another thing that we could talk about more after. Voluntary carbon markets, this is probably gonna be the most technical and potentially boring slide of my presentation. These are, you know, I think they've been in the news long enough that most folks will be, you know, relatively familiar with them. Voluntary carbon markets are a way for people to generate, you know, some income or kind of offset the costs of some of their conservation practices potentially, or improved forest management practices when they sell a credit, which is equivalent to, you know, carbon that is kind of offsetting carbon that would have been emitted by an industrial polluter, for example. Sell that to them, and that money can be used to support conservation practices. You know, whether or not you like them or don't, they're kind of already out there. It's happening. And so from our perspective, where we're at is really focusing on increasing the integrity or the quality of these credits wherever we're interacting with this policy or this topic in policy. And so again, the idea here is that somebody has paid you to sequester a ton of carbon by, using your forest landscape, right? What we want to make sure is that that is permanent or something close to permanent. That's already a tricky proposition when we're talking about forests, as we've already talked about all day today. But let's say, for the sake of argument, 100 years is permanent, and so we want to make sure that we're good keeping that carbon in the forest for 100 years. We want to make sure it's additional. That means the activity that you've just undertaken wouldn't have happened in the absence of the money from the carbon market. You wouldn't have done that if somebody hadn't paid you that $10, $50 to do it. Verifiable, we need to be able to check it. Enforceable, it can't be sold in 2 different markets. And then real, again, it just needs to have actually happened. Pretty basic, but you'd be surprised. And ideally, provides co-benefits and happens in the same time that the emission is occurring. Without getting into any of the weeds on any of this, this has just been a more prominent part of the climate mitigation conservation in the last 5 or 6 years, and we can expect it to become even more so in the next year or so, and that's because the global climate change talks and the global climate pact is moving forward with a kind of global universal carbon market idea, and so there will be people all around the world who are interested in purchasing credits, or people might want to sell to those to that market. So expect that to be a little bit more of a thing this year. Again, our concerns are integrity. Do folks have access to markets as well? If any of you have considered this option, you'll know that it can be a little bit intimidating to get involved. There are a lot of requirements for MMRV, measurement, monitoring, reporting, and verification that can be a barrier to especially small landholders. And we also want to make sure it's not a replacement to action elsewhere. This doesn't mean we don't need to do things in other sectors of the economy to cut emissions, right? And I think that also underscores the importance of some of the programs of the Forest Service, like the Forest Inventory and Analysis Program. We need to have good data and, again, be able to know what's really happening on the landscape if this is going to be a worthwhile pursuit. Okay, the Farm Bill. So the Farm Bill is generally, it is how many folks know what the Farm Bill is or have like a good, okay, so some half, okay. This is a big monster of a bill, and it's generally one that gets a lot of bipartisan support or kind of, escapes some of the gridlock of Congress because it includes a whole bunch of things, and therefore it needs to pass, right? So they do, they get it done. It provides, all sorts of support for farmers, provides support for SNAP, everything. We were due for a new one. It was set to expire in 2023. And just really in the last few years, it just has been a struggle for various reasons. We have not gotten over the line with that. And unfortunately, now that we have a new Congress, just because of the way this whole process works, we have new ranking members and chair people of the relevant committees in the Senate and the House. And it'll be interesting to see how they choose to proceed. They might kind of want to redo some of it. We're kind of maybe not starting from scratch, hopefully, but this whole process is just not moving as smoothly as it could have, and we've just been having extensions of the old one to kind of get us through as a stopgap. What does that have to do with forests? Forests appear in several different titles of the Farm Bill, and it kind of manifests as all the different ways that the federal government generally supports forests, whether it is providing support for research, providing direction or funding for how federal forests are managed. Even international forestry assistance can be in the Farm Bill. There is a whole forestry title where a lot of Forest Services stuff is captured. Forests also fall into the umbrella of a lot of the different conservation programs, some of which, again, have already been referenced today. And then there are other kind of oddball things like the Lacey Act amendments, which were, a way to make sure that we're not importing illegally treated wildlife and illegally harvested wood or rare species, all that sort of stuff. So it's kind of a grab bag at times. So for us, with the Farm Bill, our main concern is really right now just protecting conservation funding. That is the key. There was, again, an enormous historic infusion of funding from the Inflation Reduction Act, $20 billion. We would love to see that money stay in the Farm Bill. Farm Bill conservation programs are wildly oversubscribed. When the money that has already, been given out to offices came in, we didn't see that number go down. It's like the more money we have, the more people want. There is just huge demand for these programs, right? So that remains, our priority from the Federation. There are several, specific programs, as I've said, that really provide opportunities for forests. The Healthy Forest Reserve Program is kind of limited in scope. I think it's only in 12 states or so at this moment. But that's a cool program that really provides direct support, financial assistance, and technical assistance, I believe, to landowners who are looking to improve habitat for threatened and endangered species, or increase biodiversity in some other way. So it's really targeted towards that habitat application. But there are other programs, a whole slew of them, that could encompass forests in some way or another, such as EQIP, providing support for putting in a riparian buffer on the edge of your farm next to the stream, or putting in windbreaks, all these sorts of things that might encompass trees. This year, or in this Farm Bill cycle, there's also been a proposal for a forest conservation easement program to really kind of increase the ability to put forest land in under easement programs. And it'll be interesting to kind of see how that plays out. That would subsume the Healthy Forest Reserve Program. Funding for that could be an issue, so we'll kind of have to wait and see. Agroforestry for diversification and resilience. That's been another kind of big hot topic with climate stuff. But it is worth noting, of course, that again, trees don't belong in every single system. Our grasslands are our most imperiled terrestrial ecosystem, and our grassland birds, as Alan showed first thing this morning, are being hit the hardest of any group of birds in terms of declines. And so, we don't want to see people putting up a bunch of trees in the Great Plains and creating a great perch for a bunch of predators for all of these species, but we do want to see people doing agroforestry where it makes sense. I mentioned earlier nurseries and stock and increasing species diversity. The Farm Bill also includes a lot of programs that can support innovative applications for wood products, which can be helpful for both rural economies and reducing our reliance on imported wood products. Invasive species and urban forests also can fall within this giant mammoth bill. So climate resilience and conservation on public lands is the next bucket we'll talk about. Without getting, again, too much into the weeds on any of it, over the last few years, we saw an effort by the last administration to really move forward with conserving old growth and mature forests, specifically old growth forests. They did undertake a lot of big tasks and did accomplish some noteworthy things. One of those was an old growth inventory where they did kind of break out. They took on the philosophical question we discussed earlier, right, of what is an old growth forest, and they kind of broke that down across the country. I think they came up with like 250 technical definitions that state by state, region by region would give you indicators of what to look for in a given system because, of course, there is a lot of variation across the country in what an old growth forest actually looks like. At this time, though, with this new administration, those efforts are kind of, the effort was withdrawn at the end of the last administration, and so we'll kind of have to wait and see where and how that goes forward. But again, given the risks that are out there, climate resilience in our national forests should certainly be a priority. Ecological restoration and tribal coast stewardship is a topic I don't have, the time to give a fair overview of today, but this remains a huge priority of the Federation as well. Tribes and indigenous communities really have kind of pioneered adaptive management. They've always been working really closely with ecosystems and understanding, the interplay between humans and ecosystems, and there's a lot to be learned there. And right now as well, there are a couple different proposals in play that would help to expedite forest management, reduce wildfire risk, all these sorts of things. Again, a lot of room for debate there about what is needed to kind of move this process ahead, what is needed to meet the moment in terms of the risks that we're facing on the landscape. But I will say, yeah, some of that could relate to bedrock environmental laws or changing judicial review. There's a lot happening in that space, and it'll be one to watch over the next few years. There is a National Prescribed Fire Act that has been introduced. That's another exciting one in our view, ways to kind of help reduce barriers, make sure that we have, the safety, nets in place, and the kinds of opportunities for learning and research. And then I'll just highlight quickly too, watershed restoration and protection. More of a focus out west, but we do have a really cool little wing of NWF that works on beaver restoration and introducing them into ecosystems, and also works on conflict resolution, because as we said, beavers can be a little bit, not everybody wants a beaver around. But the reason that beavers relate so well to forests, especially in the West, is, by flooding habitat, they can create these little, again, fire refugia that don't burn and might be a place where wildlife might retreat to in a fire, but it also might be a place where seeds can be dispersed from and can kind of jumpstart the rest or the, regrowth process after a fire. Urban forests, another big priority from the Federation's perspective, and that's partially because more than 80% of the country lives in urban areas. And this doesn't have to be like a city in the New York City sense, but we do live there, and our forests within those spaces can still provide habitat, provide food for insects, all sorts of things, and offer a lot of value. There are huge health benefits. People generally prefer to be in cities and urban areas that have a lot of trees. They can help to reduce energy use. You don't need a spiel for why they're great, but suffice to say that they're really important, and they have a generally high return on investment for all of what we can get from them. But they do need that long-term maintenance, and so we can't just go in and put those trees in the ground and walk away, right? They can be really vulnerable to invasive species, especially if we've not done enough diversification when we've planted throughout a city. And they can also serve as the canary in the coal mine, as the city of Detroit did with emerald ash borer, where it was, I believe, first detected. And I'll just kind of end that with, right tree, right place, right? In urban areas, we just need to make sure that we're putting the right species there, that it's going to be the right species 10, 20, maybe 30 years from now, that it's not going to be producing pollen really heavily or doing these other things that we don't want from an urban tree. And again, this is generally, supported through USDA programs. Historically, it's been funded around $40 million a year. But through the Inflation Reduction Act, there was $1.5 billion of funding that were given out. And you might think, oh, that's a lot. But the value of proposals that they received from communities across the country was nearly $6.5 billion. So there is huge demand. Cities really want to do this stuff. And it's just really important for our communities to have these systems, and increasingly so, especially with extreme heat. And so, in various ways in the next few years, we'll continue to be working to find ways to support the workforce needed to maintain these forests. Wood reutilization programs are another exciting way to kind of offset some of the costs of urban forest management and stimulate local economies again. Managing invasive species, ideally not letting them get into the country in the first place would be great, because it's very hard to handle once they're here. Research and support for nurseries. They will also have unique needs for species and genetic diversity in the future. And then I think an opportunity here might be finding more state and private support for urban forests, however we can, especially if there might be a bit of a pullback in federal funding levels. All right, our last little topic here, we're going to the tropics. So a couple species, again, I don't know why we were all so in sync. I've got a cerulean warbler. I think that's our third of the, I'm not making any causal claims about any of these three species in terms of what is happening exactly in their habitat, but I show these three maps from Cornell of the cerulean warbler, the purple martin, and scarlet tanager to just kind of demonstrate that, what's happening down here does matter to us in the Midwest, Eastern United States. These birds, we kind of share them across the two regions, right? And despite the fact that, global deforestation peaked in the 80s, early 90s, we are still seeing some kind of troublingly high rates of primary forest loss in the tropical parts of the world. Most of this is not related to fire, although fire is also becoming increasingly a driver. So there's just, this isn't, on the whole, we are seeing some offsetting from temperate forestry growth, and that is helpful, but it's still not enough to offset what's happening around the world. And so that brings us to the topic of deforestation-free supply chains and procurement policies. Not all of that deforestation is driven by commodity production. Generally, the estimate's around like 40% of it is. So this is producing, whether it's minerals, whether it is, beef, palm oil, cocoa, all these sorts of things. They are often produced at low cost in tropical parts of the world. And some of that, is used domestically. Some of it is shipped internationally and ends up on the shelves of grocery stores in Indiana and Virginia and wherever else, right? A good chunk of that is also happening illegally and is tied to a lot of other kinds of issues, including, infringing on indigenous lands and all sorts of stuff. And so there's a couple levers in this space. One is working with companies and influencing companies to, step up their game, and that is something we do. We do, try to work to help them move forward. Another lever is, government policies or regulations to limit the amount of these products that could either enter a region, or maybe there's a fine on them or something along those lines. And consumer choices is also a third one, and consumer education. And so we kind of do work on all three of those. The interesting opportunity right now, state legislatures are toying with procurement policies. And so this is just, a policy that would require that anybody who is contracting with a state is able to demonstrate that their products are not, related to deforestation in the tropics, that they're not using illegally harvested tropical hardwoods, that sort of thing. The proposals that have been out there, some in New York, some in California, they generally also provide support to help small businesses comply, to make sure this isn't an unfair burden. But the situation right now is that, American producers of various products, not that we're, have a large cocoa production right now, but for those products that we do make here, they may be competing on a really unlevel or uneven playing field with producers in other parts of the world that are causing deforestation, right? And then there's also an exciting effort at the federal level called the Forest Act. And the Forest Act was introduced, it was a bipartisan, bicameral bill introduced by Senator Schatz of Hawaii and our own Senator Mike Braun here. And this would also help to combat illegal deforestation. It would target a handful of commodities: cattle, palm oil, soy, rubber, and cocoa. And again, require companies to be able to demonstrate that the products that they're importing were not tied to illegal deforestation specifically. So again, in this space, a lot of opportunity here. We know that the loss of these forests really is related to not only huge carbon emissions, but loss of, often irreplaceable loss of extremely biodiverse habitat. And so, and at the same time, making it harder for responsible producers around the world and in the United States to compete. So another area with a lot of potential. I'll just quickly tick through a few other relevant priorities. Recovering America's Wildlife Act, I would be remiss if I didn't highlight that as one of our flagship priorities, of course. The North American Grasslands Conservation Act. Alan also highlighted the success of the North American Wetland Conservation Act in helping waterfowl to, waterfowl is the trend that is not going in the same direction as a lot of the other species, and we think some of that is due to the very successful wetlands conservation program. And so we'd like to replicate that with grasslands, providing another option for voluntary, easements or technical assistance to help those with grassland to do something similar. Again, on invasive species, Native American Seeds Act, Ohio River Restoration Program, Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, we have another bite at the apple there, and continuing to support decision-based, science-based decision-making in all of these areas. So just to kind of leave you here, I would say, near and far, it's very clear that forests are facing threats, and again, these are often kind of happening at an unprecedented rate of change. They may be interacting with each other and exacerbating each other. And there's really no sign that this will be slowing down anytime soon. But that being said, there are ways that we can, take steps to prevent further losses and protect ecosystems. And state and local action to enhance forest resilience is going to become, I think, increasingly important, especially if we have, again, a slight withdrawal at the federal level of some of the support for these programs. So. They're hard to see the titles there, but a couple of resources I'd recommend too. Again, that report on climate smart restoration is great. If you want to learn more about our Farm Bill priorities from good old 2023, we have those on our website as well. And I think this report, which was called Braiding Indigenous and Western Knowledge to support climate resilient forests, was a recent effort from a really cool interdisciplinary team of Indigenous knowledge holders and academics and Forest Service practitioners that has a wealth of knowledge on ecocultural restoration and how Indigenous, climate adaptation can unfold. So that is it, but yeah, thank you. Sure.
You talked about the USDA grants, and I know some of those grants have been awarded here in Indiana for urban forestry, but not all the funds have been dispersed. Do you have a sense whether Trump's going to try to block dispersal of those funds for grants that are already awarded to cities like South Bend?
Yeah, there's a lot of uncertainty right now. I definitely can't give you a clear answer on that. But people are trying to sort of understand whether funds that are allocated versus those that are obligated are going to be, released, and yeah, just a lot of uncertainty. So I would say if it hasn't already gone out the door, I can't say much more than that. And I'm sorry that that's a terribly depressing answer. Yeah.
Hi, my name's Mike Golas. I'm with the Indiana Forest Alliance, and thank you so much for your urban forest presentation. That's part of my job here in Indiana, is to get our municipal governments to save urban forests. And so in Indianapolis right now, we have a massive program going on, but there's several forests at risk in Indiana, especially up in Camden, Indiana, where there's a black oak savanna that is, the mayor there wants to literally tear down and build a bridge and build housing. It's a 4,200-year-old green bridge forest, black oak savannas. And some of these fights are very winnable. Some of them need some national and statewide help. So one question is, how do you interact with advocacy groups when it comes to urban forests and saving urban forests? In Indianapolis last year, we got about $2 million allocated to the city government to buy up, so far we have about 20 acres, hopefully under contract soon, of prime urban forest. And then my second question is, something I just learned this week, which I found interesting, is that when it comes to tropical forest, there is a product coming out of Indonesia, a plywood product that is coming out of Indonesia that goes straight into our RVs. And Elkhart, Indiana is the epicenter of the RV industry. And there's I think a conversation that's breaking out about how our RV industry here in Indiana is linked to this awful deforestation among chimpanzees and these amazing forests in Indonesia. So curious if you're familiar with that situation at all, but kind of interesting how a lot of this stuff comes through Indiana supply chain wise, or there's a fight for urban forests.
Yeah, thank you. I'll answer the second one first. Yeah, it's definitely, similarly with Russia, even since there has been some restrictions on trade, we have still imported, I think, like more than $2 or $3 billion worth of plywood products, and those are sold in, I won't name the chain here, but in a chain of home store that would be in this area. And yeah, it's certainly a problem. And I think, I think there's some opportunity here, especially if we're in a kind of constricted regulatory space, that some of the consumer education and consumer advocacy could be a more exciting opportunity in the near term. Your question on urban forests, generally NWF doesn't do a ton of, we don't hold like land in urban areas or have easement land or anything like that. We don't hold that at all, as far as I know. We definitely, I think, take the perspective of, working closely with communities, and I'm sure some of our other team could speak a lot better than I could to some of our kind of community-based work, but I think, our at least our hope is to kind of not just parachute in and out of communities and try to, come in, help how we can and do work there. But it is a challenge. We don't generally get as involved with, like, again, local advocacy or kind of take a side on that, but certainly look to our affiliates for, a signal, and if there is something that we can be helpful with on a specific site or project or something like that, we do try to support them however we can. So, thank you.
You have 5 minutes to bid. Things are, if you are bidding, check, because I've been outbid on all 3 things I'm bidding. So if you're bidding on those, stop, but elsewise bid. Okay, so I've been up here, you guys know. Oh, Edie, thank you. I said it to you. Edie is one of 3 National Wildlife Federation people here. Denise and Juliet are sitting at the same table with her. I can't speak to how awesome it is to be part of the NWF family, how much help they provide us. And we're fortunate to have them as an umbrella organization, as it would be that we are a part of. So thank you guys for being here. I am now going to talk specifically about us, IWF, and what we do. But don't forget, you have 4 minutes to bid, so do that. And I won't bother you anymore about that, I promise. Okay, so who are we? What do we do? And why should you support IWF? I hope it's clear, but I'm going to try to make it a little more clear. So what drives us? Wildlife, obviously. That is why we're here. But also getting people out into nature, into public spaces, into wildlife habitat. If you guys don't appreciate these places and these animals, you're not going to push to have them protected. So public access is a big thing for us. Education is a big thing for us. Just making sure that everyone understands these animals, their habitats, their value, and how it benefits us, right? All the studies show that exposure to nature increases well-being and health. It's something that we have spent a lot of time recently talking to our state legislature, which is very fiscally conservative about, is nature can be a cost savings. Spending money on nature is the best money you're going to spend. It reduces the state's burden in medical costs. It reduces the need for infrastructure. There are so many benefits that we have just taken for granted for so long. But we need to make sure everybody understands those, because when you do, you will stand up, you'll fight for them even more so. Okay. IWF has been around since 1938. As I mentioned before, it started out as a federation of conservation clubs, sportsmen's groups. the voice for Hoosier wildlife, hunters, and anglers throughout the state. That was how we started. I hope we stay true to this. We have a bigger umbrella now, but this is still very much a drive-in force of what this organization does. Our mission, pretty straightforward. Promote the conservation, sound management, and sustainable use of Indiana's wildlife habitat through education, advocacy, and action. So education, advocacy, and action, those are the three pillars of what we do, and I'll get into that. Okay, what makes us run? Tiny staff. All right, guys, I don't know if Tina's in here. Everyone has to stand up. I'm going to acknowledge you guys. Tina, Mahern, Aaron, Stump, Mark, Eads. I am fortunate to just be the person who has awesome people who know how to get things done and are much smarter than I. I mentioned the board before. I made them stand up. I'm going to go into it a little bit more. We could not do this without them. I think that is something that Rick made clear to me when he was president and spent a lot of time cultivating a kick-ass board that knows who to talk to, when to talk to them, and when to just shut up. All which are very important, the last of which I'm really bad at. It's incredibly helpful. And then you guys, we're a membership organization. When I go in and talk to a legislator, if I can say, hey, in your district, we have 178 members or 464 members, all of a sudden that matters. They're elected officials, right? They may not care about the issues we are advocating for, but if they know that we have an activated, passionate membership that has the ability to vote for or against them, they'll care a little bit more about our issues. So you guys are vital to us being able to get in the door and convey our hopes and wishes to our legislators. Derek, can you click on that base and see if it opens up the website like I think it should? Okay. Can you just gently scroll down this? I want to highlight each board member and embarrass them with their pictures. So this is something we're pretty proud of. Go to our website. We're going to make it much better this year, but it's improving, and it talks about our board. And I do want, again, I can't emphasize how much the board supports me particularly, but this organization overall. So our president, Craig Carpenter, guys, stand up. I'm gonna embarrass you guys. So Craig Carpenter. Also at this table, our vice president, Chip Garver. Our secretary, not at this table, but back there with the Brinkmans, Lindsay Moss Willie. Our treasurer, right behind her, Dan Fair. Our past president, Rick Cockrum, also with Chip and Craig. Our newest board member, who is not here, but we're really excited. I am just starting to get to know her. She works for the Cultural Trail, which is an Indianapolis institution, and we're thrilled to have her. So Sammy will be a great addition to this and help us with our programming and our social media. Next, also not here, Quentin Collins. Next, not here, but was here earlier, Carl Drummer. Next, here, I don't know where he's gone to, John Goss. You have to stand up, John. And I'll hit on this later, but John is also a member of this conference committee, so he has helped pull this whole thing together. Scott Craigie, not here. Danny McNulty, not here. Dean Shadley. Dean is a long-term conservation officer, knows everybody in this state, and is just a wealth of knowledge, and every time I text him, he has exactly the answer I need. Brent Taylor, directly in front of me. Brent is one of several lawyers on our board, but he is our legal counsel and the one who keeps us from doing dumb things most of the time. And then Whitney Yorger, who works for Amos Butler Audubon, also not here. They're awesome. couldn't do it without them. Thank you guys so much. Can you click me back on there? Perfect. Okay. So our strategic focus areas, education, right? You heard from, or you saw, you didn't hear from her, this year's recipient of the Holt Scholarship. I don't know, we have a former, our 2019 Holt Scholarship Award winner was also here, is working in the field, is continuing to do this. So this matters. We need to educate ourselves, but also the next generation if we want what we hope will continue to thrive, have it thrive. We do it through a variety of ways. Aaron Stump is the brainchild behind our certified habitat program, sustainable trails, and currently working on a new one, which is sustainable ag related. He's working with Mark Eads. I'll get into that shortly. But we go out throughout the state and work with landowners to make sure that the trails are sustainable for wildlife, but also for people. And there's a rigorous set of programs. As I mentioned before, and I've mentioned the last 3 years, our biggest, and I would argue our best one, is almost complete at one of the properties Cliff was talking about earlier, Bentley Woods in Johnson County. It's awesome. It's going to show you some really cool parts of this state that remind me a lot of Brown County without all the downside of Brown County, all the people everywhere. It's just awesome. It's beautiful. It's unique, and can't wait for everyone to go there. But that is a certified sustainable trail. It will be our newest one when it's finally open. As of right now, our newest one is up at Conner Prairie. They work with us to build a trail along the White River up there. They are the largest private landowner of property along the White River. And now it's got a sustainable trail that allows people to get out and see that. This is actually at Conner Prairie. We have signage that indicates this. We also do sustainable campuses. So Dr. Zollner, maybe we're going to hit you up. We need to get West Lafayette certified. But Tina and Aaron worked with IU Kokomo. That is our most recently certified sustainable campus. Again, this is good for a variety of reasons. It improves the campus for wildlife. That is, again, key part of our mission, but it also exposes this next generation of leaders, of college students, to conservation and things you can do practically, even on a small level, that have huge, huge impacts. Just like sustainable or certified wildlife habitat. You guys can go on our website and check some boxes, indicate what you have to register your wildlife as certified wildlife habitat. It can be 100 acres. It can be, like my house, 1/10 of an acre in the middle of Indianapolis, but I have most of that in native plants. I burn them too. And then just educational programs. Monarch tagging. This is monarch tagging that Aaron is leading at the Urban Wilderness Trail, again, along the banks of the White River, very close to IUPUI. It's just a really, really cool space in the middle of the city that allows people to get out and be exposed to wildlife. And when we do programming, show them monarchs. Advocacy, right? We can want everything to be great, but there's a process to get there, and that is through legislation, either at the local, the state, the federal level. We try to operate at all three levels, primarily state and federal, but will assist with local policy and such as needed. This is where the rubber hits the road. We need to have this stuff become law if it's going to be durable, remain. And at this time of year, right, we are in our state legislative session. I'm spending a lot of time there. My staff has all been there this week And I'm fortunate to have a group of real experts on how to get legislation enacted, or in some cases defeat legislation and keep it from being enacted. Couldn't even begin to try to do what we do without the support of, again, the board, who both publicly and privately gives guidance and helps us position our issues as best we possibly can. We have a legislative watch list. In the interest of time, I'm not going to show it to you, but I will just read over a list of the bills that we are currently tracking. So our policy committee met. We identified roughly 78 bills, I believe, introduced that could potentially be in our wheelhouse, pared it down to 11, which we've taken a yay, nay approach on. And those are the 11 primary bills that we are going to advocate either for or against, with all the others falling into a category where we will monitor and, if it's appropriate, take a stance on. But I'll just run through them quickly. Senate Bill 32, Prevention of Chronic Wasting Disease, sounds like a good bill. It's not a good bill. We have testified against it. It was tabled in the Senate. I'll get to where it is now, but happy to talk to you guys offline about any of these in depth. I don't want to dwell too much on them, but it's just going to kind of show the scope of the legislation that is potentially out there. Senate Bill 121, restricting of using nets or trapping minnows. This is a bill that tries to put into law some rules that will prevent the unmanaged over-harvesting of fish in streams and rivers in the state of Indiana. Many fish are already regulated, most are not. And there's a myriad of issues that are increasing the pressure on these streams and rivers. And it's a piece of legislation that has been introduced that we are supportive of. Senate Bill 538 is a PFAS chemicals bill. PFAS are, for the ease of understanding, forever chemicals, plastic polymers that get into your water. They're called forever chemicals because they're there forever, as best we know. And unfortunately, they're in each one of you guys now too. Me too, obviously. But it is the takeaway for PFAS is it costs about $150 to make a pound of them. It costs about $5.5 million to remove a pound of them once they're out in the environment. So it's not a great financial equation. And 538 reduces regulation. It makes it easier to put PFAS into the environment. 1286, PFAS chemicals, there's several of these out there, is a good bill. It doesn't go as far as I think a lot of groups would like, but it does create a list of folks in industries that are known to be putting PFAS out into the environment. We are in a state that doesn't have a strong tendency towards regulation currently, but public shaming is still useful. And if people know you're polluting and you can be pointed at, that's a useful technique. So again, like Representative Hamilton said, a lot of these may not go as far as we would have them go in an ideal world, but a little bit of good is still good, and we have to be realistic and not let perfection be the enemy of good. HB 1025 is an ag bill, a treated seeds bill, and this institutes a study committee to look at the impacts of neonics on the environment. So this is a class of chemicals that are heavily used to interrupt the development, the metamorphosis of insects. Right? That sounds great from an ag standpoint because you don't want agricultural pests destroying your crops. We can all agree on that. They are used excessively, and they are very, very persistent, particularly in the water, and there's increasing scientific evidence that they are disrupting the aquatic food chains in a substantial way, messing up all those aquatic insects, which are the underpinning of healthy fish and animal populations in our waterways. So we support that. HB 1234, conservation of agricultural land. Again, a bill we support that looks to figure out ways to help preserve agricultural land in a way that prevents it from being developed into warehouses, data centers, whatever you want it to be, right? I think, and I'll talk a bit more about ag. Mark is the specialist on this, the expert on this for us. But while ag land may not be the best land for wildlife, I think most people would concur it's significantly better than warehouses everywhere. So ag land done well can be a very good wildlife habitat. SB 211, Clean Water Indiana program. This allows Clean Water Indiana funds, which already exist, to be utilized in the combating of invasive species. So it's just changing the way it's written to allow those funds that are already appropriated to be used to fight invasive species. And this is good because invasive species have a significant impact on water quality. And removal of them is good for a variety of reasons, as you've heard, and I think most of you know. 1190, HB 1190, it's a water quality bill that would identify and appropriate permanent funding for clean water programs in the state. Again, you've heard a lot about water. Water is important to all of us, and it's under threat in this state. HB 1237 is just a feel-good bill. Indiana doesn't have a state mammal, and this bill proposes that it be the Indiana bat. You've heard a little bit about the Indiana bat. I think our state mammal should be the Indiana bat, so this is a bill we're supportive of. HB 1417 is the House equivalent of the Senate bill on chronic wasting disease. We had great success in the Senate. We had less success in the House. It passed out of committee there, so it's a bill we're going to continue to push against and hopefully find a way to beat it back. And last but not least, one that you have heard a fair amount of talk about today, HB 1557 is a prescribed burn-in bill. This would develop a certification for prescribed burn-in, and then it would reduce the insurance threshold needed and allow people to actually burn on and this is private lands only, on private lands to get more fire on the landscape. And you've heard from multiple folks as to why that is such an important thing for habitat management. I'm just going to skip over this, and that was me testifying on a bill. It is something we do. We want all of you guys to do. The most effective thing is to have a person who just shows up and is doing it because they believe it, not because they're paid to do it like I am, because it's the right thing to do. So you will see potentially calls from us to come and support legislation or speak against legislation. If you guys show up, it would be amazing. It's very impactful on legislators, and it really isn't as scary as it seems. It's a great experience, and I encourage all of you, if you see fit, to get out and testify. Action, again, we get out. We are not a land holding organization. That's why we're friends with people who are land holding organizations. We want to help improve lands. They can be private lands, they can be public lands, but get out there, do work days, remove invasives, help with trails, do monitoring. If you guys have property that you think we could assist with, let us know. This is a day of service we did at a place called Belmont Beach. This is on the banks of the White River. You can see a Lowhead Dam that has been breached in the background. A bunch of folks got together and worked here on invasive plant removal, and it's community building, it's education, and it's impact all in one. This is Mark up in South Bend, or up in not just outside of South Bend, doing work with farmers, showing them what can be done to better leverage agriculture to have either a benefit or less of an impact on wildlife. And we had a conservation and tillage symposium similar to this up north a few months ago, where we brought together practitioners, government officials, and producers to talk about ways that they can improve their techniques and how they are improving their techniques. And it was a great day, and we're going to continue to expand on this. Really thankful that the Walton Family Foundation, through our NWF friends, helped bring this money to Indiana. Again, it's a big ag state. We have a lot of impact on water, and we can do better. Okay, new programming we've done this year. We are part of a bunch of coalitions, right? You've heard in the legislature, sometimes it's not as receptive as we'd like it to be, but forming these big coalitions, we have a much better impact. This is us at a at the Indiana Conservation Voters Water Stewardship Day just last week. That is Tina with Representative Deary, and he has become really interested in this because of Lebanon Leap. He's also the author of that netting bill I mentioned before. So again, getting out there, talking to your legislator. The best time to talk to your legislator is now, because if you're talking to them now, when you talk to them about a bill that you care about, they'll actually know who you are. So communication with them, right? It's get out there and do it. This was a group of, which one? Oh, sorry. This is a women hiking program that Tina has helped put together with Patty Holden, who's on the right in this picture. This is a safe space where only women will get together and go out and hike and explore spaces in Indiana. We've heard from a lot of folks that mixed sex groups can be an impediment to people who are already a little bit nervous about getting out of there. So she started this program. It's been awesome. It's been sold out every time. It's gone from 4 last year to 6 this year, and we hope to continue to grow it. So if you're interested, reach out to Tina. She's going to open registration very soon. This is a day where we had both of our senators' staffs up on a farm with producers talking about how federal policy impacts their ability to do conservation agriculture. It was amazing to have both these groups in the same space. I was going to say room, but obviously it's outside. And a safe space where these producers can talk to the folks that are crafting legislation so they understand what works, what doesn't work, and how it can get better. And you can see that sign in the foreground. This is a program that we will be rolling out in the next several months. It's another certification. It's certified wildlife-friendly agriculture. So we're going to work with farmers so that they can have their farms be better for wildlife. It's not going to be perfect. It's going to be better. Again, this is a picture, and this is, again, this relationship with NWF. This is Dwayne Havorka, who works on our working lands team in ag, who rode a train out so he could be there that day. This is a big one we're working on right now. Oh, there's a typo too, sorry. The Ohio River, right? Does everyone know what the Ohio River is, where it runs? Okay, it is the second most polluted river in this, major river in this country. It runs down the east side of Indiana to the south and ultimately goes into Mississippi. There's a lot of low-hanging fruit to be had here, and through IWF, NWF efforts, a lot of help from our board, we were able to get Congresswoman Erin Houchin, who represents southeastern Indiana, installed as the co-chair of the Ohio River Basin Caucus. That's amazing. All of a sudden, Indiana is a key player in shaping this. Congresswoman Houchin will say that she comes at this from a different perspective. She is realistic about it. She also is now in House leadership. That's a great thing, to have an advocate for what we are doing in House leadership, pushing restoration of the Ohio River. And as Congressman McGarvey in Louisville is the co-chair, the Democratic co-chair of this. So this is the Congressional Caucus kickoff. This had been a dormant caucus that Congresswoman Houchin and Congressman McGarvey have brought new blood into. And the hope is that they will be able to implement the newly crafted Ohio River Basin Restoration Plan, find funds for it. Who here is familiar with the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, GLRI? Okay, it is transformational for the Great Lakes. Indiana has benefited immensely from federal funding coming back so that we can improve both economies and environment. Those things are both important, right? It's a lot easier to care about the environment if the economy's solid. So both are very important. We hope that the Ohio River will follow a similar path and find that dedicated federal funding that can come back and help make the Ohio River not the second most polluted river in America. And this is why you do this, right? So we developed this relationship with Congresswoman Houchin, and all of a sudden, she's interested in Hellbender. She learned about this while we were chatting with her at that kickoff, and then lo and behold, she was at a Hellbender release that Purdue and our DNR have been doing for years, but all of a sudden, Congresswoman Houchin cares about snot otters, right? That matters, right? We are exposing the people who are making decisions to the things we care about, and all of a sudden we have an advocate for Hellbenders that actually has the power to do things about it. We continue to work with our sustainable trails. This is the ADA path at Bentley Woods at Glacier's End. It's a silty property down in Johnson County that I've mentioned, and this is work we can't do. They're like real trail building folks down there. You're going to be blown away when you see this. And there are 3 different loops on this site. This is the most basic one. This is what Cliff Chapman calls the flip-flop trail. People who just kind of show up can comfortably walk this mile loop, get exposure in their flip-flops. Our hope is they're going to come back sometime later with their hiking boots and take one of the more both interesting but arduous walks. All pretty easy to do. Anyone here could do it. But again, we're getting people out there, exposing them to nature, and hopefully helping people have a love for wildlife that we all have. This is Aaron. The 3 of us were out there. This is actually a nice day in February. Aaron and one of our partners from Conner Prairie, who is a forest therapist and has interest in bringing forest therapy programming to us and doing it with IWF. And this is where you get out, you expose yourself to forests, and learn about the healing benefits of being in nature. So again, exploring new ways of programming and connecting people to nature. This is a stream pass that there will ultimately be a bridge over, as well as some deadfall from some big winds that went there. And again, our sustainable trail signage. This is at Conner Prairie. It will someday be up at Bentley Woods. Continuing to activate the White River. We've had funding from the Pulliam Foundation for several years, and it's all around White River activation. This is an event we had at Holiday Park during the eclipse. There were 1,800 people there. There was live music and people learning about the benefits of the White River in our community. Again, cleanup of the White River. and then coalitions. I'm going to just keep saying this. Coalitions, coalitions, coalitions. We're parts of a bunch of them. This is both a humorous photo, but I think it kind of gets to what we're trying to do. I think it was Rick who coined this, but IWF unofficially is the Willie Nelson of conservation in this state. Rednecks and hippies love us, and that's really, like, that's kind of a tongue-in-cheek way of getting at what we're trying to do. We're trying to bring together people who have a shared interest on this. We might not agree on everything, but we agree on wildlife preservation, conservation, taking care of our environment. Let's get that group together and let's have an impact. So again, we're part of all these coalitions. A lot of you guys are here today. A lot of our partner groups are represented here. But I'm just going to put some dates out to you and then get on our website because they'll be there. On the 4th, Indiana Land Protection Alliance is having a gathering to discuss the benefits of land trusts in this state. It's a great event every year. It's put on by Indiana Land Protection Alliance. We're going to co-sponsor it thanks to some generosity from NWF and the Walton Foundation. And it's a group of like-minded people who will be together with the governor and lawmakers to talk about the benefits of land trusts and everything that comes along with it. On March 18th, we'll be at the State House for a sportsman's luncheon. It's a group of sportsmen's groups from all over the region will be there to talk about the benefits of hook and bullet clubs to conservation throughout the state. So we'll be there with Ducks Unlimited. We'll be there with backcountry hunters and anglers, right? All these groups that are there talking about the value of what their organizations bring. On the 19th, so just 2 weeks from now, the Indiana Conservation Alliance, which is a group of organizations, all conservation related from across the spectrum, that advocate for nothing more than increase in financial resources for natural resources in this state. And it is sometimes a hard slog, but we're continuing to beat this drum that we need better funding for our DNR, for the Department of Forestry, for IDEM, for all these groups that on the state level are taking care of our natural resources. And then on March 10th, we'll be there with Audubon Great Lakes for their advocacy days. Again, just all these groups coming together because the more people that are there telling these legislators this matters, the better. This is an Inca call where we had then Senator, soon to be Governor Braun, listen to the priorities of a bunch of conservation groups. That's priceless, right? Having that access to, at the time, our senator, now our governor, as well as one of his top policy advocates, right? That's how we start to advance legislation. This was us just last week at the State House. Again, continuing to build coalitions. So what lies ahead? More events for more members throughout the state, right? Most of us live, with the exception of Mark, basically in Indianapolis. We want you guys to help us get to other parts of the state, and we want to bring this message. We want you guys to bring this message to other parts of the state. Invite us and let us help do that. More volunteer projects. This is something we know we need to do. We need to get boots on the ground and do things for habitat for wildlife. If you guys have ideas or spaces that you know this needs to happen, let us know. Increased focus on our communications and social media work, just making sure that the work we're doing is known to everybody. That is a shortcoming of ours. We don't always do the best job because we're trying to do work. We don't always do a great job promoting it. So we're going to work on that. And then, of course, continue to push policy at all three levels. And then fundraising, you guys can help with that. We are a member organization. Become a member, support us, support the work we do, support our partner groups. They're all important. So thank you guys so much for being here, for supporting the Indiana Wildlife Federation. I appreciate it. We appreciate it. Thank you guys. So the auction is closed. Pick up your items out there. Tina has a booth. You'll either get the actual item right now, or if it's one that has either a code to something digital or it will be mailed to you, we will make sure we have all that information and get that done. There's also a happy hour. We want you to come. There's going to be kopi, what used to be Asian carp, invasive carp now, I think is the proper nomenclature, egg rolls. It's delicious, and you're doing conservation by eating this fish. It's a bad fish, so we want to get rid of all of it. And of course, since it's a happy hour, there's drinks. So come join us. Come say hi. If I don't know you or I want to know you, thank you guys so much for coming and supporting IWF.